Chapter 176, A Threat Appears. Chapter 176, A Threat Appears. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli neared in an instant. He grabbed the beast's tooth and was about to break it off when the beast released a bolt of lightning from the tooth in its struggle. It shot into Wang Baoli and loosened a splinter off the crystallized spirit chi within his body. The lightning, when compared to what he had suffered at the hands of little Missy Black Mask, was insignificant to the point of being negligible. His body pushed on without pause, and with a straight pull, he extracted the beast's tooth. Wang Baoli felt the warm sensation of smug satisfaction. He took a look at the battlefield. More than half the beast horde had been decimated, and many beasts were already retreating. The end of that round of the beast tide was nigh. It was then that a series of quakes shook the earth. In the distant skies, a heaven-splitting tornado 10 times the size of the previous one appeared abruptly. The tornado was formed from the stirring of dust and earth and the flocks of beasts in the skies. They shadowed the earth and blanketed the heavens. As the tornado approached at a rapid pace, the tremors grew stronger. No warrior or cultivator remained unshaken. As they stood, stunned and awed, a whistle sharper and more piercing than the first alarm sounded from the stronghold. Big-bearded commander-in-charge's voice carried a tone of hastiness and gravity that hadn't been present earlier. His words traveled across the battlefield. The First Army and all cultivators, fall back immediately. Activate the array formation. Fire God armament soldiers, prepare for 5 salvos of cannon shots. Wang Baoli could feel a strong sense of foreboding and danger as he heard the chain of orders being barked out. He retreated speedily, pulling along other warriors as he passed them. Everyone fell back quickly under the crowd's nervous watch. Wang Baoli and Chen Yutong stood together on the stronghold, with their eyes fixed on the distant lands. No matter how accustomed he grew to that place, he was still taken aback by the sight. In the distance, between heaven and earth, the beast tide rose once again. The scale of it dwarfed the first tide by at least 10 times, and as it rushed forward, the hundreds of thousands of beasts spread across the horizon, seemingly without end. The sight was enough to drive fear deep into all those who were watching and stun them beyond belief. Strong winds carrying the smell of blood surged forward, the earth itself seemed to move, its mountains waver. Within the beast tide stood countless beasts towering 20-odd meters tall. 100-meter-tall beast could even be seen, a true blue giant beast, dragging boulders along as it charged at the stronghold. If that had been the end of it, it might not have been so bad. But behind the endless beast tide rose 7 individual spirit chi. They rose up into the heavens and exuded power clearly beyond the true breath realm, possibly leaving the true breath realm in the dust. The spirit chi formed a howling hurricane in their approach. What was within the hurricane couldn't be seen clearly. Though, on its edges floated 7 fearsome beasts. The 7 beasts had strange and extraordinary physical appearances, and inscriptions flashed and glimmered on their bodies. They stood in mid-air, on stone-like structures. The stones seemed extraordinary, they were like dharmic treasures and gave off a strong imposing aura. The fearsome and imposing aura that rose from all 7 creatures shook everyone to their core. Foundation Establishment Realm. Chen Yutong, who stood beside Wang Baoli, breathed heavily and spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing the 2 words, Foundation Establishment, Wang Baoli's pupils contracted. He had already been aware that beyond the true breath realm lay the Foundation Establishment Realm. The power of the Foundation Establishment Realm was too great, the chasm separating it from the previous realm was far wider than the gap between the ancient martial realm and the true breath realm. It could even be said that beyond the Foundation Establishment Realm, the true breath realm was only marginally stronger than the ancient martial realm. Those of the true breath realm weren't ants, but to crush them would be an easy feat. The chasm in power wasn't something that sheer numbers could overcome. Even if a group of true breath realm cultivators launched a unified attack, a Foundation Establishment Realm opponent would decimate them. An overwhelming sense of danger rose within Wang Baoli. He couldn't have guessed that the scale of that round of beast tides would be so great. The enemy even had 7 Foundation Establishment Realm beasts. This is just a minor stronghold, and we're already facing such a beast tide. What about the other strongholds, and the primary stronghold? Does it mean the beast tides they are facing are on an even greater scale? Wang Baoli sucked in a deep breath. He took out the glove that he had refined into a numinous treasure and put it on without thinking. Wang Baoli wasn't the only one experiencing a shift in his emotions. A serious look also fell over the faces of the warriors who were stationed at the stronghold year-round. As the tense atmosphere permeated the entire stronghold, and as the frenzied beast tide approached steadily, the entire stronghold suddenly quaked. Numerous inscriptions appeared on the exterior of the metal stronghold walls. The inscriptions shimmered, and a translucent protective barrier appeared suddenly. The barrier surged outward with explosive force. Where it swept past, the surviving beasts that roamed outside the stronghold trembled and instantly burst apart. Wang Baoli's pupils contracted upon witnessing the barrier's destructive capabilities. As a Dharmic armament cultivator and based on his understanding of Dharmic artifacts, he knew that such grand-scale protective barriers couldn't be sustained for long periods of time. As such, they were only activated in moments of extreme necessity. It was clear that the big-bearded commander in charge of the stronghold had decided that it had reached a point where it was necessary to activate the barrier. Wang Baoli watched as the barrier roared outwards, pushed itself out 3,000 meters and beyond, then stopped, forming the first shield against the beast tide. As soon as the protective shield appeared, the formidable beast tide charged towards it, thundering. Savagery and violence were the essence of their nature. Without a hint of hesitation, the beasts bashed into the barrier, crimson-eyed and thirsting for blood. Thunderous roars resounded through the air. Regardless of the level of their cultivation, every beast that touched the barrier collapsed in a pile of blood and mangled flesh. Bright red blood spilled across the land, but more beasts charged forward, fearless of death. The barrier trembled and blood splattered across it. Waves of emotion swept through Wang Baoli as he witnessed the madness. It was then that the fire god cannons started firing rampantly. The loud cannon shots sounded as if the heaven and earth roared in unison. Each cannon fired 5 blasts, forming 5 salvos of cannon shots, 5 waves of killing shots. Each wave was 100-odd beams of light shooting across the skies. The sunset skies lit up in a fiery instant. The beams of light fell like rain, shooting through the protective shield and landing on the beast tide. The earth trembled, its quakes rippling outwards without pause. Hordes and hordes of beasts were torn apart instantly and turned to dust. The explosive power of 500 cannon beams decimated half of the beast tide outside the barrier. Seas of blood and mountains of corpses spanned as far as the eye could see. However, within a blink of an eye, the next wave of beast tide surged forward and took over. Hordes of beasts gathered without rest in the distance. Their numbers seemed to grow, and they charged at the shield without pause. The shield warped and bent under the attack as if it couldn't withstand such force for much longer. In the skies, the hurricane approached. The 7 Foundation Establishment realm beasts at the edge of the hurricane neared steadily, and the suppressive aura exuding from them seemed to grow ever more vicious. Big-bearded commander in charge narrowed his eyes and cursed, didn't the Federation predict a small-scale beast tide? Screw that. This is the first time I'm seeing a beast tide of such proportions. In a moment of haste, big-bearded commander in charge sent a plea for aid to the primary stronghold. However, the situation at the primary stronghold was equally dire. In fact, every stronghold was currently facing an unprecedented beast tide, the primary stronghold especially, because a core formation realm beast king had made an appearance. Upon hearing the sighting of a beast king, big-bearded commander in charge inhaled sharply. He watched with reddened eyes as fractures appeared in the protective shield under the assault of the beast hordes. Viciousness flashed through his eyes. He raised his hand abruptly and barked out an order. Self-destruct the barrier. Let's give these wretched creatures one hell of a blow. Fire god cannons, 10 salvos of cannon shots. Array formation troops, activate the array formation inscription. The Second Army, the Flying Sword Rights. Big Beard issued his commands. Soon after, the collapsing barrier holding off the beast tide exploded and caught the beasts unaware. Its sudden explosion was like a huge scimitar, it swept across the land, amidst the screams of beasts, slicing their bodies into clean halves. It was then that thousands of cannon beams exploded from the fire god cannons in 10 consecutive shots. The earth quaked, and waves of air rose into the heavens. The beams fell alongside the virtual scimitar, and triggered another wave of slaughter. The decimation of a huge horde of the beasts still didn't put a dent in the sea of beasts. The growing number of beasts, eyes red with rage and howling for blood, was like a flood surging into the 3,000-meter distance separating it from the stronghold. They rushed towards the mountain peak where the stronghold sat in a mad frenzy. If one were standing atop the highest point in the stronghold with their gaze lowered, they would see ferocious-looking beasts charging forward in hordes. Their numbers were uncountable and stretched into the distance with no end in sight under the darkening sunset skies. Within the 7th primary stronghold sphere of jurisdiction, all minor strongholds were faced with the same predicament at that moment. The beast tides they faced were all beyond the scale expected by the Federation. That was especially so for the 7th primary stronghold, where the beast tide was overwhelming to an extreme and included the presence of a core formation realm beast king. The Foundation establishment realm beasts under the Beast King's command were equally dangerous, and they mobilized a grand army of beasts. Even the 7th primary stronghold faced the threat of danger. The entire 7th line of defense raised the alarm. It was an emergency. At the same time that a great army of beasts assailed the 7th line of defense, the 1st to 6th primary strongholds in the Federation, and the areas under their commands, were also defending against huge beast armies beyond their wildest imagination. The 4th primary stronghold, especially, was at the brink of being broken through. The beast armies targeted it as the main breaching point, mobilizing 8 beast kings. No one knew why the round of beast tides had arrived so suddenly and with such vehemence. The Federation did respond as soon as they could. However, the battlefield spread across too many locations, and the aid they could render wouldn't be able to reach everyone. They could only prioritize military aid to the 4th primary strongholds. The 4 great Tao colleges were activated as well, as were the senators and the various factions. They weren't headed towards the battlefields outside the strongholds though. That, to their mind, would be meaningless. Under the Federation's secret orders, the highly skilled from the various political forces would, using the opportunity presented to them from the surging beast tides, leave the Federation and infiltrate the primordial jungles. Their target, the Sea of Beasts within the primordial jungle land. It was where the base of the beast sat. The strategy had the intention of setting up an ambush on one hand and, on the other, the aim of launching an attack from behind. They planned on forcing the enemy to retreat from their own forward assault to deal with the split attacking forces. Of course, the success of the strategy rested on the 7 primary strongholds standing strong against the enemy forces. Chapter 177, Chi-Stopping Sound Waves. Chapter 177, Chi-Stopping Sound Waves. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli was in one of the minor strongholds along the 7th line of defense that was engaged in the battle for mankind's survival. He didn't possess the capability to command and direct the battle, and neither did he possess invincible cultivation. To a certain extent, he was but an insignificant true breath disciple. He was also shaken by fear, and his body trembled uncontrollably. However, ancient martial realm warriors around him continued to engage in battle. As a cultivator, how he could try to escape the battle of the beast tide. Let's do this. Wang Baoli decided. It was as if he was back in the pond cloud rainforest, and a wave of murderous intent burst forth from his person. He leaped into the air, stepped onto the flying cruiser, and traveled amongst the 10 fire god cannons under his charge. He inspected and repaired cannons without rest, and made sure they were all running smoothly. It was then that the countless waves of beasts outside the stronghold rushed into the 10,000 feet perimeter, thundering as they charged. The big bearded commander in charge watched as they approached. A tinge of madness colored his eyes, and he raised his right hand and swept it across in a violent wave. Array runes. A thundering roar rose. At the 10,000 feet perimeter surrounding the stronghold, an array formation flashed into being. The array formation cultivators from the 4 Tao colleges as well as the array formation masters from the army struck, activating the power of the array formation buried underground. In an instant, spirit chi shot up into the heavens within the 10,000 feet perimeter. The light of the array formation dazzled and blinded. It was as if the force of invisible mountains suddenly descended, transforming into a strong force that cast a shadow over the 10,000 feet perimeter. The beasts that had charged into the 10,000 feet perimeter, into the thundering roars and blinding light of the array formation, seemed to sink into a mudslide. Their movement slowed to a crawl, and in their struggles, they cried out in rage to no avail. As the beasts slowed due to the array formation, a staggering rain of swords flew from within the stronghold. They were the swords belonging to the flying sword troops, comprised of all combat cultivators from the colleges as well as cultivators from the army. The flying swords soared straight into the 10,000 feet perimeter, tearing everything apart wherever they passed. The flight of the swords interweaved with one another, forming a net of swords. All of a sudden, shrieks of pain rang out, and the smell of freshly spilled blood hung heavy in the air. The lands outside the stronghold bled red. From afar, it looked like a carpet of flesh and blood. Blood and violence permeated the air. If it had been any other occasion, one would have thrown up. But, on the battlefield, the smell of blood stirred the beasts into a blood frenzy and pushed the men to kill. The coordination of the array formation and flying swords turned the 10,000 feet perimeter into a no-man's land for the beasts. The fire god cannons, having undergone a short spurt of repairs, commenced their firing again. Their targets, the beasts beyond the 10,000 feet perimeter. Both the areas within the 10,000 feet perimeter and beyond were transformed into a living hell. Multitudes of howling beasts were torn to shreds in large swaths. The scene of their destruction brought no cheer to the men. When they raised their heads and looked into the distant primordial jungles, they could see the waves of beast tides between the heavens and earth, an ocean that spanned across the horizons without end. The sight was a heavy weight that sank the hearts of everyone. Big bearded commander-in-charge took in the sight, then took a deep breath before his voice resounded throughout the entire stronghold. Brothers and friends from the 4 Dao colleges, fear not. I, Old Zhong, have stood guard here for 10 years. I've seen too many beast tides. The size of this one may be big, but my experience tells me that as long as we survive this wave, and stand strong, the beast tide will ebb and weaken. Big bearded commander-in-charge was clearly not adept at stirring up the crowds. Regardless, his words during that time were a boost to many and caused hope to glimmer in their eyes. Wang Baoli also took a deep breath. He knew that hope was a precious commodity to many at times like that. He traveled swiftly in silence and continued his work on the fire god cannons. He knew that his contributions on the battlefield were negligible. All that he could do was to ensure that the 10 fire god cannons under his care maintained their levels of destruction. The fighting continued. The ground quaked, and the mountains shook. An hour passed, slowly. The time that would have sped past on an ordinary day seemed to crawl by on the battlefield. The beast tide was relentless, their numbers countless. However, under the combined destructive force of the array formation, the torrent of swords, and the fire god cannon firings, the two camps seemed to reach a delicate balance. An avalanche of ferocious beasts continued charging forward despite round after round of massacre, only to be held at bay 10,000 feet away. Even if the beasts were to successfully dodge the fire god cannons, they would be slain by the array formation and flying swords. The beast camp will not stand by as this balance continues. Wang Baoli had a grave look on his face. As he continued repairs on a fire god cannon, he raised his head and stared at the distant hurricane as well as the 7 Foundation Establishment realm beasts that had not yet moved to attack. The moment his eyes fell on the hurricane, his pupils contracted to pinpricks. He watched as the hurricane expanded and spread out suddenly, rousing waves of clouds. As the clouds rolled outwards, from within the eye of the hurricane, out flew a gigantic bat. The bat was purple all over, and its eyes glimmered with cold cruelty. It flew from the eye of the hurricane to the edge, and the 7 Foundation Establishment realm beasts swiftly gathered around the bat in a protective circle. The appearance of the bat shook many to their core, even Wang Baoli, upon seeing the bat clearly, was affected. His breathing quickened, and buzzing sounded in his mind. As everyone was knocked off balance, the bat opened its mouth wide with a vicious look on its face. It seemed to be screaming amidst its fearsome posturing, sending a blast of ultrasonic waves towards the stronghold. Those of the ancient martial realm couldn't sense the ultrasonic wave, but its hit landed true on true breath realm cultivators. It was akin to a sharp blade piercing through one's brains. In an instant, many cultivators let out a pained cry. Tremors shook throughout Wang Baoli's body as well. Fortunately, the devouring seed was triggered in the nick of time and blocked the shrill shriek from penetrating his mind. However, that didn't stop blood from seeping out of his nose. The thundering roar was accompanied by a wave of inscriptions bursting from within the bat. It swept towards the stronghold in a rush and passed into the 10,000 feet perimeter in a blink of an eye. Where it passed, the inscriptions on the array formation darkened and were rendered useless. The sword rain lost stability in the same instant as well and was drained of all nimbleness. Their owners called the swords back immediately, but the damage had been done, and some swords shattered instantly. The greatest damage was dealt to the fire god cannons. It seemed that the cannons were the bat's true target. The wave of inscriptions surged over, and with a blow, sent a third of the 100-odd fire god cannons convulsing. They seemed to lose all power and were turned into scrapped metal instantaneously. One of the cannons included a cannon under Wang Baoli's charge. Wang Baoli wiped away the blood from his nose, studiously ignored his discomfort, and rushed towards the cannon to inspect it. He quickly discovered the inscriptions carved on the inside of the fire god cannon had disintegrated into dust. The fire god cannon originally had a self-destruct option, which was no longer possible. Wang Baoli's hasty inspection of the remaining cannons found a few of the cannons had fragmented inscriptions. The cannons were a step away from a complete malfunction. What kind of beast is that? Wang Baoli was shocked to his core. That was the first time he encountered a beast that could affect inscriptions. It was clear that even big-bearded commander-in-charge had not seen it coming, as anger colored his face. The attack shattered the earlier balance between the two camps. As everyone in the stronghold stayed frozen in shock, the roars of the beasts resounded in the air. The beast tide was like a giant wave crashing forward from 10,000 feet away, surging towards the stronghold in a frenzied charge. It was then that four-sword chi shot into the air from within the stronghold, overpowering spirit chi from the four-sword chi suppressed even that of a true breath. The aura exuded equaled that of the Foundation Establishment realm beasts on the edge of the hurricane. It was almost identical to the latter, and could even be discerned as slightly stronger. Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. Wang Baoli's eyes widened. His heart rose in excitement as he stared at the four-sword chi soaring in the sky. They were 4 flying swords, and standing on the 4 flying swords were 3 men and a woman. The 4 exuded an overwhelming, awe-inspiring aura. It was clear that they had been waiting in hiding for a long time. Their explosive reveal must have been because their target was the bat that appeared from the eye of the hurricane. Just as they dashed out like bolts of lightning, the 7 Foundation Establishment realm beasts surrounding the bat surged forward and held them at bay. A tinge of bloodlust flashed across the beast's eyes. The 4 must have guessed that would happen. They originally planned to wait a little longer, but the bat's attack was too ferocious. If they had continued to lie in wait, the casualties would have been alarming. There was even the possibility of the stronghold falling, so they had no choice but to strike. It was a tactical blunder. They should have disregarded the losses to the stronghold since their task was to exterminate the bat. Based on their deduction, the bat's death would be a major blow to the beast tide. But they were still cultivators at heart. They had advanced, a step at a time, from an ordinary person to their current position. It was impossible for them to disregard the deaths of so many. The 4 cultivators clashed with the 7 Foundation Establishment realm beasts and engaged in an aerial battle. It seemed they had staged an ambush, but many in the stronghold could tell that they were launching a proactive attack and drawing the 7 beasts that would unleash a terrible destructive power once they entered the battlefield. The sight before him sent shivers down Wang Baoli's spine yet again, and his breathing quickened. The light in his eyes brightened even more fiercely as he stared at the beasts around him. His body swayed as he sped off to repair the fire god cannons with everything that he had. As the beast tide on land approached in a thunderous roar, the remaining fire god cannons fired again. Fragmented inscriptions spiraled into further magical instability following the round of shots. Some let out a despairing creak, and after that, one shot and broke down completely. Big-bearded commander-in-charge saw it all. With his eyes red, he roared, "All Dharmic armament cultivators, direct all efforts to repairing the fire god cannons. The fire god cannons cannot fail. We will hold them back and give you more time." Upon saying that, big-bearded commander-in-charge issued his command. In a blink of an eye, save the few left to stand guard, the entire army rushed out of the stronghold and, alongside the cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges, went head-to-head with the beast tide for another round. Chapter 178, Danger Every Step of the Way. Chapter 178, Danger Every Step of the Way. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Thundering blasts tore through the heavens without rest. The 4 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators battled fiercely with the 7 Foundation Establishment Realm beasts. They fought brutally and without pause, and any misstep could mean life or death. That was especially so when faced with 7 Foundation Establishment Realm beasts. The 4 cultivators were clearly struggling to hold their own, but none retreated. They engaged in battle with all their might. The Foundation Establishment Realm beasts relied on their invincible physical bodies, while the cultivators had not only numinous treasures but also array formations at their disposal. One of them, a man in his middle age, even possessed a 7th grade dharmic armament. Just this single dharmic armament was enough to strike awe and fear into the opponent's hearts. A dharmic armament was, after all, an item of extreme luxury and rarity to a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. It was referred to by all as a priceless treasure, and few had their hands on one. Dharmic armaments were typically wielded by the top-notch warriors in the respective political forces, core formation cultivators. The battle in the sky continued fiercely, while the fight on land was a complete massacre. The hundreds of thousands of stronghold troops clashed with the beast tide on land. The violent slaughter was soul-shaking, and deaths occurred every moment. Flesh tore and blood spilled, drenching the earth in blood. The destructiveness of the behemoths as well as the giants was overwhelming. They could only be taken down by multiple cultivators most of the time, and because of that, the stronghold was placed at a severe disadvantage. They were clearly at the losing end of the battle. Fortunately, compared with the beast's simplistic attacks, the cultivators had array formation cultivators, alchemy cultivators, and beast-taming cultivators amongst them. They were able to force a delicate balance between the 2 camps. There was battling high in the skies and on land, and another layer of battle took place between them, one that was equally brutal. The aerial battle in midair took place on the various fire god cannon platforms. The enemies were swarms of flying beasts. They were swift and cruel, fearless of death as they flung themselves forward without rest. Their attacks disrupted the repairs of the cannons and hastened the cannons' malfunction. The repairs of the fire god cannons was slow work. In the midst of that, frequent firings continued to take place in coordination with the fighting in the sky and on land. There wasn't time to spare for their own self-defense, and the 1,000-odd warriors stationed on every platform formed the last line of defense for the fire god cannons. Battle cries rose in the air without pause. On the platforms, there were fire god cannons with fragmented inscriptions awaiting repairs while being swarmed by beast attacks. They couldn't last until the repairs were made and broke down immediately. With the collapse of a cannon, the platform it was on was immediately swarmed by hordes of beasts. They surged forward, frenzied with bloodlust, and the casualties skyrocketed. It was a bloodbath. Be it Chen Yutong, Zhu Penghai, Sun Fang or the dharmic armament cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges, all were possessed by rage, and red veins lined their eyes. The work was too much. They had to be wary of the winged beasts while hastening their repair work, which made them the natural targets of the beasts. At that moment, Wang Baoli had just restored a fire god cannon to a barely acceptable working condition, and as he leaped away, he heard a cry of agony. He turned his head and, through the protective glow of the golden bell shield and past the warriors guarding him, saw a dharmic armament cultivator from the Holy River Dao College on a distant fire god cannon platform. 7 to 8 beasts ripped through the protection of his numinous treasure and tore him into bits. Amidst the thickening blood mist, countless beasts rushed onto the platform. The battle that followed left them and the hundreds of warriors on the platform dead. If it had been another place and time, there would be combat cultivators around to protect them. However, everyone was fighting for their lives. The only protection the dharmic armament cultivators had were their own numinous treasures and the 1,000 warriors on each platform. Wang Baoli had become familiar with the warriors. Every time he approached a fire god cannon platform whose care he was charged with, hordes of warriors rushed forward surrounding it and used their bodies as meat shields against the encircling beasts. His golden bell shield proved its worth during that time, and he flung more than a dozen of them at the platforms he was responsible for. Other dharmic armament cultivators did the same. They pulled out every dharmic artifact they could use. Wang Baoli even went to the extent of distributing the dharmic artifacts he had crafted to the warriors guarding him, enhancing their battle capabilities. Despite all that being done, casualties couldn't be avoided. The winged beasts in the skies gathered like a dark storm cloud, and their numbers were countless. The true Breath Realm beasts within the horde of beasts often struck in groups of 10 and more with unimaginable force. Even though Wang Baoli had released the mosquitoes earlier, in the face of innumerable beasts, they were but a drop in the vast ocean. They barely survived. Danger continued surfacing. Regardless of the repair work by Dharmic armament cultivators, fire god cannons all around repeatedly broke down, and a slew of killings followed each malfunction. At that moment, Wang Baoli had just completed repairs on a fire god cannon. The cannon let loose a blast of light that shot into the air and, in sync with the 4 attacking Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, bombed the Foundation Establishment Realm beasts. A violent heave traveled through the cannon before it malfunctioned and broke down. In midair, 9 true Breath Realm flying beasts saw a window of opportunity with the malfunction. They swooped near at high speed, leading thousands of ancient martial realm flying beasts, and smashed straight into the protective Golden Bell shield. A thunderous hum resounded through the air, and the flying beasts were flung back, shaking. The Golden Bell shield trembled as well, however, it was made of superior quality, and there was a great deal of them. As a result, the shield didn't suffer one crack. Go! Wang Baoli shouted in haste and retreated quickly with the warriors on the platform. The beasts gave them no chance to escape, though, and charged a second time. An aura of bloodlust exploded from his person, and he roared. "Wait for me at the next platform," he said, then rushed out from the protective barrier of the Golden Bell shield. He stepped onto the cruiser, his gloved right hand tightening into a fist, and punched. Spirit chi spiraled in, forming a tidal storm that surged out. Where the storm passed, beasts cried out in pain and were ripped into pieces. Without a pause in his steps, Wang Baoli formed hand seals immediately after his first punch. Blades of wind sliced the air, and flying swords formed a river and shot out around him. In the span of a moment, blood fell from the skies like crimson rain. Wang Baoli's sleeves had long been stained crimson, and he watched as the surrounding beasts retreated. His face darkened suddenly, and his left hand made a hand seal hastily. A mist rose around him immediately, and he whirled around without warning, his left hand thrust behind his back and gripped tightly. "Trying to ambush your granddaddy?" With a thunderous boom, Wang Baoli's hand, which had the cloud finger channeled, grabbed the throat of the true Breath Realm beast that tried to sneak up on him. It exploded upon contact. Bright crimson blood spurted out. Wang Baoli did not linger, and he retreated swiftly and caught up with the warriors who were within the Golden Bell shield worrying about his safety. Once he caught up, they returned hastily to the stronghold. The warriors didn't stay for regrouping or rest, hurrying off to some other fire god cannon instead. Wang Baoli panted heavily, retrieving a pill and swallowing it whole. Without even waiting for the pill to dissolve, his body passed away, and in moments he was aboard his cruiser and on his way. The battle in the sky raged on. Mid-air, winged beasts cast a shadow over the entire land, where beasts roared and bellowed. The primordial jungle battleground spanned as far as the eye could see. Danger lurked everywhere, and death shadowed every step. Wang Baoli gritted his teeth, and a tinge of madness colored his eyes. He hadn't forgotten his mission. It didn't matter that he had lost 3 fire god cannons to malfunction, he still had 7 functional and firing. Every one of them was still holding on and fighting. Not one had cowered or retreated from the fight. It wasn't that they weren't afraid, but that some things had to be done regardless of fear. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of dying. Standing in the battlefield, where a single distracting thought was impossible, it would be an exaggeration to proclaim that they didn't harbor such fears. But most of those who harbored such thoughts had already been slain. The sight before Wang Baoli affected him immensely, and fire seemed to course through his veins. The madness in his eyes deepened. He stood in his cruiser, battle-worn and scarred by the claws of beasts, and sped towards another fire god cannon platform. It was at that moment, as he sped out, that he felt a prickling on his scalp. He leaped off the cruiser without thinking, and the devouring seed within his body activated instantaneously, pulling towards one side of the stronghold walls with a violent heave. The cruiser dashed off on its own. As Wang Baoli completed the series of actions, more than 10 beams of dark light came surging from the distant skies where the 4 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators were deep in battle with the Foundation Establishment Realm beasts. It was impossible to tell which of the beasts issued the attack, but the dark beams of light sped towards the stronghold, And their targets weren't the fire god cannons but the dharmic armament cultivators. The dark light beams were traveling too quickly. They approached in a blink of an eye, and instantly, each one of them shot a true breath realm cultivator through the forehead, splitting heads instantaneously and decimating both body and spirit of the cultivators. Chen Yutong barely countered the attack with his peak true breath realm cultivation level, and only after sacrificing almost 10 of his numinous treasures, all above third-grade quality. Even then, blood spilled from his mouth. As for Wang Baoli, his cruiser was shot through by a dark beam the moment he jumped off. As the cruiser exploded, the dark beam of light swerved and headed straight for him. The pull of the Wang Baoli's devouring seed allowed him to draw back at an impossible angle and land on the stronghold wall, escaping the approaching dark beam a second time. Amidst the battle explosions, the dark beam brushed past Wang Baoli, almost touching him, and landed on the ground below him with a deafening blast. Wang Baoli panted heavily and raised his head in shock. In the skies, where the Foundation Establishment realm beasts fought, a pitch-black beast in a form akin to a unicorn seemed to be staring coldly at him and Chen Yutong. They were the only two who had escaped the fate of death from the numerous dark beams of light. Wang Baoli managed to dodge the attack in the first place, a feat greater than blocking it. The Foundation Establishment realm beast hadn't anticipated that happening. After all, it should have been impossible for Wang Baoli to escape the attack considering the level of his cultivation. However, Wang Baoli had the extra sight gifted by his mosquitoes which alerted him to the attack in advance. There was also the devouring seed, which allowed him to emulate flight to a certain extent even though his cultivation level didn't grant him the ability of flight. That was the unexpected factor that allowed his successful escape. Wang Baoli's heart rate soared. As the threat of death grew stronger, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He had no time to think. The sounds of explosions and the cries of pain from the fallen rang ceaselessly in his ears. With the appearance of the dark beams of light and the deaths of the dharmic armament cultivators, the repairs on the fire god cannons stalled. The fire god cannons were barely running in the first place, but after the attack, a massive scale of malfunctions surfaced. Chapter 179, Steely Resolve. Chapter 179, Steely Resolve. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. With the breaking down of the fire god cannons, the stronghold camp was obviously at a disadvantage in both aerial and land battles. They were pushed back steadily and at the verge of defeat. The watchful beast surged forward as soon as the cannons broke down. They dashed onto the platforms and towards the warriors standing atop, sparking another round of slaughter. Mangled flesh littered the ground while blood stained the earth. The clashing sounds of battle drowned out the screams of agony and raging howls, but they didn't need to travel far. Clinging onto the wall, Wang Baoli could hear every sound and see everything clearly. He watched the bloodbath on the platforms. His warrior friends were torn apart one after another. Some of them were tossed into the sky by the beasts, then ripped into pieces by the beast flock. Wang Baoli watched as it all happened. Red veins appeared in his eyes as he saw another strong, built man caught by a beast. He was about to rescue him when the beast's huge beak cracked and pierced the man's forehead. The man was the one who had lost to Wang Baoli at arm wrestling, ate his snacks, and said he would matchmake him with his sister. Yet, he was dead, his body ripped into halves by the beast. Wang Baoli let loose a pained howl, and his right hand shot up and swept to one side. In an instant, a blast of cloud finger exploded from his hand, snaking forward swiftly and skewering the beast that murdered the muscular man. The beast's body quivered. As it died, Wang Baoli looked at the platforms drenched in blood with rage and agony. He leapt into the air onto one of the sharp spikes outside the stronghold walls, and from that spike jumped onto the next, racing towards the few functioning fire god cannons the stronghold still had. He wanted vengeance. Beasts flew towards him midway and tried to surround him, but Wang Baoli's rage was beyond control. He struck brutally, seal after seal exploding. Wang Baoli forced his way out, a trail of bodies in his wake, and blood staining his lips. He was swift, and finally, he stepped onto a fire god cannon platform. Following the mass breakdown of fire god cannons, only 13 cannons in the stronghold remained functioning. One of the 13 was under Wang Baoli's care. The cannon sat on the platform he approached and was the only surviving cannon out of the 10 he had been charged with. Beasts approached at that very moment. The number of warriors present was great, and they were all fighting with all they had. Alongside the cannon firings, they managed to hold the attacks at bay for the moment. However, the quaking fire god cannon was clearly on the verge of collapse and would break down at any time. Wang Baoli arrived just in the nick of time. The warriors parted for him, and he rushed to the fire god cannon and pressed his right hand against it. Spirit chi surged into the cannon instantly and started the repairs. Despite the tremors traveling through the cannon, it was still able to fire shots. The cannon swerved into position and fired straight at the beasts leaping about, the ones who had slaughtered their way through platform after platform. Die! Wang Baoli howled. For consecutive shots shook the heavens and earth, thunderous booms resounding throughout the battlefield. For beams of light pierced through the skies, blowing for gigantic holes in the swarming sea of beasts. Pain shrieks rose into the air, and countless beasts were decimated. The remaining fire god cannons fired continuously as well. Under their attacks, thunderous explosions shook the lands. The stronghold began to hold its ground again on the battlefields in the sky and on land. In the skies, as the beasts fell back, Wang Baoli's target for vengeance shifted and locked onto the Foundation Establishment Realm Unicorn. With rage in his heart, he fired 6 rounds of shots. Boom, 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 the 6 cannon shots didn't land a hit in the aerial battlefield, but they still made an impact. The divine armament-wielding cultivator seized the opportunity and beheaded the unicorn with one broad sweep of his sword. The beast let loose cries of agony and rage as it died, and blood fell to the earth like a torrent of rain. The fire god cannon couldn't hold for too long, though, as every few rounds of shots required repairs. With the dwindling number of targets and only 13 cannons surviving, the beasts in the air roared and swooped down upon seeing a pause in the cannon firings, intent on destroying every single one of the remaining cannons. In the moment of crisis, Wang Baoli flung out all the golden bell shields he had without thinking. Thunderous booms resounded in the air. The golden shield that had been erected on the platform was significantly reinforced within the blink of an eye. Together with the 1,000-odd warriors on the platform, they held off the attacks from the beasts. Wang Baoli panted as he started repairing the fire god cannon. Soon, he fired the cannon again, a grim look on his face. Explosions rang through the air, and shots of cannon beams rang from where Wang Baoli stood. It was his nature to be vengeful. He no longer targeted the beasts on land but the Foundation Establishment Realm beasts in the sky. At that time, with the battle escalating to such a state, there was no longer anyone left in command. Even Big Beard had charged into battle. His clothes stained with blood, he was unrecognizable at first glance. Big Beard pushed forward on land, diving deep into the beast tide and moved steadily towards the hurricane. "I'll wipe you all out!" Wang Baoli cursed, yearning to send a blast of cannon beam at the bat in the eye of the hurricane. He could tell that the bat was the key to ending the battle, but it was too far away and protected within the hurricane. Wang Baoli tried firing a shot but realized that he couldn't reach his target. After firing a few shots into the air, he turned the cannon on the beasts on land. He might have been raging and had his eyes on the Foundation Establishment Realm beasts in the sky, but he knew that could draw too much attention and bring death to his doorstep. That was why he had a shot made into the air, another towards the land. He kept changing where he fired to keep his enemy from realizing it was being targeted. The other fire god cannons did the same. As a result, the Foundation Establishment Realm beasts, engaged fiercely in battle, weren't immediately alerted to what Wang Baoli was doing. However, the fire god cannon, despite Wang Baoli's repairs, grew ever more unstable. A great extent of its inscriptions had been damaged and were in fragments, causing Wang Baoli's anxiety to grow. He was deliberating on how to repair the cannon, and restore some semblance of stability to it when howls of rage came from the other fire god cannon platforms. Wang Baoli shuddered. He looked over and saw the swarms of beasts encircling the other fire god cannons. Under the massive attack, some of the cannons broke down, and beasts swarmed others. Injury and death abound. Wang Baoli turned his cannon around quickly in a bid to help, but it was all for naught. Where Chen Yutong stood, 2 cannons collapsed. Amidst the sea of dying armament soldiers, with a grim smile on his face and fury heavy in his heart, Chen Yutong fought his way out and raced to where Wang Baoli stood. The entire stronghold was only left with 3 fire god cannons. Chen Yutong's arrival eased the burden on Wang Baoli. The pair had no time for talk, but there was no need for Wang Baoli to speak. Chen Yutong, looking ragged and wounded heavily, poured himself straight into repair work. The cannon held strong under their care, firing shot after shot. It was a mere drop of water in the bucket, but as long as the fire god cannon remained standing on the battlefield, even if it was but one cannon, it would serve as a force to instill fear into the beasts' hearts and hold them back. After firing a few shots, the cannon shook violently. A dark look fell over Wang Baoli's face, and bitterness rose in his heart. The bat's ultrasound wave attack had damaged the inscriptions, and their continual fragmentation was inevitable. This cannon was about to break down as well, causing despair to rise in Chen Yutong's eyes. He muttered, "Baoli, it's beyond repair, there are 2 more cannons. Should we go?" Wang Baoli was silent. He turned and looked at the warriors around him. The warriors within the Golden Bell Shield noticed the expressions on Wang Baoli's and Chen Yutong's faces. Their faces grew pale, and they fell into a deathly silence. Their dharmic artifacts were damaged, and even those given by Wang Baoli were severely fractured and cracked. Wang Baoli had gone to the extent of depleting his entire stock of self-exploding beads, and they were at the brink of exhausting their ammunition and weaponry. All of them knew that they could no longer defend the platform. As soon as the Golden Bell Shield shattered, as soon as the Fire God cannon broke down, they would be faced with the tragic fate that had met the other Fire God cannon platforms. Outside the Golden Bell Shield, swarms of beasts circled. Mad with violence and bloodlust, they slammed repeatedly into the Golden Bell Shield. Their numbers were countless, and amongst them were numerous true Breath Realm beasts. The force of their attacks was powerful and overwhelming, causing the Golden Bell Shield to start warping under the force of the attacks. At any moment, it was going to shatter. "Baoli, Dharmic Armament Master Chen, go, quickly. We'll hold the beasts back and fight for more time for you. We may not have the aptitude to become cultivators, but we are still warriors. The day we joined the army, we swore to protect the Federation with our lives. Baoli, remember to visit my parents on my behalf, I've given you my address. Baoli, just go." After a brief silence, the warriors spoke almost at the same time, in near unison, raising their voices to Wang Baoli. There was a steely resolve in their eyes, one that would only be broken by death. As their words rang out, a few warriors stepped forward, and gathered themselves around Wang Baoli and Chen Yutong, ready to escort them away. More stood ready, prepared to use their own flesh and blood bodies as a shield against the beasts. The sight utterly stunned Chen Yutong. Wang Baoli's eyes turned red and teary. The blood in his body seemed to have frozen, and his heart contracted. He stared at everyone around him, then at the approaching beast tide. He gazed skyward, at the beasts in the air, and the bloodbath that was the battlefield. He thought back to when he had first arrived at the stronghold, and the special feeling he had then from being protected by ancient martial realm warriors when he was himself a cultivator. Despite the brief time they had together, despite the suddenness of the beast tide and the unimaginable destruction it wrought, the memories they had together, the memories of arm wrestling with everyone, of sharing snacks with one another, of laughing and talking, surfaced before his eyes, one after another. The countless scenes of death that had taken place within the span of not even one day on the battlefield were carved deep into his soul, a pain that stabbed deep at his heart. And the scene of the tragic death of the man who had wanted to introduce his sister to Wang Baoli. Layer upon layer, those moments piled onto one another, transforming into what lay before him, the earnest eyes of those men, bright with anxiety as they prepared to sacrifice themselves for his and Chen Yutong's escape. "This might seem foolish, but I don't wish to leave yet. I believe I can fix this cannon." Wang Baoli took in a deep breath. As he turned his head towards the fire god cannon, his eyes shone brightly. There was a fierce light in his eyes, and it burned like a determination that had never before been seen. Chapter 180, Counterattack. Chapter 180, Counterattack. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli spoke softly, then raised his right hand and pressed it on the fire god cannon. Spirit chi surged out of his body and flowed into the fire god cannon. He inspected inscriptions on each and every one of the numinous treasures within and tried his best to stabilize the cannon. Standing beside Wang Baoli, Chen Yutong looked at him and was moved. He remained quiet for a few moments, then laughed. There was resolve in his eyes as he stepped forward and, together with Wang Baoli, gave his all to repair the inscriptions. Wang Baoli saw what Chen Yutong was doing. He looked over, and when their eyes met, they laughed. Amidst the swarming beasts, against a sky shaking with the thunderous roars of beasts, that moment was immortalized in the hearts of the warriors around them. Everyone could see reason, and everyone was afraid of death, but sometimes the value of action triumphed that of thought. Less deliberation and more action didn't mean one was rash, it spoke of a genuine pure-heartedness. Senior brother Chen, let me handle the inscriptions. I'll hand over the repairs and replacement of materials to you. Wang Baoli's eyes shone brightly. He spoke calmly as they continued their repairs. Chen Yutong nodded and didn't question further. He immediately withdrew his spirit qi from the inscriptions and poured his energies into inspecting damaged materials, dismantling them from the cannon and replacing them swiftly. As for Wang Baoli, he stilled his breath and focused his mind. His brain ran the simulations from the formula at top speed. His grasp of the internal machinery and workings of the fire god cannon had been refined to perfection during the period when he conducted repairs on the cannons. He knew that the fire god cannon was composed of hundreds of numinous treasures, and that every numinous treasure acted like a component of the composite machine, making the fire god cannon a weapon of immense intricacy. Each numinous treasure contained one to a few hundreds of thousands of inscriptions. The combined number of inscriptions found in the fire god cannon was incredible. The bat's ultrasound wave attack sent an aural quake through the numinous treasures within the fire god cannon, inflicting fractures on their inscriptions. As the fire god cannon continued operating, the inscriptions, no longer able to withstand the activity, would shatter in great numbers and lead to a breakdown in the cannon. Their previous approach to repairing the cannon was akin to sketching. Spirit qi was used to ink over the fragmented inscriptions so that the inscriptions could continue to support the fire god cannon. But as more and more inscriptions suffered fragmentation, the effect of this traditional approach weakened. The fractures were too numerous and were found on a quarter of all inscriptions. That was why Chen Yutong had concluded bitterly earlier that the cannon was beyond repair. Chen Yutong was right. If they had applied the traditional method, the cannon would indeed be irreparable. The only way left for Wang Baoli to repair the fire god cannon was to refashion the inscriptions. Not to restore, but to apply different inscriptions and refashion the fragmented inscriptions within the fire god cannon. To a certain extent, it could be seen as a reform. To reform the fire god cannon was something that was beyond even the ability of a dharmic armament soldier. It would be an unimaginable feat for a dharmic armament disciple. Even if they had complete knowledge of the inner workings of the fire god cannon, they weren't the original creator and didn't have the core recipes for crafting the cannon. They might be able to attempt an imitation, but modifying the inscriptions inside would prove too great a challenge. Had it been another time and place, the military would have forbidden them from trying, as any failure might result in instability and the collapse of the fire god cannon. However, there was no one around to stop them. What's more, the inscriptions within the fire god cannon were largely shattered. Even if Wang Baoli failed in his modification, it wouldn't trigger an explosion. The worst that could happen was a complete breakdown. Regardless, he was left with no other choice. Wang Baoli steadied his breathing, and determination shone in his eyes. Based on his grasp of inscriptions and inscription system he had, in order to modify the damaged inscriptions and refashion them, he would need to choose amongst the numerous inscriptions available. For example, Wang Baoli had to replace a damaged segment containing extremely complex inscriptions with a series of simple inscriptions to allow the part to carry on running. There were also shattered inscriptions that were no longer functioning and couldn't be used. Wang Baoli had to add in a few inscriptions so that the part could be activated again to some extent. Such adjustments couldn't be done in isolation, because the fire god cannon was an elaborate and intricate piece of machinery. A tweak to a single part could affect the whole. The deductions he would have to run were too immense and completely unprecedented. Chen Yutong seemed to realize what was going on the moment Wang Baoli started modifying the fire god cannon. His pupils contracted, and he gave Wang Baoli a deep, long stare, deciding to place his faith in Wang Baoli. He left Wang Baoli undisturbed, took out various materials, and started replacing and repairing them furiously. The pair combined their efforts as the surrounding armament soldiers stood guard amidst anxiety and steely-eyed determination. Thunderous roars resounded throughout the battlefield, and beasts threw themselves upon the Golden Bell Shield ceaselessly. The Golden Bell Shield was on the verge of collapse. Wang Baoli and Chen Yutong threw all that they had into the cannon. They worked free from distraction and immersed fully in the repairs on the cannon. It was at that moment, wrought with anxiety, that the Golden Bell Shield shattered with a blast. It created an explosive force that swept outward, decimating great hordes of beasts in a blink of an eye. As the warriors howled in rage and held off the beasts that came charging, the fire god cannon thundered. Wang Baoli shouted and slapped the cannon, and a gigantic blast of light shot out from within, directly at the swarm of beasts approaching from ahead. The heavens shook, and the earth quaked. The blast seemed to punch a hole in the sky, and waves of inscriptions rippled outwards. Where the light passed, beasts were torn apart by an invisible giant hand, wiped out. That wasn't the end. Chen Yutong continued his replacement of materials, and Wang Baoli refashioned more inscriptions before firing the fire god cannon again. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive shots shook the heavens and earth, and the hordes of surrounding beasts kept falling back. Despite having suffered some casualties from the brief onslaught of beasts, with their retreat, the surrounding armament soldiers finally could catch their breath. The looks directed at Wang Baoli and Chen Yutong were filled with gratitude and utmost respect. One had to know that, at that time, in the stronghold, theirs was the only working fire god cannon. The other fire god cannons had either been torn apart by beasts or had broken down. As a result, their sole fire god cannon became a presence that drew everyone's attention on the battlefield. Be it the warriors and cultivators on land, or the beasts, their eyes were all drawn to the sole working fire god cannon. That was the case for the aerial battle as well, which had grown in intensity, and where the scales of life and death could tip any time for either side. Even the bat in the eye of the hurricane narrowed its eyes and directed an icy glare at the fire god cannon where Wang Baoli and the rest stood. Continue! Wang Baoli roared as he ignored the stares and continued modifying the inscriptions. His energies were spent. Such modifications required substantial deductions, it was beyond what he could cope with, but Wang Baoli persevered. He would modify a few inscriptions, then activate the cannon and fire another beam of light. Every cannon shot shook and fractured the inscriptions. As a result, despite Wang Baoli's unceasing repairs, the fire god cannon struggled to keep firing. The cannon blasts aided the fights in the sky and on land, but its efforts were limited. The psychological impact of its presence, and its symbolism, however, were boundless. As long as even one fire god cannon remained standing, its thundering blasts would resound throughout the battlefield. The will to fight would never die. However, they soon reached the end of their ropes. Despite Wang Baoli's and Chen Yutong's combined talents and the modification attempts, unless the cannon ceased its firing, with every third of it repaired, a cannon shot would destroy it by nearly half. Gradually, despite the repeated modification of the inscriptions in the cannon, the inscriptions fragmented further. At that moment, 2/3 of the inscriptions had shattered. The cannon would stop working at any moment. What do we do? Wang Baoli was frantic beyond measure, his hair disheveled, he was driven to madness, and was powerless. Misfortune had to rear its ugly head then and add fuel to fire. In the skies, the battle between the 2 Foundation Establishment Realm camps finally drew to an end. 2 Foundation Establishment Realm beasts let out cries of agony, followed by an explosive boom. Their bodies were torn apart in an instant, and another 3 were wounded grievously, jets of blood spurted from their bodies. They seemed to be injured badly. The price of those injuries and death was the death of 2 of the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, and the serious injury of the remaining 2. At that moment, following the deaths of 2 Foundation Establishment Realm beasts, the surviving cultivators, the man who possessed the divine armament and the female cultivator, spat blood out. Their bodies shook, and they struggled to grab hold of their dharmic artifacts. They retreated rapidly, heading straight for the stronghold. Left behind them were the beasts. Out of the original 7, 3 had been killed consecutively, the surviving 4, while injured greatly, remained ferocious and savage. They howled and chased after the 2 cultivators, relentless in their pursuit. Upon seeing that, Wang Baoli maneuvered the fire god cannon in a bid to help the cultivators. It was then, as the 4 beasts pursued the 2 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, speeding through the battlefields, that a rainbow burst out from the earth. Big-bearded commander-in-charge silhouette leaped into the air with inconceivable speed. He stood atop a flying disc-shaped numinous treasure and held a long sword the color of blood. As he charged in mid-air, he let loose a startling battle cry and with a single blade sliced through the heavens. From afar, the blood-colored blade seemed to transform into a destructive blade of heaven-shattering proportions. The four beasts howled furiously, shock frozen on their faces as the crimson blade descended and swept past, cleaving the two Foundation Establishment Realm beasts, that had previously been injured severely and couldn't escape in time, in half. As bright red blood continued spurting out, the remaining two Foundation Establishment Realm beasts retreated in alarm. Big-bearded commander-in-charge lifted his face to the heavens and laughed, and madness colored his eyes. He bellowed, "Brothers, for the Federation, counterattack!" Roaring, he raced towards the two retreating Foundation Establishment Realm beasts. Not too far away, the two heavily wounded Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators gritted their teeth before turning and charging as well. Back on land, following the deaths of four Foundation Establishment Realm beasts, the beast tide stilled momentarily, and signs of its dispersal seemed to surface. Every single one of the armament soldiers, eyes red and battle-crazed, retaliated in a mad counterattack. "There's hope!" Wang Baoli went mad with glee. He was astounded by big-bearded commander-in-charge's ambush and assault, and a rush of hot blood surged through his body. Chapter 181, Open Fire. Chapter 181, Open Fire. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. As the stronghold experienced a renewed vigor in its fighting spirit, the fighters charged forward in a full-fledged counter-assault. The gigantic bat suspended in the hurricane in the distance narrowed its eyes. It split its gory mouth wide open and blasted out an ultrasonic wave. The ultrasonic wave was piercing, and strong winds rose where it passed. Big-bearded commander-in-charge and the two Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators shuddered, and blood spilled from their lips. At the same time, the two fleeing Foundation Establishment Realm beasts whirled around and used the opportunity to strike back. There was no hesitation in their movements. It was clear that as Big Beard was conspiring against them, they were also scheming against the stronghold. The timing of their move was impeccable, and their sudden strike placed Big Beard and the two Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators in immediate danger. Damn it! Why hasn't help arrived? Chen Yutong's face darkened, and his fists tightened fiercely. He was helpless and at his wits' end. Despite being at the peak of the true breath realm, the chasm between him and the Foundation Establishment realm was too great. There was little assistance he could provide. Wang Baoli's face turned heavy as well. The warriors around them fell into a gloomy silence. The wave of surprised cheer had just risen. Moments earlier, but with the sudden change in the tides of battle, the situation became unpredictable. Everyone was fraught with worry and tension. The key lies in that giant bat. An icy light shone from Wang Baoli's eyes. It had been clear from the start that the bat was the commanding general of the army of beasts. It had only struck twice. The first attack wiped out the array formation and a great number of the fire god cannons, tilting the scales in their favor, and the second assailed the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, sending a heavy blow to the stronghold earlier raised morale. Unless we kill the giant bat. Fury rose within Wang Baoli. He knew that only by destroying the bat could they affect the outcome of the battle. Otherwise, unless help arrived soon, defeat was inevitable. At the thought of that, a vicious look appeared on his face. He knew that his cultivation level was inadequate. The only thing he could rely on was the crippled fire god cannon. We've not reached the end of the line yet, there's still one last option. Wang Baoli eyed the fire god cannon, then turned his eyes towards the distant bat. He gritted his teeth, madness bright in his eyes. Since it's come to this, let's give it a shot. Senior brother Chen, help me fight for time. I need 5 minutes. I'm going to modify the fire god cannon. Wang Baoli said in haste. His right hand rose and pressed onto the fire god cannon once again. Upon hearing that, Chen Yutong's pupils contracted. He stared at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli's earlier modifications of the inscriptions had revealed his proficiency in dharmic armaments. His mastery was impressive, though not as accomplished as Chen Yutong himself in some areas. In others, Wang Baoli had clearly surpassed him. Chen Yutong didn't comment further. He stepped back to guard Wang Baoli. There were many Dharmic armament cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges who had arrived. They heard Chen Yutong's instructions and were shocked at what Wang Baoli was planning to do, and a few had doubts in their minds. If the situation had been different, they would have voiced their protests. However, in such a time of crisis, there was no time for talk. After all, it was a fire god cannon under Wang Baoli's charge, and it had held strong and remained the last one standing. They didn't speak further and instead, chose to spread around and stand guard. The warriors followed suit. Behind the layers of defense, standing in the middle of it all, Wang Baoli raised his right hand, eyes bright with a hint of madness, and pulled out vast quantities of materials. The materials were but a distraction, his real target was amidst the materials, concealed and inconspicuous, the armament sand. Wang Baoli's refinement of armament sand had fallen in frequency after he had refined his scabbard to the 3rd grade. However, his occasional refinements led to the accumulation of thousands of grains of armament sand. He was left with no other choice. More than 2/3 of the fire god cannon inscriptions had been fragmented. Even if he were to continue with their modifications, the cannon would break down after the next few firings. In addition, the fire god cannon was powerful, but with its range, it could not reach the giant bat. The only option that remained for Wang Baoli was to bet on the armament sand. "Please, let me hit the jackpot, just this once." Wang Baoli uttered a silent prayer. His breathing quickened as he melded the materials with the fire god cannon, and focused his concentration on controlling the armament sand and melding it with the cannon. That was his first time using the armament sand to reform a composite numinous treasure. He focused all his energies on his efforts nervously, slowly separating the armament sand into several hundred portions, and pouring them into the spirit kernel inscriptions on every numinous treasure, effecting changes on all numinous treasure inscriptions that were beyond his control. Wang Baoli had no idea what would come out of the changes. The armament sand melded with the inscriptions before his eyes, and the inscriptions glimmered. Some fragmented parts melded together with one another, forming entirely new inscriptions. What was even more astonishing was the appearance of what had originally been concealed on the spirit kernel, inscriptions that had been hidden from Wang Baoli's eyes. Wang Baoli was staggered by the hidden inscriptions' appearance. He had heard someone mention on the spirit intranet before that some extremely powerful dharmic artifacts had hidden inscriptions, that were like an encrypted code of sorts. No one except the original creator could see or replicate them. The hidden inscriptions appeared before Wang Baoli then, large parts of them fragmented. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, and realization struck him. The reason why the inscriptions he had modified earlier couldn't be sustained was that he only modified the inscriptions visible to him. The concealed inscriptions were hidden from him, and he couldn't modify them, which was why the repairs were incomplete. The armament sand served as a cipher key that unlocked the inside of the fire god cannon, unveiled the hidden inscriptions, decrypted their encryption, and unleashed their full potential. The secrets within the fire god cannon revealed themselves before his keen eyes. The sudden descent of good luck brought clarity to his mind, and the gears in his head turned more quickly. He had a stronger grasp of the inner workings of the fire god cannon, deepening his understanding of the inscriptions within. There was no time to reflect over his discoveries. He let them sink in as the fusion of the armament sand completed. He couldn't discern the effects immediately as the fire god cannon was too complex. In the end, he gritted his teeth and aimed the cannon at the giant bat. He fired the cannon. The shot was a test of the effect of the fusion in actual battle. "Please be a success." A raging howl rose silently within Wang Baoli. The cannon fired, and shook the heavens. The blast was no different from the earlier cannon firings, the explosive beam of light identical to previous blasts. It dashed across the battlefield towards the beast tide, as if it was charging straight at the giant bat in the eye of the hurricane. Chen Yutong and the surrounding warriors watched nervously. Even the giant bat turned its head and watched as the beam of light raced from the distance towards it. As the crowd looked on anxiously and Wang Baoli prayed fervently, the skyward beam froze in mid-flight, transformed into a huge sphere of light, and fell upon the earth. The sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. Even the giant bat was equally stunned. It hadn't expected that a fire god cannon blast could morph into a sphere of light. As Wang Baoli cried out in dismay and the crowd stood stunned, the ball of light landed on the swarm of beasts on land. Upon its landing, A deafening explosion that surpassed the combined explosions of all the fire god cannons rippled through the heavens and sent the earth quaking. It was like giant waves crashing onto the land, an ear-splitting roar that rose to the skies. The thunderous boom shifted the landscape. Clouds rolled back, and a gush of strong wind swept across the lands. The color drained from the faces of the Foundation establishment realm entities battling in the skies. The warriors around Wang Baoli, the Dharmic armament cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges, and Chen Yutong were all stunned speechless. This is just. Wang Baoli was equally dumbfounded. He watched the waves of light that exploded from the light sphere when it landed, its impact so strong it would shock one to hear that it rivaled the combined blasts of a dozen fire god cannons. The explosion formed a sea of light that splashed and sprayed everywhere, and where the light landed, beasts were wiped out instantly. From afar, within the endless rising beast tide, an empty space appeared. In that space, there stood no living beast, the grounds were strewn with their blooded corpses. The destructiveness of the ball of light was too overwhelming. As tremors traveled through the earth, both camps fighting on land were struck dumb by shock. The Dharmic armament cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges, including Chen Yutong, whirled around and stared at the dazed Wang Baoli. They were all gasping and overwhelmed by emotion. It was then that the giant bat in the distant hurricane turned its eyes on Wang Baoli. It let loose an ultrasonic wave. As the ultrasonic wave burst forth, Big Beard and the Foundation establishment realm cultivators shuddered. It was as if needles were being driven into their bodies. Their cultivation was being suppressed, and the threat of death grew greater as the 2 Foundation establishment realm beasts attacked. The beasts surrounding Wang Baoli's platform seemed to have received orders as well. They howled, eyes crazed, and charged at Wang Baoli fearlessly. It was as if they were determined to destroy the platform even if it cost them their lives. Defend with all you've got. Light glimmered fiercely in Chen Yutong's eyes. Wang Baoli had used action to prove himself. As his senior brother, it followed that he too had to stand his ground. His spirit chi spread out as he spoke, leading the rest in facing battle. The other Dharmic armament cultivators were equally impassioned and roused by Wang Baoli's earlier cannon shot. They gathered their thoughts, scattered out and, together with the warriors, met the beasts rushing in from all directions in battle. The intensity of the battle spiked all of a sudden. The beasts numbered too many, all of them in a raging madness. Amidst the drowning roars, death lurked around every corner. Amidst the massacre, Wang Baoli stood, panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot. He tried but couldn't get the fire god cannon to fire again. It seemed that it had only enough for that last shot. He became frantic as he looked at the tragic fates that befell more and more people around him and the crazed, charging beasts swarming heaven and earth. Madness flashed across his eyes, and he took out the armament sand again. He had never tried to perform a second round of modifications on a Dharmic artifact that had already been modified. There was no time to deliberate further, he flung the armament sand into the fire god cannon. It was then that he discovered excitedly that the armament sand could be used for a second round of reform. However, such a manner of modifications contained too much uncertainty. As soon as the modification was complete, the fire god cannon shuddered. Instability wrecked its internal parts, and it seemed on the verge of collapse. An alarmed Wang Baoli quickly pulled out more armament sand and initiated another round of modifications. Finally, after he went through 5 rounds of modifications, the fire god cannon that had been crippled and damaged beyond repair, shook with an unprecedented force. It was as if a terrifying energy was stirring within. Waves of spirit chi surged from all around. The inscriptions stabilized, and there were no signs of self-destruction or collapse. It's done! Wang Baoli whooped with excitement. He snapped his head up and slapped the fire god cannon with his right hand. Fire! Wang Baoli roared. An earth-shattering blast of light shot from the fire god cannon, and exploded instantaneously. The intensity and force of the blast surpassed all blasts that had come before and left them trailing in the dust. There was no competition to be had in the first place. Its color was no longer white but blue, and as it shot out, the mere waves of energy rippling out disintegrated the hordes of beasts all around. The beasts screamed in pain as they turned into dust. The landscape shifted, and the blast of light became the focus of the entire battle. It sped across the sky, An unbending beam of light headed squarely for the giant bat that had its mouth gaping wide open to launch another ultrasonic wave. Chapter 182, Target Locked. Shoot to kill. Chapter 182, Target Locked. Shoot to kill. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The beam of light was too swift. Wherever it passed, beasts that stood before it were torn into shreds instantly. Even a slight brush from the blast's rippling energy waves sent one frothing at the mouth, and the beasts were either slain or grievously wounded. With night soon descending, the bright blue cannon beam shook and dazzled. It shot past with startling speed through the battlefield. With a thundering roar, it carried an intent to destroy, and approached the giant bat in the hurricane. The giant bat had its mouth wide open, ready to release another wave of ultrasound interference at the Foundation Establishment realm-level fight. It was then that an icy shiver traveled through its body, an alarm flashed across its eyes. If it had hair, one imagined they would be standing at that moment. It snapped its mouth shut and dodged swiftly to one side. As it tried to move away, the beam of light, with a speed that far surpassed its own, came thundering forward and shot right past its body. It missed. Despite missing its target, the rippling waves of energies that spread out sent quakes through the bat's body. It spat blood out, and terror and shock rose in its heart. It had calculated the projectile range of the fire god cannon and stayed far away from the cannon. It would never have imagined being almost killed by the cannon's blast. The giant bat's eyes turned red as it trembled, and it raised its head skyward and let loose a shrill scream. Its eyes locked onto Wang Baoli. A murderous aura exploded in the air. The prowess of Wang Baoli's fire god cannon was so immense that the bat felt death at its doorstep. If it had moved a little bit too quickly earlier, it could have slammed headfirst into the cannon beam. The thought terrified the intelligent beast, and it unleashed a frantic, ear-piercing shriek. In an instant, the beasts surrounding Wang Baoli's fire god cannon platform spiraled into further madness. They lost all reason and charged mindlessly forward. The two Foundation Establishment realm beasts in the sky grew agitated as well. However, they couldn't leave. Instead, they roared as the giant bat screamed, driving the beasts and giants in the beast tide into descending madness. The beasts disregarded the cultivators and warriors around them and, with a leap into the air, rushed at Wang Baoli. The cannon shot of Wang Baoli was like striking a wasp nest, sending the beasts into a raging madness. Chen Yutong and the surrounding warriors were momentarily overwhelmed. Big Beard and the Foundation Establishment cultivators saw what happened, and were shaken to their core. They realized it was a golden opportunity. The giant bat was too caught up in the moment to interfere with their fight. The turn of the tide galvanized them, and as they pressed forward towards the two Foundation Establishment realm beasts, Big Beard's voice rang across the battlefield. "Everyone, protect the fire god cannon platform. Wang Baoli, as long as you can distract the giant bat, you'll be the hero in this battle. If you manage to kill it, I'll personally request a huge reward to be bestowed on you." As Big Beard's words rang out, the warriors and cultivators on land sped towards the direction where Wang Baoli's fire god cannon platform stood. They fought with all their might, and Chen Yutong and the rest gave all they had as well, attacking madly. The battle intensified around the fire god cannon platform in an instant. As for the giant bat in the sky, its cultivation was clearly not of the Foundation Establishment realm level. Else, even accounting for its cautious nature, it could have struck multiple times. It was clear that it possessed an impressive talent at spellcasting, and its value was in supporting and commandeering the beasts. Terrified, the giant bat dared not pause too long at any one spot. Its body swayed and flew from one place to another without rest, summoning tornadoes that spread out across the battlefield and obscured vision. It dared not fly too close to Wang Baoli. It was still shaken by the earlier cannon blast, and as a result, it continued dodging attacks in the distance with the intention of relying on the intensity of the beast tide to destroy the enemy. That was slightly time-consuming, but to the bat, it was the safest way to victory. That was indeed the reality. Slaughter overflowed all around Wang Baoli, and he was going mad in his anxiety. The cannon blast that missed its target was through no fault of his. After all, there were too many uncertainties present in the revamped fire god cannon. It was near impossible to wield it as smoothly as before. He had heard Big Beard's words, but he had no time to fantasize further. Fierce battles occurred all around him, and death lurked at every corner. Wang Baoli took a few deep breaths. He dared not lose his concentration as he injected all of his spirit chi into the cannon. The initial automated target lock-on mechanism was switched to manual mode. To eliminate all potential mishap, he released the mosquitoes that had already been destroyed many times. The mosquitoes flew out instantly and headed speedily towards the giant bat. With the aid of their eyes, everything taking place in the air appeared within Wang Baoli's sight. An all-encompassing, 360-degree field of vision with no blind spots. In that moment, he saw everything with startling clarity. The bat was too quick, though, and hidden by the hurricane. Wang Baoli couldn't firmly lock down his target with complete accuracy. He grew more agitated as he watched the bloodbath around him. He was going mad. Don't rush it, don't rush it. What I need is an opportunity. Wang Baoli kept sucking in air and forcing himself to calm down. As the Fire God Cannon started its activation, the terrifying and violent energies in the air intensified. The surrounding spirit chi was sucked by abruptly. A sea of calm settled within Wang Baoli gradually, and he only saw the distant skies and the ever-moving form of the giant bat. The Fire God Cannon shook fiercely, but Wang Baoli could no longer spare any effort to attend to it. His breathing steadied slowly, and the field of vision he had borrowed from his mosquitoes seemed to be shrinking. He waited silently for a window of opportunity. If it didn't arrive, Wang Baoli didn't know if he would choose to go ahead and fire the cannon. Not firing would pose a greater threat to the giant bat. The fight would determine the outcome of the Aerial Foundation Establishment Realm Grade battle. As long as Big Beard and his company emerged victorious, the tide of the battle would turn. The price would be great. It was then that suddenly, within Wang Baoli's line of vision in the distant sky, 2 light arcs rushed towards them. Following the arcs were 7 to 8 massive cruisers, speeding towards the battlefield at equally high speeds. They were the rescue forces who had come to aid the 7th primary stronghold. There were 2 cultivators within the arcs, both were of Foundation Establishment Realm cultivation. Their faces were pale, and both were clearly wounded, but they continued to rush forward resolutely. The teleportation array formation between strongholds had clearly been destroyed, and they could only hurry over on cruisers. As they appeared over the horizon, Wang Baoli's eyes brightened. A window! Wang Baoli held his breath. His vision shrunk instantly. Lock on! Lock on! Lock on! In a blink of an eye, as the giant bat witnessed rescue approaching from afar and started trembling uncontrollably, Wang Baoli roared and chose at that moment to fire the cannon. A thunderous boom resounded, shaking the heavens and earth. A massive beam of light shot from the Fire God Cannon. As the blast surged forward, the Fire God Cannon started shattering into pieces. Finally, as the beam shot out from the cannon entirely, the cannon broke down completely and became a piece of junk. The inscriptions within shattered in unison. As for Wang Baoli, who had expended all his energies, blood splattered out from his mouth. He keeled over and was caught by the armament soldiers behind him. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the sky at the blast of light he had just fired. The earth-shattering beam of light thundered and sped heavenward like an enormous blue dragon. It was swift, like a bolt of lightning, piercing the skies and appearing in an instant before the giant bat. The giant bat let loose a howl of rage and tried to escape, but it was too slow. In the blink of an eye, the light surged past its body. Suddenly, the massive body started disintegrating before one's eyes. Its wings cracked and shattered piece by piece, and its gruesome mouth exploded under the force of the blast, splattering blood all around. Not a single hair remained. It was as if an invisible giant hand had wiped out all traces of the beast. The sight sent a wave of shock across the battlefield. Chen Yutong and everyone on the platform buzzed with agitation and excitement. It felt like they had just had a dream. The warriors and cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges on the battlefield were equally shaken, then overjoyed. The beast tide was equally agitated, and fear appeared on many of the beasts' faces. The tides had turned. The 2 Foundation Establishment Realm beasts in the midst of battle with Big Beard froze. One screamed as it was beheaded, and the surviving beast retreated in mad haste. It didn't manage to escape. The 2 approaching Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators who had rushed there in aid, amidst their shock and disbelief, struck. Together with Big Beard, they slew the last beast. Terror overtook the entire beast tide on land. They howled and began to fall back, slamming into one another and escaping mindlessly. The battlefield was a scene of utter chaos. The murderous aura exuding from Big Beard didn't weaken in the chaos. He barked out orders amid the cacophony, commandeering the entire stronghold in a full-scale counter-assault. The warriors and cultivators around Wang Baoli charged out and joined the counterattack. Despite his exhaustion, Wang Baoli leaped into the air as well and joined the battle. He commanded his mosquitoes to follow him. Under their counter-assault, the beast tide scattered further and stampeded over one another. The death count of the beast soared. Finally, worn out and exhausted, they stopped their pursuit and watched the beast tide flee into the distance. Big Beard heaved heavily. He turned and saw Wang Baoli, ragged and covered in blood. He laughed aloud and walked over, pulling Wang Baoli into a hug and patting him on his back with great force. It was fortunate that Wang Baoli was hardy with a thick skin and thicker flesh, else the pat would have sent him puking blood across the ground. Despite his thick skin and even thicker flesh, he could still feel the pain. Not to be outdone, he hugged Big Beard back and gave a forceful slap that thudded loudly. Big Beard felt something amiss and released Wang Baoli immediately. He coughed awkwardly, then turned and pulled Wang Baoli's hand high into the air. He looked at the crowd around him and the rescue troops, and shouted, "Tell me, who is he?" "Wang Baoli." All around, the warriors who had escaped death cheered. They had seen close up with their own eyes the scene of the cannon blast blazing across the heavens and slaying the giant bat. Wang Baoli listened as the people around him shouting his name. Hot blood coursed through his veins, and his face grew warm. That emotion was something he felt for the first time. It was indescribable. The 1,000-odd warriors on the Fire God cannon platform, especially, were overwhelmed with emotion. They rushed forward and started cheering, taking advantage of Wang Baoli's momentary shock and tossing him, again and again, into the air. Laughter rang and echoed across the battlefield from where they had emerged victorious. The cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges watched as the warriors flung Wang Baoli into the air repeatedly, their eyes bright with fervor. The rescue forces couldn't keep their calm either. The cannon blast that they had witnessed upon their arrival, the impact it left on them was too astounding. Chapter 183, Olive Branch. Chapter 183, Olive Branch. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The retreat of the beast tide and the cheers of the warriors sent hot warmth coursing through Wang Baoli. The mountains of corpses and sea of blood, and the countless dead strewn across the battlefield, soon turned his excitement into sorrow, and there was a heavy weight on his heart. They returned to the stronghold, and big-bearded commander-in-charge ordered a clean-up of the battlefield. The bodies of warriors and cultivators were carried back to the stronghold, some had been mutilated beyond recognition. The bloody sight left many silent. The clean-up took 3 days, and normalcy returned after. The military preserved the beasts' corpses, they would be used as resources and materials. The bodies of their comrades were placed together, their names recorded in the military's martyr's scroll, and the ashes and compensation would be sent to their families. Special remuneration would also be provided for the cultivators killed in battle. As everything came to an end, the people in the stronghold, including Wang Baoli, started to hear more and more about the horrendous battles that had taken place in the 7th primary stronghold, and across the entire 7th line of defense. The beast tide reached its finale at the 7th primary stronghold, with the death of the Beast King at the hands of General Zhu. Countless beasts had perished, but the stronghold paid a terrible price and suffered heavy losses. The scale of the beast tide had been greater than the Federation had anticipated. Nearly a third of the minor strongholds along the 7th line of defense had been successfully invaded. Few from those strongholds, warriors and cultivators alike, managed to survive. Most had died in battle. Out of the remaining 2/3, almost half held strong and prevailed until rescue arrived. However, the casualties suffered were equally great. The remaining strongholds held on stubbornly despite delayed rescue, using sheer force and determination to wear down the onslaught of the beast tide. The scale of those strongholds surpassed that of the minor stronghold where Wang Baoli was stationed. They had an abundance of warriors and cultivators. As for the smaller minor strongholds, Wang Baoli's stronghold wasn't the only one that managed to overcome the attacks. However, such strongholds remained in the rare few. As a result, Wang Baoli's stronghold became the focus of much attention in the entire 7th line of defense. While the rescue forces had arrived in the end, even if they hadn't appeared, the outcome of the battle had already been determined with Big Beard's ambush, as well as the sacrifice of the 2 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators and Wang Baoli's cannon blast. With such accomplishments achieved in battle, the names of Wang Baoli and many others were soon repeated throughout the entire stronghold, spreading further across the entire 7th line of defense with Big Bearded Commander-in-Chief's dissemination. Everyone who heard of what had happened was blown away. They had gone through that beast-tide themselves and knew all too well how difficult it would have been to accomplish such great feats in the battle. As a result, Wang Baoli enjoyed a hero's treatment for the next few days. There was nearly no one who didn't know his name. When he stepped outside, the warriors who saw him greeted him with a salute and eyes filled with enthusiasm and zeal. The military commanders were the same. Their gratitude wasn't a mere appearance out of formality, but straight from the heart. They were thankful for what Wang Baoli had done for them. When Wang Baoli and Chen Yutong had come face to face with danger, they could have retreated and abandoned the fire god cannon, but they had chosen to remain. When the news of that spread, Wang Baoli's reputation grew further. Chen Yutong and the others who had protected Wang Baoli received an unprecedented warm and enthusiastic treatment from the entire stronghold as well. However, the excitement paled against the heaviness weighing against Wang Baoli's heart. He couldn't forget the slain warriors and the scenes of the massacre. It could even be said that the battle had made a deep impact on his life. It was hard to come to terms with what he was feeling within a short period of time and return to his earlier cheerful disposition. At the same time, many had found out that Wang Baoli was into collecting beasts' teeth. As a result, over the next few days, he received countless beasts' teeth. They were presents from the heart. The warriors were grateful to Wang Baoli. They liked him but didn't know how to express their feelings. The gifting of beasts' teeth became their only way of showing how they felt. The storage bracelet was filled to the brim and could carry no more additional items. Wang Baoli was moved beyond words, and couldn't bring himself to turn down any gifts. Finally, Chen Yutong handed 2 storage bracelets to him silently. He finally managed to pack all the gifts. The disciples from the 4 Dao colleges had experienced the same deadly battle as well. Their feelings towards the stronghold, towards Wang Baoli, and towards their fellow Taoists from the 4 Dao colleges grew. There was a greater sense of familiarity and camaraderie, and they mingled more frequently and befriended one another. How they interacted with the warriors, whom they had become comrades with, was no longer the same as when they had first arrived. As the beast tide receded and the entire stronghold recovered from the attack, and as Wang Baoli bustled about receiving an endless horde of guests, an honor roll, delivered from Big Bearded Commander-in-Charge, reached General Ju of the 7th Primary Stronghold. In the honor roll were listed the names of almost all of the disciples from Dao colleges as well as the names of a great many brave warriors. One might even say that the list contained the names of nearly everyone who had survived. The names of Wang Baoli, the 2 surviving Foundation Establishment realm cultivators and Big Beard himself were listed at the top, in the lead for the military's recognition and reward. In the general's tent, General Ju looked through the honor roll. He smiled wryly, lifted his head, and looked at Big Beard. Ju Lu stood behind General Ju. She seemed to be injured, and her face was pale. But the glint in her eyes, which spoke of her experience having been forged from the crucible of blood and slaughter, had grown sharper. Her eyes paused on Wang Baoli's name on the honor roll. Big Beard remained calm under General Ju's calculating look. He secretly and intentionally exerted force and forced fresh blood to seep through the bandaged wounds on his body. He didn't say a word, but his intentions were loud and clear. "I'm not leaving until you agree to the sizable rewards for my men. Stop sneaking around and hiding. Just lay everything out." General Ju didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pointed at Big Beard and scolded. Big Beard blinked, then pulled out another honor roll which looked heavy beyond words. His face was somber. He approached with the honor roll in both hands and did not place it on the table but presented it to General Ju. General Ju's eyes fell unblinkingly on the roll. He seemed to have arrived at a certain understanding, and a shadow fell across his face. He stood and received the honor roll with both hands, unscrolled it and read through the names belonging to every single person who had died in battle. Silence fell over him. The leading names placed at the top of that honor roll were the names of the Foundation establishment realm cultivators who had perished. General, I understand the difficulties of the Army and the Federation's current situation. It's all right even if we cut the number of accolades by half, but the reparations must be given in multiple folds. This battle was a complete massacre. Big Beard lowered his head and uttered softly. General Ju was silent. After a long while, he looked towards Big Beard and spoke in a low, calm voice. How could we reduce the number of accolades by half? All accolades will receive 3 times the reward. As for reparations, they'll be threefold as well. As soon as he finished speaking, Big Beard's body shook. He didn't speak further, and instead cupped his fists and saluted General Ju. Then, he gave a deep bow and left. General Ju watched Big Beard leave. He stood in front of the table and was silent for a long time. Then he spoke softly. Ju Lu, make arrangements. In 3 days' time, I'll travel personally to all the strongholds and visit the armament soldiers. Ju Lu hurriedly shifted her eyes from Wang Baoli's name on the honor roll, lowered her head and replied with a, yes, sir. 3 days passed swiftly. With the beast tide ended, the disciples from the 4 Dao colleges started to leave and return to their respective Dao college. Wang Baoli, Chen Yutong, and their friends, too, bade farewell to the armament soldiers and were prepared to depart. Before they could be on their way, Wang Baoli received a message from Big Beard. General Ju wants to see me? Wang Baoli blinked. He had gotten a clear grasp of General Ju of the 7th Primary Stronghold. He was the man whom he had caught a glance of in the college, a general in the upper echelons of the army named Ju Dashi, who had wiped out an entire species of beasts and attained a monumental accomplishment. When Wang Baoli hadn't known of the other man's identity, he hadn't been nervous. Knowing exactly who the man was, though, the thought of Ju Lu's constant shadow behind General Ju gave Wang Baoli slight pause. Could it be that Ju Lu is this General Ju's concubine? At the thought of that, Wang Baoli was struck with a headache. However, he considered the accomplishments he had made and quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. He remained alert though, as he approached Big Beard's tent. As he arrived outside the tent, he saw Ju Lu standing outside. Their eyes met, and a hint of perplexity was clear in Ju Lu's eyes. She cast a glance at Wang Baoli, shifted her eyes away, and spoke coolly, the general is waiting for you. Wang Baoli noticed the perplexed look in her eyes, and a glimmer flickered in his eyes. He stared at the tent and marched wordlessly forward, straight inside. He saw General Ju, dressed in black uniform, standing before a map with his back towards him. It was a figure that towered like a mountain. When Wang Baoli's eyes fell on the general, he was assailed with the sudden feeling akin to standing before a huge fire god cannon. His breath quickened, and he lowered his head, cupped his fists, and bowed deeply. Greetings, General Ju. I'm Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli, come. General Ju didn't turn towards him. He stood staring at the map before him and spoke coolly. Wang Baoli raised his head and stared at General Ju. He deliberated, briefly, before taking a few steps forward. He stood next to the general and gazed at the map. The map had caught his attention earlier. It was the topographic map of the 7th line of defense. Beyond the 7th line of defense was the vast primordial lands. Even further beyond that was the expansive ocean. It might seem like that 7th line of defense was partially breached in this battle, but in reality, we won a great strategic victory. General Ju spoke slowly. His right hand rose and pointed at the vast area of sea. The 4 Dao colleges, the Senate, and the other political forces staged an ambush on the Sea of Beasts. We suffered great casualties, but also managed to kill 9 beast kings and secure at least 20 years of stability at the borders. But there are pros and cons to everything. The internal conflicts in the Federation, having been suppressed for more than a decade, will inevitably surface in an explosive clash sometime in the next 20 years. The 4 Dao colleges will not escape unscathed from the political storm when it happens. Only the military remains untouchable. So, General Ju, having said all that, turned around suddenly, his eyes shining brightly, and looked at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli, are you willing to join the military? Chapter 184, Secret Weapon. Chapter 184, Secret Weapon. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. It involves working in the military forever, not just distancing from the Dow College. A fire was visible in General Ju's eyes. His voice was deep and naturally carried an intention to kill. Listening to General Ju's words, Wang Baoli was momentarily dumbfounded. What General Ju said was extremely sudden to him. He had never thought that there were so many other issues underlying the battle. From the viewpoint of the Federation, in the face of those unexpected changes, sacrifices must be made. That was something that Wang Baoli could understand as someone who had read the high official autobiographies. However, as a small fry, and based on his relationship with the warriors who were equal to him, he minded those sacrifices. How would I choose if I were the president of the Federation? Wang Baoli stayed silent. He couldn't predict the future, but he believed that if such a day came, his choice would definitely be something that he was satisfied with. In addition, it seemed like General Ju hadn't expected Wang Baoli to make a decision immediately. Therefore, after finishing his sentence, he looked at Wang Baoli and spoke calmly. I know that this is a serious matter that you need to carefully consider. Therefore, you don't have to give me an answer immediately. With that, General Ju felt that he had already clearly listed the pros and cons. The decisions that Wang Baoli would make after that would be related to what he said. Therefore, he had wanted to add on more details when Wang Baoli showed hesitation and asked him a question. General Ju, after joining the military, is it possible to become the president of the Federation in the future? What? General Ju was taken aback and carried a bizarre expression on his face. The president of the Federation. Wang Baoli suppressed the thoughts that had surfaced due to the tone General Ju used to reply to him. He repeated himself again and looked at General Ju, filled with anticipation. The military cannot be involved in politics. If you want to become the president of the Federation, you would have to revolt. Do you plan to revolt? After a brief moment, General Ju replied calmly. When Wang Baoli heard the reply, he trembled and laughed awkwardly. General Ju, you have mentioned that the matter about joining the military isn't urgent. So, I'll think about it carefully. General Ju remained silent and took several glances at Wang Baoli before laughing. Wang Baoli, the military isn't as simple as you think. Do you know why I said just now that there would be chaos in the Federation, with peace only in the military? Wang Baoli looked confused and shook his head. He was indeed ignorant about that matter. However, seeing how confident General Ju was, he revealed a look of trust towards him after shaking his head. Disregarding Wang Baoli's facial expression, General Ju turned around to look at the map, his arms held to his back as he began to speak calmly. Even though the number of cultivators in the military is fewer than that in the other forces, and our heritage is not as rich, we have a secret weapon. As General Ju had finished his sentence, he looked towards Wang Baoli, waiting for him to ask further questions. In reality, he didn't plan to give too much detail about the secret weapon. He only wanted Wang Baoli to know that joining the military was the right choice. He thought that he would just pass matters by after Wang Baoli questioned him, with the goal of piquing his curiosity. After all, he was once a youth with a strong sense of curiosity. Wang Baoli blinked his eyes and felt that General Ju's mention of the shocking secret weapon had changed the situation. The method of piquing one's curiosity was a trick that Wang Baoli knew since he was 3 years old. He expected that General Ju would definitely try to make things even more mysterious after he asked further questions, with no guarantee that he would reveal the truth. If he really wanted to find out, he should act in the opposite way instead. Therefore, he didn't ask. Just like that, General Ju waited and slowly felt that the situation was becoming unbearable, seeing how Wang Baoli had not asked him about it as he had expected. Seeing the changes in General Ju's facial expression, Wang Baoli sighed. He felt that General Ju was more capable than himself, and he wouldn't lose face if he gave in. Therefore, he opened his mouth and asked, "What secret weapon is that?" After hearing Wang Baoli's words, General Ju inhaled deeply. He appeared to have seen through Wang Baoli's trick but still felt that it was necessary for him to educate Wang Baoli on the mightiness of the military. As such, he raised his head to look at the walls of the tent. His gaze appeared as if they could transcend the tent to look at the skies, and he began to speak calmly. The appearance of the spirit chi disrupted nuclear fission and fusion, resulting in the failure of all nuclear bombs on Earth, but throughout these years, the military has manufactured 2 inferior black hole bombs that are significantly more powerful than a nuclear bomb. These two inferior black hole bombs are the secret weapons of the military. Hearing what General Ju said, Wang Baoli, who was initially distracted, suddenly grew alert. He opened his eyes wide and gasped in shock. What is that? Even though he was born in the Spirit Inception era, and had never experienced the technological revolution that happened before the arrival of the ancient greenish-bronze sword, he had managed to gain some understanding about the ferocity and power of the nuclear bomb from some history books that belonged to his parents. He was used to the notion that the spirit chi had altered the structure of materials and transformed them into a new form of power. That power had eliminated much of the technological products from the Spirit Inception era. Therefore, General Ju's words felt foreign to Wang Baoli's ears and made him feel incredulous. What I am referring to is a kind of bomb that can theoretically wipe out most living things, and break the world into two if 20 of them were detonated at the same time. The inferior black hole bomb. Noticing Wang Baoli's shock, General Ju felt at peace and spoke calmly with his hands spread. It's a pity that the process of manufacturing an inferior black hole bomb is a huge challenge. The materials needed to make it are rare, such that we've only managed to make 2 bombs successfully after all these years. Furthermore, it doesn't have the power of a real black hole bomb and is not powerful enough to wipe out the beasts. There are some very ferocious beasts around, and there might be legendary beasts wandering as well. Even so, these 2 inferior black hole bombs can still act as a form of deterrence. After all, sometimes, not using it is more powerful than using it. I've mentioned to you previously that the border of the Federation remained safe for 20 years, and that was due to the deterrence effect played by the inferior black hole bombs. Wang Baoli's breathing was slightly unsteady. His mind was whirling, and his only thought was that the General Ju in front of him seemed to have become more superior. He even felt that the military had instantly become more mysterious. Satisfied with Wang Baoli's surprise upon hearing the matter, General Ju spoke slowly once again. Do not belittle the technological prowess of the Federation. Even though the appearance of the Spirit Chi changed many things, currently, the Federation is researching on how to combine the Spirit Chi with the inferior black hole bomb theory, complement it with dharmic armament knowledge to create actual antimatter bombs, or in other words, black hole bombs. Of course, it might be more appropriate to call them anti-spirit bombs. Once that is successful, it would be akin to the Federation wielding part of God's power. General Ju's tone was relaxed. After he had completed his sentence, he looked at Wang Baoli, who was frozen in shock, and laughed, before handing him a jade medal. This medal represents the friendship of the military. With this military, you can make the 7th primary strongholds, including me, help you once, as long as no rules are being violated. Wang Baoli's breathing quickened as he accepted the medal while still in a daze. His mind was still in a state of shock processing what General Ju said previously about the inferior black hole bomb. He inhaled deeply, and even though his mind was still awhirl, he had already managed to calm down a little. When he looked at the medal in his hands, he immediately realized how valuable it was. Have the 7th primary strongholds, even General Ju, extend a helping hand to me once? Wang Baoli's pupils constricted, realizing that he had received a big reward that time around. It was like a protective talisman. Even if he didn't use it, he could use it to deter others. Therefore, he took a deep breath and greeted General Ju with cupped fists. Thank you, General Ju. Seeing that Wang Baoli had realized the worth of the medal, General Ju smiled slightly. Your efforts will be recorded, with 1 copy sent to the Federation and another to Ethereal Tao College. In time, you will be rewarded. After completing his sentence, he seemed to have thought of something and directed a question towards Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli, how did you alter that fire god cannon? Without hesitation, Wang Baoli immediately retrieved a jade slip from his storage bracelet and passed it to General Ju. He had long prepared for that, knowing that the force of the fire god cannon would definitely attract people's attention. Even though he wasn't clear how to control the changes himself, he had recorded most of the inscriptions that were present on the fire god cannon after it had been altered. Wang Baoli wouldn't withhold information on changes like those, which could significantly increase the power of the strongholds. He recorded all the changes to the inscriptions that he was aware of. However, being part of the dharmic armament and being knowledgeable about the fire god cannon, Wang Baoli knew that it was challenging to make the alterations in a short time. It would require more time for experimentation before it succeeded. As for how he would go about explaining to others his method of making the alteration successful, he felt that there was no need to go into details. All that was needed was a combination of inspiration and luck. After all, he was a dharmic armament cultivator and was someone who was extremely learned in inscriptions in ethereal Tao College. When General Ju looked at Wang Baoli after receiving the jade slip, he smiled warmly. Wang Baoli had done a great deed for the stronghold and was also a disciple of ethereal Tao College. Therefore, even if Wang Baoli did not hand over the jade slip, he would have nothing to say. After all, disgraceful matters like snatching others' property were something that he, Ju Dashi, wouldn't want to do, and wouldn't care to do. He chatted for a while more with Wang Baoli before ending the conversation. Before leaving, Wang Baoli hesitated for a moment and turned to look at General Ju. With a look of anticipation, he tried to address his queries. General Ju, do you have any Foundation Establishment beast teeth? I need them for refining artifacts. General Ju laughed upon hearing the question. He flailed his right hand, and 3 black beast teeth flew towards Wang Baoli. Every part of the Beast King is a treasure. Since everything has to be recorded, I cannot give them to you immediately. Wait for a period of time, and I will gift you with the teeth of the Beast King. For now, I can give you these 3 Foundation Establishment beast teeth. Seeing the beast teeth, Wang Baoli's eyes instantly lit up. After receiving them, he bid farewell and left delightfully. After meeting up with Chen Yutong, he quickly returned with him, Zhu Penghai, and Sun Fang to ethereal Tao College on the cruiser. As the cruiser rose to the skies and charged into the distance, the 4 of them, including Wang Baoli and Chen Yutong, stood on the cruiser, looking at the shrinking stronghold beneath their feet. They all were filled with different emotions, with some of them feeling sadness and unwillingness to part, while some felt other complex and bitter emotions. They each had their concerns, as even though it was not a complete change in the situation, it was similar to one. At the same time, General Ju also walked out of the military tent. He raised his head and looked at the cruiser which Wang Baoli and company were on, staring at it for a long time as a look of appreciation gradually appeared in his eyes. He is thoughtful and sensitive to people's emotions and the situation. He looks honest and reliable but is also decisive and ruthless. He seems to have quite a temper. Not bad indeed. This is a good seed. Chapter 185, Big Reward from the Tao College. Chapter 185, Big Reward from the Tao College. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. It was a fair and beautiful day, with the sword sun hanging up high in the firmament. After leaving the region of the stronghold, Chen Yutong's cruiser was charging through the skies. The mountain ranges and forests shrunk in size as they flew. As they flew past the region, the sadness that they had experienced during the Beast Tide battle in the stronghold also seemed to dissipate gradually. The deceased couldn't be brought back, and the only way forward was to transform their experience in the stronghold into a ripple in their hearts, that would forever be a part of their lives, a part that couldn't be erased. Zhu Penghai and Sun Fang had both suffered severe injuries. Even though the pills helped in their recovery, they still looked pale. However, it could be visibly seen that they had become more relaxed and less uptight. They retracted their gaze from the stronghold and redirected it in the direction of ethereal Tao College, with a look of anticipation in their eyes. The reward from the military was usually in the form of recognition and medals. The Tao College gave tangible rewards, and so did the Federation, and they did so all in one go after they recorded, checked, and calculated everything. Their hearts filled with anticipation for their return to the Tao College, and the duo chatted softly. After experiencing the life and death crisis together, Sun Fang and Zhu Penghai, who were initially rather distant from each other, began to grow chummier. Chen Yutong, on the other hand, sat beside Wang Baoli, speaking with a smile on his face while patting Wang Baoli's shoulder. "Junior brother Baoli, you rendered great meritorious services this time. Your name will definitely be made more prominent upon your return to the Tao College. This is especially so as we are representing the ethereal Tao College, and the deeds that we have done this time are considered to have brought pride to the Tao College." Listening to Chen Yutong's words, which were obviously meant to comfort him, Wang Baoli took a deep breath and sorted out his emotions. He gradually began chatting heartily with Chen Yutong. The duo talked about matters regarding the Tao College, and even called Sun Fang and Zhu Penghai over for a leisurely chat. Time passed slowly, and a few hours gradually went by. The return journey was as smooth as the departing journey. As they neared the protectorate of Ethereal City, the four of them stood up, looking at their destination, the Green Forest Lake, as it began to appear before them. "We're home," Zhu Penghai and Sun Fang said at the same time. They hadn't experienced that feeling before, but after the life-and-death encounter in the stronghold, a sense of familiarity surfaced in their hearts as they saw the Green Forest Lake. It was as if they were returning wanderers. Wang Baoli felt the same kind of emotions as them, and he walked towards the front of the cruiser. Riding along the winds, the cruiser didn't slow down and was like a flash of silver lightning charging directly towards the Green Forest Lake. The cruiser's quality was one of the best that Wang Baoli had seen. That was especially so as they didn't need to lift a finger to fight the remaining beasts that appeared on their journey, as their cruiser could just crash into them and chase them away. At the same time, it could safely disregard weather changes that weren't too extreme. As they neared, the Green Forest Lake was completely revealed before their eyes. The cruiser gradually slowed down as it passed straight through the fog surrounding the Upper Academy Island. After stopping inside the fog for a brief moment so that the array formation could verify their identities, the cruiser gradually emerged out of the fog and landed on Upper Academy Island's public square. Right then, on the public square of the Upper Academy Island, there were already tens of people standing there. The pavilion head of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, as well as the 4 deputy pavilion heads, were all present. In front of them, Chen Yutong's master and the Dharmic Armament Pavilion elder, who was extremely fond of Wang Baoli, were also present. He had a smile on his face and was brimming with pride. There was a middle-aged man dressed in a long red robe that was closely surrounded by all of them. He was one of the 3 deputy sect lords of Ethereal Tao College. He was standing with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face, and he watched Wang Baoli and company as they greeted him upon emerging from the cruiser. Wang Baoli was exhilarated, and so was Chen Yutong, Zhu Penghai, and Sun Fang. The 4 of them had just emerged out of the fog when they saw the high officials from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. They stepped off the cruiser and immediately greeted them. "Greetings, Master. Greetings, Deputy Sect Lord. Greetings, all pavilion heads." Chen Yutong seemed to be aware of who the red-robed middle-aged man was, and immediately greeted him loudly in an agitated manner. As he bowed deeply, he also reminded Wang Baoli and company to do the same. "Deputy Sect Lord?" Wang Baoli was mildly taken aback. After realizing what Chen Yutong was hinting at, as well as who he was referring to, Wang Baoli immediately greeted him again. Zhu Penghai and Sun Fang were even more surprised. As to them, the deputy sect lord was an important character that they looked up to immensely. "Today, all of you don't have to be so uptight and formal." The red-robed middle-aged man laughed, before raising and waving his right hand. He helped the 4 of them up from their knees gently. After that, the deputy sect lord from Ethereal Tao College stepped forward, patting Chen Yutong and Wang Baoli's shoulder with appreciation. "You're a good chap, not bad. You have brought glory to Ethereal Tao College this time." The deputy sect lord appeared to be someone very straightforward in his actions. To him, Wang Baoli and company had returned after experiencing near death. Their battle in the stronghold was considered a major deed even in the military. Even though it wasn't considered the most major one when considering the 1st to the 7th lines of defense, the Ethereal Tao College has always been partial in their reward and punishment system since its establishment. Therefore, he was acting according to the orders of the sect lord to reward the 4 of them, and to encourage other disciples by using the matter as an example. He even planned to have Wang Baoli and company become role models to influence others. He began to speak in a cheerful tone. "Tell me what your wishes are. If I can fulfill it, I will see it come to fruition today." Listening to what the deputy sect lord said, Wang Baoli and company's eyes lit up immediately. They were all tempted, but Chen Yutong and the other 2 knew clearly that Wang Baoli should be given the most credit. Even though they could still voice out their wishes, they couldn't be too overboard. As such, after much thought, they replied. Sun Fang had a simple wish. He wished for a cave abode since the number of cave abodes in Dharmic Armament Pavilion was limited. Most of the cave abodes were prepared for the armament soldiers, and even if one was an armament disciple, one wasn't given the entitlement unless he was an armament disciple that had as much power as Zhu Penghai, or was an 8-inch spirit root individual like Wang Baoli. Therefore, to Sun Fang, a cave abode was something of great importance. Zhu Penghai, on the other hand, chose to convert his reward to bonus points for the armament soldier assessment, which was the most important matter to him. After all, if he were to depend on his own capabilities, he wasn't confident of successfully becoming an armament soldier. However, by converting the reward into bonus points, his self-confidence grew to more than 70%. Chen Yutong's wish was different from the rest. He didn't want any reward. By doing so, he would receive even more benefits that would aid in his rise to become a deputy pavilion head. Chen Yutong even winked to Wang Baoli after voicing out his wish. The deputy sect lord smiled upon hearing the trio's wishes. After agreeing to all of them, he looked towards Wang Baoli. "What about you, Wang Baoli?" Wang Baoli's thoughts were running about in his mind. He noticed Chen Yutong's wink and knew that he was hinting to tell him that not wanting anything would perhaps grant him with a bigger reward. He had wanted to do so but suddenly thought about the stories in the high official autobiographies. He blinked his eyes, thinking about how prominent the deputy sect lord in front of him was. Every word someone like him said would definitely catch the attention of others. That was especially so as he was about to take part in the armament soldier assessment, which was something of major importance to him. If the deputy sect lord could put in a few good words for him, his attempt in the armament soldier assessment would definitely be smooth sailing. With that thought, Wang Baoli began to speak, as if he was testing the waters. "Deputy sect lord, I do not know what reward to wish for. Right now, my greatest desire is to become an armament soldier, but matters like these cannot be exchanged using a reward." Upon hearing his words, the deputy sect lord raised his eyebrows. With a slight smile, he sized up Wang Baoli before falling silent. He turned back to look at the pavilion head and company and said, "This sly fella. Based on his capabilities, I'm sure all of you know that he didn't need to exchange the reward for the title of an armament soldier. It is definitely within his reach." The Dharmic Armament Pavilion head and others all revealed a smile on their faces and immediately agreed with the deputy sect lord's words. However, they were all secretly surprised as they stole several glances at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli's words didn't directly imply that he wanted to exchange the reward for the status of an armament soldier, but he had managed to use the opportunity to express his wishes. The deputy sect lord went with the flow, and through that, not only did Wang Baoli not waste his reward, he also gained internal confirmation of his future status as an armament soldier to a certain extent. That simple sentence revealed his intelligence. It wasn't simple and didn't make others feel disgusted about him either, which made it even more valuable. Chen Yutong's master, the elder from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, smiled even wider. Seeing that everything was going according to plan, Wang Baoli was exhilarated. He bowed deeply towards the deputy sect lord with cupped fists, and when he raised his head, he inhaled deeply and said in a low voice, "Thank you, deputy sect lord. I don't know what kind of request is most suitable as of now and would need your guidance. I will listen to all your orders." The moment Wang Baoli spoke, Chen Yutong opened his eyes wide. As the group from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion looked towards Wang Baoli, they were even more surprised than before. In reality, Wang Baoli's choice was far superior compared to Chen Yutong's choice of not wanting any rewards. What he did allowed him to build a closer relationship with the deputy sect lord. Interesting. The deputy sect lord looked at Wang Baoli with a meaningful glance. From his eyes, it could be seen that he was in deep thought. After a moment, he smiled slightly, having already made a decision. "Having been in Ethereal Tao College all these years, I have received close to 100 pieces of fragments from the heavens. All of them are unique and incredibly valuable, and they can be used even by true breaths. Even at the foundation establishment or core formation stage, they are still usable with formidable powers. Now, there are less than 20 types of them left in the Tao College. I remember that one of the heritage is related to Dharmic armament, and is named Heated Burst. Would you accept it?" Hearing the deputy sect lord's words, the people from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion were all taken aback. The 4 deputy pavilion heads from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion had their eyes wide in shock, and even the pavilion head trembled. They were in disbelief, their feelings of envy about to overflow in their hearts. It seemed like the deputy sect lord's decision had far exceeded their expectations. The heated burst technique was something that even they had strongly desired. However, they were unable to possess it, as the heritage were different from the Array Runes Pavilion's lightning domain. Even though the 5 lightning technique heritage from the lightning domain were also extremely powerful, they could be mastered by many people. Unique techniques like the heated burst, once mastered, could be considered a special talent instead. It was extremely special, being recorded on a fragment. Once someone imprinted it, it would be erased from the fragment and cease to exist, making it difficult for others to master it again. That was what made it unique and one of a kind. Even Chen Yutong's master revealed a look of surprise in his eyes. To everyone in Ethereal Dao College, the value of the heritage mystic techniques made them envious. Chapter 186, Heated Burst. Chapter 186, Heated Burst. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The unique mystic technique would cause the item to disappear once used. Based on Ethereal Dao College's tradition, unless someone had contributed a significant deed, it was extremely challenging to possess it, since only close to 100 of them had been obtained over the years. Even if the contributions that Wang Baoli had made previously in the Spirit Breath Village were taken into account, to be granted the heritage of the unique mystic technique was still a stretch. If Wang Baoli chose to give it all to the Dao College, it would still be possible for it to happen, but if not, he shouldn't even think about it. Zhu Penghai and Sun Fang were somewhat confused. They didn't know much about the mystic technique, but Chen Yutong had heard something about it previously. His eyes were wide open as he looked at Wang Baoli while holding his breath. He was extremely envious and shocked. Even Wang Baoli was slightly dumbfounded. He didn't understand how valuable the mystic technique really was, but had managed to obtain an indication of its value from the changes in others' facial expressions. Still shocked and bewildered, Chen Yutong's master took a deep breath and ordered Wang Baoli immediately. "Baoli, thank the deputy sect lord now." Having heard the elder's words, Wang Baoli didn't hesitate. His heart raced as he immediately stepped forward and bowed. "Thank you, deputy sect lord." The red-robed middle-aged man smiled and chatted with Wang Baoli and company before leaving. When he left, the pavilion head of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion head stepped forward and praised them as well. However, his tone was more formal and less amiable than that of the deputy sect lord. However, something rare happened at that time as the Dharmic Armament Pavilion also rewarded Wang Baoli in the form of a cruiser. It was silver in color, making it look like a water droplet. The moment it was revealed, it immediately caught Wang Baoli's eyes, such that he was instantly attracted to it the moment he saw it. It seemed like the silver-colored droplet-like cruiser was more advanced than that of Chen Yutong's, and of better quality. It was also extremely cool, making Chen Yutong feel envious upon seeing it as he laughed bitterly. He knew that the Dharmic Armament Pavilion had spent a lot on it. "Junior brother Baoli, this cruiser can be considered one that is specially granted to someone of the rank of a deputy pavilion head. The cost of any one of these would allow one to purchase an apartment in Ethereal City's most luxurious district." After realizing the price of the cruiser, Wang Baoli was extremely excited, and he immediately conveyed his gratitude. When the Dharmic Armament Pavilion head and company had left, Chen Yutong's master, who stayed behind, gave Wang Baoli an overview of what exactly the mystic technique was. As he listened to the elder's words, Wang Baoli's eyes widened with shock. He felt that everything had happened too suddenly. He immediately realized how valuable the mystic technique was after hearing about it. It was difficult to estimate the worth of everything, even if he were to disregard the value of the cruiser. The mystic technique that is recorded on a piece of fragment can only be inherited once. Once inherited, it will turn into dust. Wang Baoli was agitated with excitement. Even after he returned to his cave abode in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, his emotions and thoughts hadn't normalized. According to principles, I shouldn't be rewarded so generously. Very quickly, Wang Baoli realized that something was amiss. In his bewilderment and constant thought about the issue, he noticed that in the days that followed, there was an unprecedented widespread announcement of their encounters in the stronghold on the Upper Academy Island. Even the rewards that were given formed part of the announcement. That immediately attracted heated debate on the entire Upper Academy Island, and even Liu Daobin sent him a voice transmission. Wang Baoli instantly came to know that the entire incident was being announced, even on the Lower Academy Island. Is this to set an example? Wang Baoli had some guesses, which made him more excited. He felt that the Tao College had a good eye for talent. He sat, munching on his snacks while browsing the Spirit intranet to take a look at the discussions. Ethereal Tao College announced all the contributions that Wang Baoli and company had made in the stronghold. They made all of them heroes, and Wang Baoli was made the center of attention. As a result, Wang Baoli's name became the focal point of everyone's discussion on the Upper Academy Island again after the announcement was made. As commotion spread throughout the entire Tao College, Wang Baoli also tried out the droplet cruiser. Its speed was extremely fast, surpassing that of Chen Yutong's cruiser, and it was equipped with a level of combat power that wasn't to be belittled. As Wang Baoli was filled with pleasant surprise, he grew even more excited in anticipation of the mystic technique that would be even better than the cruiser. That anticipation didn't last long, as several days later, Wang Baoli received the mystic technique reward from the deputy sect lord. It was a crimson-red fragment the size of a fingernail, kept in an elegant box made of jade. By examining the box, Wang Baoli deduced that it was probably made of rainbow spirit stones in its interior, and covered with jade on the exterior. The mere realization that he had never seen anything like that before made Wang Baoli shocked. This box is already very valuable. Wang Baoli's delight was apparent. He opened it up to take a look at the crimson-red fragment, and extremely concentrated waves of spirit chi wafted continuously from the fragment towards him. The spirit chi carried heat waves as if there was an invisible heat spirit situated within it, noiselessly roaring and filling Wang Baoli with exhilaration. His entire body tensed up, and his breathing quickened. There are many kinds of outer space fragments. Some can be directly absorbed into the body, while some could be loaned for use, like those in the Spirit Breath Village. There are some which are like the one I'm holding in my hand right now. Even though they cannot be absorbed, one can feel a vibe that seems to be like an imprint of an awakened state. Wang Baoli chanted the information given to him by Chen Yutong's master in his mind. Wang Baoli wasn't clear about it at first, but after seeing it with his eyes and feeling the waves of heat emanating from it, he suddenly gained enlightenment. After a while, Wang Baoli took a deep breath. He hesitated for a moment but eventually revealed a look of determination in his eyes as he raised his right hand, and immediately pressed it on the fragment, just like Chen Yutong's master had taught him. The instant his hand touched the fragment, scorching heat began spreading from his fingertips but stopped suddenly, as if waiting for something to happen. Wang Baoli held his breath. At that instant, his cultivation was being activated within his body. As it activated, the scorching heat that had stopped began to erupt, spreading throughout his body from his hands, eventually flowing completely into his head. Wang Baoli's body trembled violently, and his mind immediately buzzed as he instantly lost control of his body and his consciousness. A while later, as Wang Baoli's consciousness recovered, he had forgotten everything, including who he was. The only sensation that remained was that he had transformed into a ball of fire. The world before him was also transforming, and he saw a hurricane made of fire. The fire hurricane erupted towards the sky, destroying everything as it swept everything before its eyes. It covered everything and took over his heart and soul. Days passed. After half a month, Wang Baoli sat motionlessly in the cave abode with his legs crossed. There was a crimson-red mark between his eyebrows, moving slowly. As it moved, his body trembled, and he opened his eyes slowly, looking confused. The confusion didn't last long. He slowly regained consciousness, and minutes later, as the blurriness faded, Wang Baoli's body tensed up as his breathing quickened. With the complete recovery of his consciousness, he opened his eyes wide as he exhaled deeply. It feels like a dream. Wang Baoli normalized his quickened breathing and lowered his head to look at the box before him. He realized that the fragment that he seemed to have just touched had already become ash. Experiencing all the changes, he raised his head immediately to look at the time, and he realized that he had lost consciousness for half a month. A torrent of thoughts and emotions ran through him. It was also at that moment that he experienced a sharp pain between his eyebrows. He couldn't feel anything with his hands and proceeded to check it out with a mirror. What he saw shocked him, and he stood up immediately. This is... Wang Baoli was unable to remain calm. He held his breath as he looked at the fire mark that was slowly fading between his eyebrows. After a brief moment, Wang Baoli raised his hands and began chanting in his heart according to the method that Chen Yutong's master had taught him previously. Fire! In that instant, a crimson-red ball of fire appeared in Wang Baoli's palms. Even though it burned strongly, Wang Baoli was unable to sense any pain. In his agitation, he raised his right hand and flailed it strongly. Immediately, a miniature sea of fire erupted before him. The heat wave instantly spread throughout the entire cave abode, such that the array formation on the surrounding rock walls showed signs of being scorched. In his excitement, Wang Baoli immediately stopped whatever he was doing. With his will, the surrounding sea of fire was instantly retracted back into his right hand at lightning speed. This is the mystic technique. Heated burst? Wang Baoli was extremely agitated. After circling the cave abode several times, he left as he planned to look for a place outside to test out the force of the mystic technique. However, just as Wang Baoli walked out of his cave abode, prepared to find somewhere to test out the heated burst mystic technique, he suddenly received Chen Yutong's voice transmission. The other party sounded urgent, unable to hide his agitation and exhilaration. After Wang Baoli switched on his voice transmission ring, he could hear the excitement clearly. Junior brother Baoli, something wondrous has happened to our lineage. Chapter 187, Significant Increase in Power. Chapter 187, Significant Increase in Power. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Something wondrous? Wang Baoli, who was planning to test out the force of his heated burst technique, blinked several times after hearing Chen Yutong's words. Slightly confused, he stopped in his tracks and looked at the voice transmission ring. Before he could ask, Chen Yutong's voice, which carried a clear sense of excitement, flowed from the voice transmission ring. Grandmaster Jiang Jingde. The Elder has achieved a breakthrough in the early stage of core formation realm and has officially advanced into the mid-stage core formation realm. His position has been elevated, and he is being promoted to Ethereal Tao College's Deputy Sect Lord from his previous position as the Dharmic Armament Pavilion's Grand Elder. There were only 3 Deputy Sect Lords in Ethereal Tao College, but there are 4 now. Junior brother Baoli, good days have finally arrived for us. Chen Yutong's voice carried a sense of extreme excitement, such that his rapid breathing sounds could be clearly heard from the voice transmission. His exhilaration was apparent. Compared to Chen Yutong's agitation, Wang Baoli was confused. He had spent some time to truly discover the heated burst mystic technique, and his thoughts had seeped deeply into it as if he was in seclusion. He didn't know what happened in the Tao College during that time. As for the clan that Chen Yutong mentioned, even though Wang Baoli had some basic understanding of it, he wasn't entirely clear what it was. Hearing the name, Grandmaster Zhu Jingde, from Chen Yutong, Wang Baoli had to inquire more about it as the name sounded foreign. Grandmaster? Upon hearing Wang Baoli's tone, Chen Yutong immediately understood Wang Baoli's confusion. He laughed and began to clarify the matter. Junior brother Baoli, the old Grandmaster has 2 disciples. One of them is Chancellor Lu of the Lower Academy Island, also known as Uncle Master Lu Yunkuan, while the other one is my master, Sun Ifeng. When you gained admission to the Upper Academy Island then, Uncle Master Lu had already made the necessary formalities. Master has also planned to accept you as his disciple for a long while now. However, it happened that your significant contribution to the Tao College, while you were in the Spirit Breath Village, attracted the attention of many, and that Grandmaster also entered seclusion during that time. The delay occurred because your acceptance is a major event that requires proper procedures to be carried out. Now that Grandmaster has emerged out of seclusion and is being promoted to the position of Deputy Sect Lord, you can formally approach him as your master when everything stabilizes, Chen Yutong explained cheerfully. Wang Baoli widened his eyes, as even though the entire matter matched what he had expected, hearing the news himself reminded him of the clan lines mentioned in the high officials' autobiographies. He grew uncontrollably agitated, and his mind also became active. He immediately realized where the crux lay, and hurriedly spoke. Senior brother Chen, since Grandmaster has been promoted to the position of Deputy Sect Lord from his previous post, as the Grand Elder of Dharmic Armament Pavilion, doesn't that mean that the seat for Dharmic Armament Pavilion's Grand Elder is now empty? Who will replace him? Wang Baoli's question made Chen Yutong satisfied with his attention towards details. Therefore, with a deep voice, he answered quickly. Junior Brother Baoli, when Grandmaster was promoted to Deputy Sect Lord, he recommended to the Sect Lord that Master is suitable to take over his position of Grand Elder. As he listened, thoughts darted in Wang Baoli's mind. He immediately realized that if that was really the case, it meant that their lineage, especially within the Dharmic Armament Pavilion of Ethereal Tao College, would become extremely powerful. There was the Deputy Sect Lord Grandmaster at the top, Dharmic Armament Pavilion's Grand Elder next, and the entire Lower Academy Island. A combination like that would certainly help make him and Chen Yutong even more prominent. With that thought, Wang Baoli excitedly took in a deep breath. Scenes of battle depicted in the high officials' autobiographies immediately surfaced in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he was, as he felt that he had finally become part of the core of Ethereal Tao College's authority and that he was no longer an ordinary person. However, there are still some uncertainties in this matter. After all, other elders of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion are also vying for the position that has been made vacant. In the days that follow, there will definitely be competition. Regardless of that, since this matter has the support of the Grandmaster, who is a powerful pushing force, the chances of succeeding would at least be 80%, if not 100%. Chen Yutong sounded relaxed, and it was apparent that he had complete faith in the capabilities of the Grandmaster. He chatted further with Wang Baoli and slowly calmed down after sharing his excitement with him. He took a deep breath and spoke sincerely to Wang Baoli. Junior Brother Baoli, if everything goes well, when Master becomes the Grand Elder of Dharmic Armament Pavilion, there will be no one preventing me from being promoted to the position of Deputy Pavilion Head in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. Therefore, Junior Brother Baoli, you must work hard and become an armament soldier soon. Until then, when Master becomes the Grand Elder, he could plan things out such that the chance for you to be in charge of the college administrative department would be high. This is a precious opportunity. Baoli, if you succeed, it is possible that you would have the opportunity to become the Deputy Pavilion Head after a few years. This way, us brothers would have a significant say in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, and even significant authority. Listening to Chen Yutong's calm yet optimistic words, Wang Baoli was in high spirits, and wonderful thoughts flowed in his mind. He was excited with anticipation and immediately spoke. Rest assured, Senior Brother Chen. In reality, I can go for the armament soldier assessment now, but I want to be more prepared so that I will have greater chances of succeeding in it, Wang Baoli said. Chen Yutong laughed happily, agreeing with what Wang Baoli said. The armament soldier assessment is divided into a major and minor assessment, both of which require registration. Even though passing either of them allows you to be promoted to an armament soldier, there are still some differences between them. The minor assessment takes place once every month, and one can take part in it as long as registration is made. The Deputy Pavilion Head will supervise. As for the major assessment, it is scheduled to happen only once a year. Not only does it require registration beforehand, but you will also have many competitors. All the Deputy Pavilion Heads and Pavilion Heads will supervise. Obviously, it is a more significant event than the minor assessment. Therefore, the promotion and position granted in the future would also be completely different from that of the minor assessment. At the same time, those who dare to enter the major armament soldier assessment must all be very confident. People aren't competing merely to be promoted, but to have a position in the rankings and be number one. Baoli, there are still over 3 months until this year's major armament soldier assessment. If your preparation is almost complete, then you shouldn't waste this opportunity. However, don't give yourself too much pressure either. Once Master becomes the Grand Elder, everything will be negotiable. After telling Wang Baoli the details of the armament soldier assessment, Chen Yutong ended the voice transmission. Putting down the voice transmission ring, Wang Baoli stood outside his cave abode, full of optimism for the future. That was especially so when he thought of his opportunity to be in charge of the college administrative department once Chen Yutong's Master became the Grand Elder, and once he was promoted to an armament soldier himself. His heart beat furiously, and a determined glow emerged from his eyes. 3 months, that should be sufficient. After some planning, Wang Baoli took a few determined strides back into his cave abode, before opening up the Spirit Intranet to register for the major armament soldier assessment that would happen 3 months later. He stepped out of the cave abode after completing the registration. Stepping into open ground, he was agitated with exhilaration. He raised his right hand and waved, and a small sea of fire immediately emerged from his hand, sweeping a radius of 30 feet around him, forming a flame hurricane. The heat wave spread and burn marks appeared on the ground. Wang Baoli was in high spirits but also felt that spirit chi was rapidly being depleted. He tried for a while, before hurriedly retracting the sea of fire. If I unleash all the power, I can only last the time of approximately 30 breaths. Even though it wasn't a long duration, Wang Baoli was already very satisfied. He happily returned to his cave abode and took out a bag of snacks and munched on them. After a while, having finished 7 bags of snacks, he rubbed his belly and began thinking about the numinous treasure that he would use for the armament soldier assessment. I had planned to make a dragon tooth for the assessment and had prepared many teeth, especially foundation establishment teeth. However, Wang Baoli mumbled to himself, and a peculiar glow flashed across his eyes. As someone well versed in high official autobiographies, he knew clearly that gaining the recognition of his superiors only won him half the battle. He also had to fight for himself and showcase his capabilities so that he could succeed. Therefore, he couldn't pin all his hopes on Chen Yutong's master being successfully promoted to the position of Grand Elder. He needed to work hard himself, making sufficient preparation so that he could emerge first, instead of simply being promoted to an armament soldier. That way, even if something untoward were to happen during Chen Yutong's master's promotion, he would still have brilliant results that would allow him to fight for the position he wanted. It was just that it didn't seem enough to use the dragon tooth as the numinous treasure for the assessment. After all, even though the dragon tooth was powerful, it depended heavily on forging materials, even more so than its inscriptions. That factor would easily be pointed out by others and affect his ranking. After a moment of silence, a glow flashed across Wang Baoli's eyes, and a bold idea appeared in his mind. In reality, after returning from the stronghold, a fuzzy thought has floated in his mind. The more he thought about it, the clearer the thought seemed. Is it possible to create a mini fire god cannon? After a moment, Wang Baoli mumbled softly to himself. As the thought cleared and circulated continuously within his mind, Wang Baoli grew even more tempted. If I can create a mini third-grade numinous treasure fire god cannon, then I will definitely be able to eliminate everything and everyone during the major armament soldier assessment. Then, who else would be first but me? With that thought, Wang Baoli's heart pounded rapidly. Inscriptions within the fire god cannon surfaced in his mind, including the hidden ones that would appear on it after being unlocked by the armament sand. Sensing the inscriptions, Wang Baoli had a strong gut feeling. I can create a mini fire god cannon. Chapter 188, Request to be electrocuted. Chapter 188, Request to be electrocuted. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. 3 months is neither long nor short. I must make good use of it. Wang Baoli sat cross-legged in the cave abode. After planning out the inscriptions for the fire god cannon in detail, a look of determination appeared on his face. I'll choose the fire god cannon then. Wang Baoli took a deep breath and immediately took out the jade slip. He began to structure the inscriptions for the miniature fire god cannon. Even though he had a reference, it was an improvisation after all, and still posed some challenges. Thankfully, Wang Baoli had a deep understanding of the inscriptions for the fire god cannon. Having gone through the battle in the stronghold previously, he had made many improvisations to the fire god cannon, allowing him to familiarize himself with every single part within it. The fire god cannon that I make cannot be too small. If not, it won't have enough force, and would be challenging to assemble. Wang Baoli scratched his head and was deep in thought as he began to adjust his plans. I cannot overthink the fire god cannon either. What I need to do is to treat it as an original, and boost its inscriptions. Time flew, and 3 days passed. In those 3 days, Wang Baoli sacrificed his sleep and meals as he endlessly structured and remodeled it. Finally, he managed to completely outline the ideal fire god cannon that he was about to make in his mind. From its appearance, it looked vastly different from the fire god cannon. To put it more accurately, it looked more like a rocket. Looking at the blueprint that he had drawn on the jade slip, Wang Baoli was satisfied. He began to plan out the inscriptions according to his blueprint and the power he wished to bestow to it. Different creative thoughts emerged continuously, colliding and create sparks in his mind. Several days passed, and Wang Baoli, who was fully immersed in the improvisation of the fire god cannon, finally ended the planning for the inscriptions. He looked visibly fatigued. Considering just the inscriptions alone, he had referenced the inscriptions on the fire god cannon and planned out over 1 million inscriptions. His level of cultivation and understanding of the Dharmic armament didn't allow him to put all the inscriptions he had planned onto a single numinous treasure. I will need to assemble 78 numinous treasures to complete the structure. Wang Baoli rubbed his glabella and took out a bottle of ice spirit water. After gulping it down and taking a short break, he got to work again. He spent the most time on that stage. He needed to strictly follow the requirements he had set out to create 78 numinous treasures that were different in appearance, inscriptions, and function. Furthermore, there couldn't be any mistakes, as everything had to match his blueprint perfectly so that the numinous treasures could have the perfect distribution of the million inscriptions. That way, when they were assembled, they could complement each other and function perfectly. Everything had to be restarted should there be a failure at any point, since it was crucial to ensure that no mistakes were made. Just like that, after being immersed in the refinement process for a month, Wang Baoli emerged, agitated and excited as he had finally completed every single one of the 78 numinous treasures. Even though Wang Baoli wasn't completely satisfied with every one of them, considering his level of knowledge, it was the best that he could do. Even the numinous treasures that he had made previously weren't as demanding in terms of the amount of concentration and effort needed to produce that batch of numinous treasures. In the month that passed, he was so focused on the improvised structure for the fire god cannon that he had forgotten all about his snacks. The next step will be the most difficult step of assembling everything. Looking at the numinous treasures before him, Wang Baoli took a deep breath to calm his agitation. He understood that assembling the numinous treasures wasn't as simple as putting together pieces of wooden blocks. Instead, they could only be integrated under the control of spirit energy during the refinement process. That was extremely challenging and shockingly demanding on one's spirit energy and focus. Therefore, Wang Baoli only began the assembly process after taking a day's break. Even though Wang Baoli had predicted the level of difficulty in assembling all the numinous treasures, he still found it challenging and experienced many instances of failure. That was especially so on the 5th day when the prototype of the fire god cannon before Wang Baoli suddenly exploded after a loud boom emerged. Wang Baoli managed to protect himself from the impact using the protective covering provided by a golden bell bead. However, looking at the numinous treasures that had broken into pieces, Wang Baoli was on the brink of tears as he dejectedly pulled his hair hard. My cultivation is insufficient. A look of stubbornness was apparent from Wang Baoli's eyes. After experiencing those failures, he had realized that the assembly of numinous treasures required precise control of spirit energy in many aspects. Therefore, as soon as his spirit energy was unable to keep up with the pace of refinement, degradation and retardation would result, causing the assembly process to fail. Even though Wang Baoli surpassed other second-level True Breath disciples, he was still unable to complete the assembly in one go. His thoughts darted around as he paced the cave abode, before suddenly stopping in his tracks. I can only succeed in assembling the numinous treasure if I become a third-level True Breath. With that thought, Wang Baoli gritted his teeth as he planned to purchase more pills. He suddenly lowered his head to look at his stomach, and a bewildered look appeared in his eyes as he stroked it with his hands. The effectiveness of those pills is probably nothing compared to the crystal in my stomach. Every time my cultivation is activated, some part of the crystal would be absorbed. However, it is still too slow. If the rate of absorption can be increased, I will definitely be able to achieve a breakthrough in my cultivation. Slapping his stomach, Wang Baoli immediately sat down with his legs crossed and took out the numinous treasure that had the effect of deceiving one's mind, which was given to him by Chen Yutong. Without hesitation, Wang Baoli immediately put the numinous treasure on his head and began to give out orders. I am heavily injured, and I need nutrients. As Wang Baoli completed his sentence, the helmet-like numinous treasure vibrated. A current appeared to reach into his head, but that was it. There wasn't any further reaction. Wang Baoli waited for a short while and was beginning to feel troubled. He tried different commands, including that of hunger and running, and realized that everything had failed. He then stared with his eyes wide, as he felt like he needed to give out a more substantial command. I am pregnant again. The moment he said it, the current from the numinous treasure seemed to grow in magnitude. However, even before Wang Baoli could feel delighted, the current lost its effects after it entered his head. That made Wang Baoli dumbfounded. Could it be that I have deceived my mind too many times, such that it has developed resistance and no longer believes me? Thinking of that possibility, Wang Baoli exhaled deeply, shocked at his guess. While incredulous at the thought, he was also inevitably embarrassed. After all, the fact that his own mind didn't believe him seemed bizarre. This won't do. Wang Baoli was frustrated. He opened up the Spirit intranet to look at the pills on sale. However, after browsing for a long time, he still hadn't found one that not only had no side effects but could also allow him to achieve a breakthrough in a short period of time. A majority of the pills were milder ones that required long-term consumption to increase one's level of cultivation. The pills that Wang Baoli needed existed, but were something that would only come about with luck, and couldn't be forcefully attained. Considering that it was less than 2 months to the major armament soldier assessment, Wang Baoli grew anxious. He even contacted Bunny and Duminit, but Bunny didn't reply as she seemed to still be in seclusion. Duminit replied but immediately told Wang Baoli that she didn't have any of the pills he needed. Just as Wang Baoli considered asking Chen Yutong about it, he suddenly remembered that when he was in the stronghold plucking the teeth of the beasts, he was electrocuted once, and that caused the crystal to break apart slightly. With that thought, Wang Baoli's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately retrieved his hallucination pillow and entered the hallucination realm. He searched for Little Missy and expressed his wish to be electrocuted. Little Missy was confused and incredulous at the request, but still electrocuted him. However, despite being shocked several times and screaming in pain each time, Wang Baoli soon realized dejectedly that everything was futile. This isn't right. Could it be that the electrocution in the hallucination realm is ineffective and that only those that happened in real life work? Wang Baoli was upset and frustrated. He felt that carrying on that path would lead to his failure and death. However, when he thought about the armament soldier assessment and the position of being the person in charge of the college administrative department, he decided to give it a try by finding an electrical cable on Lower Academy Island. However, just at that time, Little Missy from the mask gave Wang Baoli a suggestion. Perhaps you can try to use this imaginary force of lightning. This type of lightning encompasses some laws that make it even more unique than the electricity that you can create. Lightning? Wang Baoli was momentarily frozen in thought. After leaving the hallucination realm, he thought for a moment, and recalled that the Chancellor of the Lower Academy Island had previously said that there was a lightning domain mystic realm that was accessible to all disciples of the Upper Academy Island. Even though Wang Baoli had never been to the lightning domain mystic realm since becoming a disciple on the Upper Academy Island, he had read other people's discussions about it on the Spirit intranet. He knew that the so-called mystic realm was actually a perfectly preserved piece of fragment from the ancient greenish-bronze sword. The fragment was buried and encompassed a bolt of lightning inherited from the ancient greenish-bronze sword. The inheritance was split into 5 parts, each representing the 5 different spells and mystic techniques. These 5 spells are Flash Arc, Electromagnetic Pulse, Instant Sword, Explosive Dragon, and Hell Sea. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes and mumbled inwardly. He knew that if one could master all 5 spells and integrate them, they would attain the complete inheritance. That form of complete inheritance was remarkably similar to the extremely terrible climate within the Federation. It was called Electromagnetism Burst. After analyzing everything in his mind, a look of determination flashed across Wang Baoli's eyes. He knew that he had no time to lose, as he had to break through the 2nd level of the True Breath stage as soon as possible and advance into the 3rd level. That way, he could successfully assemble the 78 numinous treasures to create his improvised fire god cannon for the armament soldier assessment. I probably won't die from this. Erasing any traces of hesitation, Wang Baoli decisively left the cave abode. He took out his water droplet cruiser and charged out of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion towards the Array Runes Pavilion. The droplet cruiser traveled at breathtaking speed. Before long, Wang Baoli had reached the Array Runes Pavilion, heading straight towards the Lightning Domain Mystic Realm. The Lightning Domain Mystic Realm was located in a small hill on the Array Runes Pavilion. There were 7 to 8 humongous pieces of green stones erected there, and a circular spell array lay in its center. As that place was open to everyone, no one stood guard. After registering, anyone could enter to look for an opportunity, and could also make use of the force of the array formation for protection. As soon as a disciple met with danger inside it, they could be instantly sent back. It was already dusk when Wang Baoli arrived. Even though there were still some people in the lightning domain mystic realm, it was few and far between. Without further ado, Wang Baoli registered himself when he arrived and stepped directly into the array formation. His vision blurred immediately, and when it cleared up, he had appeared in another realm. It was pure darkness in that place. There was a tall pagoda erected on the ground that seemed to be made of gold. Like the tip of a sword, there were over 1,000 of such pagodas on the ground when one looked from afar. There were also pulses of roaring thunder erupting in the sky. When one raised his head, he could also see that in the layers of clouds in the dark, lightning flashed irregularly and crazily, one after another. Sometimes, the lightning landed and struck the tall pagodas on the ground, causing them to vibrate. Looking from afar, the lightning flashes that landed were like a lightning dragon, extremely frightening as it seemed like heavenly tribulation. Chapter 189, The Baoli Canon. Chapter 189, The Baoli Canon. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The sight stunned Wang Baoli, sending him into a daze. That was his first time here, and he was shaken by the strangeness of the place. He noticed the silhouette of a cultivator perched on each of the surrounding 7 to 8 towering pagodas. They were all disciples from the Upper Academy Island who were there seeking advancement in their cultivation. Lightning flashed, and thunder resounded. The 7 to 8 people fought back to various degrees. A few withstood the onslaught while others, under the force of the assault, immediately activated the teleportation device and fled the place. So brutal. Wang Baoli's eyelids twitched fiercely. He hesitated, then gritted his teeth. He ignored the people around him and, with a sudden sway of his body, leaped onto one of the nearby pagodas. Standing atop the highest point, he raised his head and looked towards the heavens. There are in total 40 lightning bolts, each strike is stronger than the previous one. For every 8 lightning bolts one withstands, he'll be able to unravel a mystic technique from within the lightning. The brief description he had read on the Spirit intranet appeared in Wang Baoli's mind. He sucked in a deep breath and circulated his cultivation. It was then that thunder howled in the heavens. A stray bolt of lightning that had been traveling the skies suddenly swerved and tore itself loose. With startling speed, and an intent to destroy everything, it descended, its target. Wang Baoli. It was too quick. Just as Wang Baoli caught sight of it, the lightning bolt, like a huge arc of electricity, struck, landing directly on Wang Baoli. A thundering roar resounded in the air. Wang Baoli's eyes widened in an instant, and his body shook uncontrollably as he heard buzzing in his head. The lightning bolt was like a golden snake spirit, passing through him instantaneously and wandering within his body without rest. It agitated the spirit chi crystal, sending it into tremors and causing its rapid breakdown. It's working. Wang Baoli was thrilled. His body trembled, his hair started to stand, and his eyes were wide open. He was electrified. The lightning was powerful but tolerable to Wang Baoli, who was frequently electrocuted in the hallucination realm. He found himself caring less about the pain, especially after feeling the crystal breaking down. As the crystal broke up under the assailing lightning, considerable spirit chi spread out, immediately filling Wang Baoli's entire body. It surged through his meridians and the streams of spirit chi, and gradually broadening the streams into wide rivers. As the crystal broke up and released spirit chi, Wang Baoli's physical body, under the lightning bolt stimulation, began to absorb the spirit chi for nourishment. His physical body started to strengthen at the same time. That drove Wang Baoli into further excitement and glee, and his breath quickened. He lifted his head to the skies abruptly, his finger pointing heavenward in a hook, baiting. "Strike again, if you dare!" His words rang out. A few of the surrounding disciples withstanding the thunder strikes heard him and looked over, startled. They couldn't spare further attention on him though, quickly refocused on resisting their own lightning bolts. Soon, as lightning descended, crashing, Wang Baoli received his second lightning bolt. It was multiple folds stronger than the first wave, landing a straight hit on him. Wang Baoli's body shook. He felt the breaking up of his crystal and was thrilled, enduring the agonizing pain stubbornly. Gradually, the third bolt and the fourth descended, one after another. The sensation of the lightning bolt traveling through his body was akin to a knife scraping inside him. The pain intensified as the lightning bolts grew more powerful. When the fourth lightning bolt landed, Wang Baoli could take it no longer. Despite his thick skin and thicker flesh, and his brimming spirit chi, he gave up and teleported out of the lightning domain mystic realm. He returned to his cave abode, sat down cross-legged, activated his skills, and immersed fully in absorbing the spirit chi released from his crystal. A few days passed. Wang Baoli brimmed with energy and could feel the tremendous leap in his cultivation levels. Invigorated and in high spirits, he headed for the lightning domain mystic realm again. Day after day passed in that manner. The cycle repeated itself as Wang Baoli continued challenging the lightning domain mystic realm, often withstanding a few bolts of lightning and breaking up his crystal further. He would hold on until he reached the limits of his tolerance before returning hastily to absorb the released spirit chi. Gradually, as his cultivation level heightened and physical body strengthened, the intensity of the thunderbolts he suffered grew stronger. The number of bolts he could withstand crept steadily from 5 to 6, then to 7. His presence in the lightning domain mystic realm started to draw attention. Indeed, to many, Wang Baoli's resistance of 6, even 7 thunderbolts, was a feat of astounding proportions. After all, most of them could only withstand 2, at most 3, lightning strikes, and they wouldn't attempt a second round until quite some time had passed. However, the time between Wang Baoli's visits, from the initial 3 to 4 days, shortened until he was frequenting almost every day. Everyone who witnessed that was incredulous. Why is he coming every day? How does his body take it? Look at the strange expression on his face. It's like, damn it, why does it feel like he's enjoying himself? Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Wang Baoli indeed was growing more and more comfortable. Especially at the end, as the lightning intensified. Although the pain persisted, it was eased by the spirit chi released from the breaking up of the crystal. The advancement of his cultivation also energized him and increasingly strengthened his immunity against the thunderbolts. The cycle repeated itself over the course of the month. Finally, the day arrived when Wang Baoli withstood 7 consecutive lightning bolts. The crystal inside him quaked and unleashed a surge of spirit chi, pushing his cultivation straight into the next level. From the second tier of the true breath realm, it broke through and reached the third tier. As his cultivation broke through, the spirit chi laying within the meridians inside Wang Baoli's body morphed from slivers of streams into wide river channels. They surged in a torrent and coursed through his body, and his spirit energy surged. He didn't choose to teleport away. Instead, with an eager glint in his eyes, Wang Baoli awaited the 8th incoming bolt of lightning. The 8th lightning bolt stood apart from the rest. A tinge of crimson colored it. When it landed, shocked gasps arose from the disciples who had been cultivation in the area. They watched as the crimson-tinted lightning rushed through the heavens and crashed directly into Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli's body spasmed. It felt as if his body was on the verge of being torn apart, and he felt the extensive breaking up of the crystal in his body. In the same instant, techniques describing how one could wield the lightning appeared in his mind. It was as if those lightning-wielding techniques were seared directly into his body, and branded straight onto his soul, transforming in his mind as an incomplete rune. The rune glimmered. The uninitiated wouldn't understand, but Wang Baoli, after allowing the sensations to sink in, seemed to grasp the meaning behind the rune intuitively. It was the first of the 5 mystic techniques of the lightning domain mystic realm. Amidst the thundering roars, Wang Baoli could hold on no longer. He instantly teleported away from the lightning domain mystic realm. As he stumbled out, staggering, a splatter of bright blood spilled from his mouth. His eyes were bright with exhilaration, and he lifted his face towards the sky and let loose a loud burst of laughter. I've done it! Wang Baoli climbed to his feet excitedly, patted his behind and raising his right hand. With a wave, an arc of lightning appeared instantly over his fingers. It looked tiny, but the electrical energy contained within the tiny lightning bolt sent many disciples clustering around the entrance of the mystic realm reeling in shock. Some even gasped aloud. Flash Arc. Flash Arc was the first of the 5 mystic techniques found in the lightning domain mystic realm, and few on the Upper Academy Island attained it. As a result, the appearance of a new wielder always attracted much attention. Wang Baoli appeared smug amidst the crowd's startled gasps. He didn't try to show off further, though. Instead, he happily retrieved his droplet-shaped cruiser and returned to his cave abode at the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. He watched as his palm flipped over and out came a flash arc, then flipped over again and out burst a burning flame. He was excited beyond measure. He felt that he had already become very powerful. I have 3 great killer moves now: Heated Burst, Flash Arc, and Cloud Finger. His heart filled with great satisfaction, Wang Baoli felt the spirit chi rushing through his meridians like a great river, and at the same time felt his strengthened physical body. He laughed out loud uncontrollably. True Breath Realm, 3rd level. Invigorated and spirits enlivened, he took out some ice spirit water and guzzled down 5 bottles in one go. Then, he wiped his mouth, gave his stomach a pat, and sat down cross-legged. He pulled out the dharmic artifacts needed for the enhanced fire god cannon, his eyes ablaze with vigor. Next, to complete the numinous treasure required for the armament soldier assessment. Wang Baoli took a deep breath and suppressed the joyous emotions in his heart. After he gradually eased into a calm composure, he began the fusion of the numinous treasures. Time inched by slowly and half a month passed. 1 week before the start of the armament soldier assessment, one late night, the door to Wang Baoli's cave abode opened suddenly, and he dashed out from within. His hair was a mess, and he looked spent, but his eyes shone brightly. Excitement overwhelmed him. He boarded his cruiser and sped away from the Upper Academy Island towards the wilderness beyond Ethereal City. Wang Baoli stood on his cruiser, suspended in mid-air above the expanse of wilderness. He raised his right hand and waved once. A long pipe with the thickness of an arm appeared in his hand. The pipe was pitch black in color and looked like a cannon pipe, exuding an eerie aura as well as an intense spirit force. This is the enhanced fire god cannon that I have refined. Wang Baoli caressed the cold cannon pipe, lugged it up excitedly, and aimed at a hill below him. The spirit chi within his body surged forward and exploded. A blinding light grew within the cannon instantly. With an earth-shattering roar thundering across the skies, an overwhelming backlash from the firing hit Wang Baoli's shoulder. The cruiser he was in was pushed many yards back. A purple blast of light surged from within the cannon. It raced towards the hill. As explosions resounded in the air and the hill trembled. It was hit from the top at an angle, and shot straight through with a blast that created a gigantic hole 2 meters wide. Wang Baoli stared at the destruction wrought by the enhanced fire god cannon and looked blown away. Disbelief filled his eyes. Such power, it's exceeded a perfected 3rd grade. It can even be ranked as a 4th grade. I've even thought of a name. Let's call it, the Baoli Cannon. Wang Baoli stood on the cruiser, brimming with pride. He raised the fire god cannon to the sky with one hand and laughed loudly. At the armament soldier assessment, who dares to cause strife when the Baoli cannon appears? Chapter 190, Armament Soldier Assessment. Chapter 190, Armament Soldier Assessment. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli was overwhelmed with emotions. Excitement overtook him, and he tried firing a few more shots. Exhilaration sped through his body, he trembled with glee, and the glimmer in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Wang Baoli couldn't be more satisfied. Though the numinous treasure firepower couldn't compare with the actual fire god cannon, it was mobile and easy to transport. That singular feature increased its value immeasurably. Even though there are plenty of numinous treasures like it, most are 4th or 5th grade treasures. Their firepower is amazing, but their energy usage is considerable as well. In that aspect, they can't measure up to my Baoli cannon. Wang Baoli did a round of assessment and ended up satisfied with his evaluation. He caressed the cannon a few more times before he reluctantly placed it back into his storage bracelet. He hummed a cheerful tune and returned to his cave abode in the Upper Academy Island in high spirits. He did some calculations and realized that there was still a week to the armament soldier assessment. To ensure that everything ran smoothly on the day of the assessment, he attempted to dismantle the Baoli cannon. He had found out that there had been instances of disciples being instructed to wreck-raft their numinous treasure during the assessment. In preparation for the worst, Wang Baoli even refined a separate set of composite numinous treasures for the Baoli cannon. He also prepared sufficient materials and ingredients concurrently. In the worst-case scenario where he had to refine the cannon on the spot, he would be fully prepared to do so. After all the preparations were done, he settled down and rested so that he could go into the armament soldier assessment in top form. During that period, as the assessment date drew near, the Upper Academy Island disciples who had applied for the round of assessment all started on the final leg of their preparation. That was especially so for Lin Qianhao. After he had moved out from Wang Baoli's neighboring cave abode, he ceased his provocations of Wang Baoli. However, the seeds of hatred and vengeance had been buried deep in his heart. He intended to pass the armament soldier assessment before seeking revenge. His preparation for the assessment was extensive. His goal was not simply to pass the assessment, but to attain first place in the armament soldier assessment. Originally, it would have been impossible for someone of his caliber to accomplish that within such a short span of time, but his family was rich, they supported his single-minded focus on refining numinous treasures, and there was no price they wouldn't pay. They even invited a grandmaster from the Federation to instruct him personally. Their efforts were why he had managed to advance so speedily. I've chosen the planetary bottle, the numinous treasure that is the most difficult to refine out of all the third-grade numinous treasures. This numinous treasure is ranked top in all of the third-grade numinous treasures that have been listed. Lin Qianhao sat cross-legged in his cave abode and confidently studied the dazzling jade bottle scattering starlight before him. He had heard that Wang Baoli had also applied for the upcoming armament soldier assessment. It was a matter he took very seriously. He even pulled a few strings outside the college and found out Wang Baoli had been hunting for monster's teeth when he had been at the stronghold. Since he needs monster's teeth, the numinous treasure he's planning to refine for the assessment must be the dragon's tooth. The dragon's tooth might be a fine treasure, but it's not even in the same league as the planetary bottle. Furthermore, the strength of the dragon's tooth relies heavily on materials instead of inscriptions. If Wang Baoli chooses the dragon's tooth for his assessment, he'll definitely lose to me. Lin Qianhao smirked. His confidence grew. As the disciples with the intention of going for the assessment hurried and bustled about with their preparations, the day of the armament soldier assessment finally arrived. The bell sounded, its ringing echoed. Wang Baoli, who had been sitting cross-legged in his cave abode, opened his eyes instantly. He sucked in a deep breath, and stood and marched out of the cave abode. The position of top armament soldier belongs to me. With a resolute look in his eyes and eagerness in his heart, Wang Baoli retrieved his cruiser and raced straight for the middle peak. The venue for the armament soldier assessment was the middle peak square in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. At the heart of the square stood a large, eye-catching war drum. It was the war drum that Wang Baoli had seen when he had walked past an armament soldier assessment that had been taking place. It was said that only armament soldiers had the right to sound the Elder Request drum. That was because the drum stick used to sound the drum had to be crafted on the spot. As the drum stick itself was a third-grade numinous treasure, Dharmic armament disciples wouldn't be able to craft it, only armament soldiers could. At that moment, before the war drum in the middle peak square, dozens of people had gathered. They were disciples who had come forth to participate in the round of armament soldier assessment. They didn't converse with one another, merely standing and waiting in silence. When Wang Baoli arrived at the middle peak square, he saw the other examinees and caught sight of Lin Qianhao amongst them. The feeling of scorn arose within him. That weasel is here for the assessment too. He can refine a numinous treasure as well. Wang Baoli snorted silently. He felt that he had established himself and built a strong network of friends and shouldn't have to care too much about Lin Qianhao. He ignored the other youth and approached the war drum. It was obvious that Lin Qianhao didn't feel the same way as Wang Baoli. He leveled his gaze on Wang Baoli and held it for some time before sneering. Crowds of disciples from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, there to observe, had arrived and clustered around the square. After all, the armament soldier assessment was seen as a major event to the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. The crowds of disciples had their heads lowered in heated discussions. Who could have guessed that so many people are taking part in this round of armament soldier assessment? Wonder who'll rank first place? Every armament soldier assessment, the armament soldier who ends up in first place would earn the luxury of choosing his own office. As long as there's any vacancy in any department, he can use that privilege to be promoted to office immediately. That's what's driving people nuts with envy. After all, there are many out there who are armament soldiers in name but wield no actual power. Time passed steadily as the disciples engaged in fierce discussions. After a short while, the bell started ringing hastily. It rang 3 times. 5 figures appeared from within the middle peak great hall. They approached swiftly, with one in the lead while 4 trailed behind. The one in the lead was dressed in purple robes, and his demeanor was composed, but he cast an imposing figure. He was the pavilion head of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. The 4 trailing behind him were 1 elderly and 3 in their middle age. All exuded the aura of a cultivator who had attained the peak of the true breath realm, and were a mere step away from breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. They were the 4 deputy pavilion heads of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. The deputy pavilion head was treated with great respect within and outside the college. Their cultivation contributed to but was not the sole reason for their elevated status. They had to possess certain unique strengths or competencies when it came to crafting numinous treasures. That was the key to becoming a deputy pavilion head of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. At the same time, they needed to know the right people and have popular support. It could even be said that every one of the 4 deputy pavilion heads had their own impressive background. After all, to rise from the multitudes of armament soldiers into the position of a deputy pavilion head, one had to be exceptional in some way or another. That was the case for the deputy pavilion head, even more so for the pavilion head of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. One after another, the 5 people reached the middle peak square. Their arrival sent the crowd into a sudden silence, and Wang Baoli too sucked in a deep breath as resolve flashed across his eyes. He and the other examinees looked towards the 5 heads of the pavilion. There are not many rules and regulations governing the armament soldier assessment under our Dharmic Armament Pavilion. Every one of you, present the numinous treasure you have prepared for the assessment, 1 person at a time. The 5 of us will evaluate it and question you before announcing whether you pass or fail the assessment. As for the assessment ranking, the one who is placed first will be rewarded with top priority for placement in office. Purple-robed pavilion head declared coolly. After he was done speaking, he threw a glance towards Wang Baoli and the other examinees and pointed casually at one of them. Let's start with you. The person who had been singled out by the pavilion head was an experienced disciple. After he had heard the pavilion head, he nodded and immediately pulled out a mirror. It was an old, plain-looking mirror with an ordinary appearance. It gave out a strong spirit aura that drew the crowd's attention. Everyone held their breaths. The experienced disciple was clearly satisfied with the attention his mirror had caught. He approached the pavilion head respectfully and presented the mirror. Greetings to the pavilion head and deputy pavilion heads. This is the heaven and earth mirror that I have crafted. For your assessment, please. Upon seeing the heaven and earth mirror, the spectating crowd started talking in hushed voices. The heaven and earth mirror, that's quite a challenging 3rd grade numinous treasure to craft. It can reflect spells to a certain extent. Its inscription requirements far exceed other numinous treasures. Wang Baoli eyed the numinous treasure as the crowd debated. Then, he thought of his Baoli cannon and was filled with confidence once again. He didn't drop his guard though, paying great attention as the pavilion head and deputy pavilion heads conducted the assessment. The pavilion head picked the mirror up and gave it a quick inspection before handing it over to the deputy pavilion heads. They were Dharmic armament cultivators by cultivation and familiar with numinous treasures. It did not take long, only an hour or so, before they reached their separate conclusions. They posed some questions on the mirror's crafting process, to which the experienced disciple answered smoothly. The assessment then ended. After a brief discussion, the results were announced. You passed and are promoted to an armament soldier. Your ranking will be determined at the end, the pavilion head said coolly. He pointed at another person. The armament soldier assessment proceeded in that manner, where some passed while others failed. Some received questions while some were instructed to demonstrate the crafting of a specific part on the spot. One numinous treasure after another was displayed, and the voices from the crowd rose and ebbed. Wang Baoli gradually made sense of the process as he observed the proceedings. Not everyone will be asked to demonstrate the crafting process. However, everyone will be posed questions, which are tricky and challenging to answer correctly unless he was the one who crafted the numinous treasure himself. As Wang Baoli continued his pondering, Lin Qianhao's turn soon came. He pulled out the planetary bottle, instantly causing a stir amongst the spectating disciples. Shouts of amazement rose, and the other examinees were immediately drawn towards him and the bottle. Even the pavilion head and the 4 deputy pavilion head displayed surprise on their faces. The planetary bottle. It's been said that this is the hardest third-grade numinous treasure to refine. It's the first time I'm seeing one. The inscriptions required for this treasure are extremely complex. There's also the planetary stone, necessary for refinement but extremely expensive. Wang Baoli's eyes widened amidst the stunned gasps of the crowd. He knew of the planetary bottle. There were few planetary stones in the college, though, if one wanted to craft the numinous treasure, he would need to spend a great amount of effort to buy it outside. That was why he had given up on crafting it in the first place and instead had chosen the next best thing, which was almost equally difficult to refine but whose requirements of materials and ingredients were not as challenging: the dragon's tooth. Lin Qianhao didn't show the relish and triumph he was feeling at the moment. He respectfully handed the planetary bottle to the pavilion head instead. Only then did he steal a glance at the stunned Wang Baoli and sneer inwardly. "You penniless wretch, trying to compete with me?" Wang Baoli caught Lin Qianhao looking. He raised an eyebrow, his face unsmiling, and thought, so what if it was the planetary bottle? Once he revealed his canon, even Lin Qianhao had no choice but to admit defeat and call him daddy. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the pavilion head took the planetary bottle from Lin Qianhao's hands, and astonishment colored his eyes. He examined the bottle, a look of praise gradually surfacing on his face. He nodded and passed the bottle to the deputy pavilion heads. The 4 deputy pavilion heads clearly approved of the planetary bottle. They assessed it and asked Lin Qianhao a few questions, which Lin Qianhao answered smoothly. When one of the deputy pavilion heads requested that he demonstrate the refinement of the inscriptions on the spot, Lin Qianhao complied without hesitation. The crowd was shaken by the scene. When they looked at Lin Qianhao, it was with growing respect. Anyone who could successfully craft a planetary bottle was the epitome of competency and wealth. It's an impressive numinous treasure. You've passed, Lin Qianhao. If no accidents happen, you stand a great chance of placing first, the pavilion head praised him. As Lin Qianhao stepped back excitedly, the pavilion head's eyes swept past the remaining few disciples, who included Wang Baoli. He pointed at Wang Baoli. "Wang Baoli, show us the numinous treasure you've prepared." Upon hearing the pavilion head's words, a slightly annoyed Wang Baoli walked up immediately and without further ado, raised his right hand, flipped it over and pulled out a huge cannon. With a loud thud, he placed it on the ground, then raised his head. He spoke calmly, "The numinous treasure that I have refined is not from within the Dharmic Armament Pavilion's numinous treasure roll, but something that I've invented on my own. Its name: the Great Mighty Baoli Cannon for short." Chapter 191, Beyond Reproach. Chapter 191, Beyond Reproach. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. As soon as the cannon appeared, with its strange appearance, pitch-black body, and exuding a foreboding aura, the crowd reeled back, their eyes wide. It had been a very long time since a numinous treasure of one's own invention had appeared in an armament soldier assessment. The challenges of inventing a numinous treasure were immense. There was nothing one could refer from or base the invention on. Unless one was extremely confident in himself, few dared to present a numinous treasure of their own design for assessment. The past numinous treasures presented for all armament soldier assessment, be it a large-scale or small-scale assessment, were all treasures listed in the numinous treasure roll. Their level of difficulty was clearly listed in the roll. Those who came to observe the assessment came for the questions posed by the pavilion head and his deputies. The questions were the real highlights of the event and were of immeasurable worth. If they were fortunate enough, they might witness others crafting their treasures personally, which would be an even greater boon to them. However, the numinous treasure Wang Baoli had presented turned out to be his own invention. The value of such a treasure, and what it represented, was of a completely different level. Your own invention? What the? If I recall correctly, there hasn't been new inventions put up for assessment for the past 10 years. The Great Mighty Baoli Cannon? That's a weird name. But from the looks of it, this numinous treasure is terrifying. As the crowd was stirred into a heated debate and excited anticipation, Lin Qianhao and the other disciples also received a shock. They eyed Wang Baoli's numinous treasure, especially Lin Qianhao. It was as if he was suddenly downed with a bucket of ice water, and a low buzzing rose in his head. "I can't believe it's not the dragon's tooth." Lin Qianhao gnashed his teeth hatefully. His breathing grew uneven as he glared at Wang Baoli's cannon, alarm rising within him. Wang Baoli could feel everyone's gaze on him and felt a great satisfaction over the effect the Baoli cannon had generated. He pushed aside the feelings of satisfaction, cupped his fists towards the pavilion head, and pushed the Baoli cannon before him. The pavilion head and the 4 deputy pavilion heads behind him all had a look of concentration on their faces. When they turned towards Wang Baoli, it was with an assessing look. The pavilion head of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion especially let his spirit chi spread out when he stepped forward and inspected the Baoli cannon. His composure remained calm, however, waves of emotion stirred within him. With his level of attainment in Dharmic armaments, he needed only a brief look to recognize how extraordinary and impressive the numinous treasure was. If it had been some other occasion, he wouldn't have entertained further thought. If one considered it from a different angle, the numinous treasure could be seen as having transcended the 3rd grade and rivaled a 4th grade treasure. It vastly surpassed all numinous treasures that had appeared in the assessment. Even the planetary bottle couldn't compare. Be it the complexity of the inscription or the inherent creativity involved in its creation, they were no longer competing on the same level. Furthermore, the Baoli cannon was clearly a composite numinous treasure. Its sheer value would have increased multiple folds because of that. However, things weren't as simple as they appeared, especially considering that Wang Baoli was the one who crafted the numinous treasure. The value of being the top armament soldier every year isn't simply earning the right of the first offer of office. It also forms part of the underlying criteria in future evaluations on whether one might advance to the position of deputy pavilion head. This Wang Baoli has formed a close relationship with Chen Yutong, and they obviously belong to the lineage under Sun Ifeng. Sun Ifeng is competing for the position of Grand Elder with Elder Li. The pavilion head of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion narrowed his eyes. He and Sun Ifeng belonged in different lineages. In fact, he could be considered as part of the same lineage as Elder Li. Elder Li's successful advancement to the position of Grand Elder was the most advantageous outcome for him. After all, if Sun Ifeng's power grew too strong, especially with his disciple Chen Yutong likely due for a promotion to deputy pavilion head, the threat to himself wouldn't be insignificant. That was why he could allow Wang Baoli to become an armament soldier, but he would never allow a top armament soldier to appear in Sun Ifeng's faction. Especially this Wang Baoli. His armament soldier assessment results are already extraordinary and his record exemplary. If he is placed first as top armament soldier, in the future, as long as his cultivation reaches a certain level and he attains a certain level of proficiency in Dharmic armament, considering his list of accolades and achievements, he would no doubt be promoted to deputy pavilion head. The consequences of the matter flashed across the middle-aged, purple-robed pavilion head's mind. A glint flashed in his eyes. He was going to keep Wang Baoli in check. The matter lay within his area of jurisdiction. Even if an outsider saw something amiss, he wouldn't be able to interfere. After all, the position of Grand Elder was still vacant. Furthermore, as a pavilion head, he held significant power. Even if someone did mention anything about it in the future, what was done was done. There was nothing more to be done about it. Once he reached his decision, the pavilion head pulled back his spirit chi that had been examining the cannon. He didn't say anything and handed the cannon to the 4 deputy pavilion heads. One after another, the 4 deputy pavilion heads conducted their inspections. Amazement and shock took hold of every one of them. They held a fervent discussion with the pavilion head, whose eyes very quickly fell on Wang Baoli. Since this treasure is of your own invention, there's no need for further questions. Wang Baoli, recraft it on the spot, now. Wang Baoli had been observing the pavilion head and the deputy pavilion heads all the while but couldn't discern anything from his observations. After hearing the others' request, he remained uncertain about their views. After all, such a request fell within the boundaries of reason. Wang Baoli nodded and began to regulate his breathing. He focused, took out his spirit stones, and started refining on the spot. He had prepared himself for something like that to happen. He crafted swiftly, time flew by, and 2 hours passed. Under the attentive eyes of the crowd, amidst their shouts of surprise and startlement, Wang Baoli crafted one numinous treasure after another. Finally, with his own hands, he fitted the numinous treasures together to form the second Baoli cannon. With a loud thud, Wang Baoli placed the newly crafted Baoli cannon on the ground. He raised his head and looked at the pavilion head and deputy pavilion heads. Gasps of shock resounded all around him. The pavilion head gave Wang Baoli a deep, long look, then spoke in a low voice. "You've passed the armament soldier assessment. As for your ranking, it'll be determined at the end." Upon hearing his words, Wang Baoli let loose a sigh of relief and stepped back excitedly. He was confident of his securing first place in the assessment. Lin Qianhao, on the other hand, looked terrible at the moment. His hands were drawn tightly into fists, and he drowned in jealousy and bitterness as he stood there with a dazed look on his face. Very quickly, one after another, the remaining few examinees presented their numinous treasures, which were then inspected by the pavilion head and deputy pavilion heads. They finally reached the end of the round of armament soldier assessment, the finale, and the highlight of the entire assessment. Everyone's eyes fell on the pavilion head as they awaited the announcement. Wang Baoli, Lin Qianhao, and the other examinees looked over nervously as well. Despite being fully confident of his chances, Wang Baoli still feared the possibility of his prize slipping through his fingers. The pavilion head spoke in hushed tones with the 4 deputy pavilion heads while the crowd watched on intensely. The crowd couldn't hear their voices, but they could see the elderly deputy pavilion head, upon hearing something being said, show anger. He seemed aggrieved. The other 3 deputy pavilion heads started murmuring as the pavilion head stared at them. A moment later, they nodded, seeming to reach a consensus. The elderly deputy pavilion head swung his sleeve aside and said frostily, "I reserve my comments on the ranking." After he was done speaking, he gave Wang Baoli a long steady look, as if in apology, then turned around and left. The scene shocked the crowd, and Wang Baoli's heart leapt into his throat. He felt that something wasn't right, especially the look the elder had given him before he left. It seemed to carry a sense of helplessness and apology. It made his hair stand. What's going on? Wang Baoli thought, alarmed. It was then that the pavilion head announced, in a deep booming voice that resounded throughout the square, the assessment ranking. The Dharmic Armament Pavilion has judged that first place in this assessment ranking goes to Lin Qianhao. The assessment has ended, the pavilion head said coolly. He didn't even spare Wang Baoli a look. After he was done speaking, he turned to leave. There was a moment of silence before the crowd burst into chatter. It actually went to Lin Qianhao? This isn't right. Wang Baoli's numinous treasure was his own invention. It should be better. As the crowd debated furiously, Lin Qianhao suddenly trembled. A flash of surprise and joy appeared in his eyes. He had given up all hope, but he actually placed first. All of a sudden, it was as if a shiver of electricity was sent coursing through his entire body. The first thought that flashed to his mind was that his father had made a move. That must be it. Mad with happiness, Lin Qianhao's spirits rose. He stepped forward with his fists cupped and shouted, "Thank you, pavilion head." After uttering his thanks, Lin Qianhao couldn't help but sneak a look at Wang Baoli. He saw Wang Baoli's gloomy face and was beyond pleased. He almost laughed out loud. Wang Baoli's face had darkened instantly. He disregarded the self-congratulatory Lin Qianhao and instead stared unblinkingly at the pavilion head. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. If it had been someone else, they might have grudgingly accepted the pavilion head's final judgment or even attempt to find a resolution after everything had ended. But while Wang Baoli had on a cheerful, smiling face on a regular day, in reality, he didn't possess a good temper. Thinking of the contributions he had made, and the network of friends he had built, didn't help. He glared and, with an air of, "So what, you're the pavilion head?" "I couldn't care less," stepped forward and spoke in a booming voice. "Pavilion head's assessment is unfair." After saying that, he turned towards the crowd and cupped his fists in a salute. "My fellow Dharmic armament comrades, we all love Dharmic artifacts and have our fair share of innovating and designing our own artifacts. We put in endless time and effort. We spend money that could have been used to buy pills and enhance our cultivation on buying materials and ingredients. We use the time that other disciples from other faculties are using to train and cultivate on studying and engineering new numinous treasures. We toil, we suffer, we endure and give so much of ourselves. But the numinous treasure that we finally create is instead callously brushed aside by the pavilion head. I, Wang Baoli, will not rest if I don't get a proper explanation today. I'd rather die. Wang Baoli's words rang out and instantly resonated with the crowd. The earlier small, hushed discussions grew louder. The pavilion head's face darkened. He might have disregarded Wang Baoli if the latter only said he didn't accept the results of the assessment, but Wang Baoli was clearly well versed in such matters. He protested the injustice of it all while concurrently inciting public outrage. There was no way the pavilion head could retreat from the situation without doing something about it. The fact that he had risen to the rank of pavilion head, of course, meant that he was no foolish person. He had made his decision earlier, and would naturally have grounds for his choice. He tilted his head and spoke calmly. There are no past references for us to gauge or examine the inscriptions and structure of this self-invented numinous treasure. Furthermore, it has not stood the test of time. It might be an exceptional treasure, or it might contain serious flaws. It is difficult to make an assessment. As the pavilion head, my actions must be beyond reproach. I can allow you to pass the armament soldier assessment, but in terms of the ranking, I still judge Lin Qianhao's planetary bottle as the stable treasure and the more secure choice. This is why he has been placed first. Wang Baoli, as for the numinous treasure you have refined, I will send it for trials later. If the Dharmic Armament Pavilion finds it without flaws, you may submit a request to me for a reassessment. The pavilion head's words sounded reasonable to some. The crowd fell into a hushed discussion once again, and gradually divided into two factions. Wang Baoli, upon hearing what the pavilion head said, flipped out. His words stank of bureaucracy speak. The trials he was speaking of could take days or months or possibly years. It was impossible to determine how long it would take. Your actions are beyond reproach? Fine, I'll find someone to test it now, to give you an answer that's beyond reproach. One that is clear for all to see. Wang Baoli laughed furiously. An icy glint flashed across his eyes. As he shouted, he whirled around and ran, under the crowd's gaze, straight for the Elder Request Drum. Chapter 192, Sound the Drum, Call for the Elder. Chapter 192, Sound the Drum, Call for the Elder. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Elder Request Drum. Formality decreed that only armament soldiers could sound the drum. Wang Baoli was already an armament soldier, so he had the right. In reality, the reason that only armament soldiers could sound the drum was that the drum stick had to be crafted on the spot, and the drum stick was a third-grade numinous treasure. Wang Baoli possessed such capabilities as well. The crowd watched as Wang Baoli raced towards the Elder Request Drum. The look on their faces shifted, their eyes widened, and astonishment rose within them. The Elder Request Drum. This Wang Baoli is so sure of his chances? Every armament soldier only has one chance in his entire life to sound it. He's going for broke. It's been a few years since someone sounded the Elder Request Drum. The other examinees stood stunned as the crowd fell into a heated discussion. Lin Qianhao gasped in shock. His anxiety began to grow. He knew, deep in his heart, that Wang Baoli's numinous treasure was better than his. He was surprised to find the pavilion head unflustered. The pavilion head of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion was indeed composed. He remained unruffled as Wang Baoli marched towards the Elder Request Drum and scorned him inwardly. Childish. Even if this Wang Baoli manages to sound the drum, he'll only get an elder. The four elders in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion may seemingly be cordial to one another, but in reality, they are all vying for the position of Grand Elder. Someone will naturally use this to their advantage. Unless he manages to invite the Grand Elder, but alas, there is no Grand Elder in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion head at the moment. Hands behind his back, the pavilion head watched coolly as Wang Baoli approached the Elder Request Drum. Rage burned inside Wang Baoli. He was sure of the pavilion head's ill intentions. He knew that they were past the point of civility. He would either walk away without being awarded first place or call forward someone great who had the final say, who would reverse the final assessment and supersede the pavilion head. The crowd watched as Wang Baoli stood before the elder request drum, took a deep breath in and, gritting his teeth, raised his right hand and pressed it onto the drum. Novel full. A loud boom sounded, and the elder request drum started to exude an oppressive aura as a spell ripped outwards. Materials started flying out from within the drum and floated before Wang Baoli. There were spirit stones, a jade slip documenting the inscriptions and the crafting method, as well as a large quantity of materials. Wang Baoli's eyes flashed. He grabbed hold of the jade slip and infused it with spirit chi, causing the refinement method to appear in his mind instantly. He swept his hand across and caught the spirit stones, and started to carve the inscriptions. The drum stick had 100,000 inscriptions. It was a numinous treasure, and crafting it wouldn't be a minor feat. However, it was nothing to Wang Baoli. He sent both hands to work, and as he ran the formulaic deductions in his head, he rapidly carved inscription after inscription onto the spirit stones. Waves of spells and spirit chi surrounded Wang Baoli, and interwoven within seemed to be patches of light and darkness. Translucent inscriptions flashed into being before they were eventually fused within the spirit stones. Everyone was transfixed by the scene before them. The debating voices grew softer, and many people started posting on the spirit intranet. Wang Baoli is crafting the elder request drumstick. Quickly, to Middle Peak. Something big's happening. Wang Baoli and the pavilion head are at loggerheads. He's going to sound the elder request drum. The news spread like wildfire. Everyone who heard was reeling with disbelief. Chen Yutong, who had been handling some administrative matters at the college administrative department, was one of the first to know. He was instantly alarmed and raced towards Middle Peak. There were many like him who rushed towards Middle Peak from all four corners of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. They soon reached the Middle Peak and saw Wang Baoli standing before the elder request drum. He had completed the inscriptions, and his right hand rose into the air, a flame appearing within his palm. Wang Baoli was going to use heated burst mystic technique to fuse the materials and craft the drum stick directly. There wasn't one disciple who remained unaffected as they witnessed the scene before them. Gasps of surprise and sighs of envy rose in the air. Heated burst. That's the mystic technique the college rewarded Wang Baoli with a while ago. Not only is this mystic technique lethal, but it also suits Dharmic armament cultivators very well. Dharmic armament cultivators can refine artifacts without a smelting furnace. Goodness, that's just too cool. The entire crafting process went smoothly and without a hitch. It was perfect, there were no mistakes or blunders made. It made the crafting of the drum stick seem like an art performance. The crowd watched, transfixed. Fierce jealousy flashed across Lin Qianhao's eyes, and his breathing became uneven. As for the pavilion head, his pupils contracted ever so slightly, but his composure remained calm. As the crowd engaged in hushed discussions, more people came rushing from afar. Time passed steadily. It was an hour later before Wang Baoli abruptly waved his right hand. The flames within his palm spread out and vanished in an instant, and a green-colored drum stick appeared before everyone's eyes. Crimson tendrils were still wrapped around the drum stick, but they disappeared swiftly. It had clearly been freshly crafted and was still scorching to the touch. Wang Baoli disregarded the heat. The heated burst mystic technique had increased his tolerance towards high temperatures. He lifted his right hand and grabbed hold of the drum stick, turned around, and gave the pavilion head a frosty glare. Wang Baoli shifted his eyes, tightened his grip on the drum stick, and hit the elder request drum. Boom! The crowd who had been watching the entire process were geared up for that moment. Nevertheless, when the war drum thundered, they were still shaken to their core. The cacophony of noises, the heated debates and discussions, disappeared. A loud buzzing echoed in everyone's heads. The sound was so loud, it resonated across Middle Peak, rippling across the entire Dharmic Armament Pavilion and resounding across the heavens. It seemed to contain within itself Wang Baoli's aggrievement and his rage. It was as if he threw his entire fury behind the hit. The entire Dharmic Armament Pavilion was stirred. Those who had no idea what had happened received the shock of their lives. What's going on? What's that sound? All of a sudden, figures were dashing out and about. After some asking around, they found out that Wang Baoli was sounding the elder request drum. Before they could form further thought on the matter, the drum was sounded a second time. Boom! The resulting thundering was greater than the first. As it spread out to all corners, Wang Baoli's body started shaking, and his breathing had quickened. He finally realized why the elder request drum had never been sounded more than 5 times at one time in the past, why the most anyone could achieve was 3 hits. The elder request drum had a harsh set of requirements on the construction of the numinous treasure-grade drumstick. That, however, was not the key challenge. In principle, as long as one could craft the drumstick, he could sound the drum as many times as he wanted. In reality, how many times he could hit the drum depended on his body's resilience. After the first hit, Wang Baoli felt a strong backlash. It flowed from the drumsticks into his body, coursed within his body, and sent quakes throughout. He felt as if his organs had been smashed together. His joints chattered as his body shook. He seemed to feel the toxins in his body shattering as he shook. The backlash from the second hit intensified. When it lashed back at him, the toxins that had broken down surged out from his pores. Such a deeply cleansing tremor was a boon to a cultivator. However, the pain that one had to endure was equally great. The counterforce to the hit intensified with each hitting of the drum. Most people wouldn't have been able to withstand it. At that moment, Wang Baoli had just sounded the drum the 3rd time. His body shook fiercely. Dark spots appeared in his vision. His strength seemed to leave him, be it spiritually or physically. He seemed to have reached a peak where his entire body was taken over by the vibrating force. With 3 hits, one can call upon an elder, but that's not enough. Even if I manage 5 hits, to call upon the Grand Elder, it would still not suffice. That's because the position of the Grand Elder in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion is currently vacant. I can only continue sounding the drum, and call upon someone higher up. Wang Baoli panted heavily. He let loose a low howl and, with all his might, hit the drum a 4th time. Boom! The war drum trembled, and the drum sticks almost slipped from his fingers. Wang Baoli's body was contorted into an odd twist as he shook. His face was ashen. The vibrations within his body intensified multiple folds. He felt as if his bones, his meridians, his flesh, and his blood had undergone a baptism by storm. He could hardly stand, his body on the verge of collapse. The crowd held their breaths. Everyone was overwhelmed and gasping in shock. That's the 4th hit. Another hit and that'll be the highest number of hits anyone has ever managed to reach, the 5th hit. Lin Qianhao sucked in a nervous breath of cold air. The expressions on the faces of the pavilion head and his deputies displayed different degrees of shock. The pavilion head of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, especially, was frowning. His eyes revealed a hint of amazement. However, Wang Baoli had reached his limits. His quavering arms could barely carry the weight of the drumsticks. Is this my limit? How did the person who hit the drums 5 times do it? I won't lose to him. Wang Baoli gritted his teeth. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. The devouring seed in his body suddenly exploded into life, and with its suction force, it controlled Wang Baoli's body and achieved the impossible. His hand held the drumstick in a stiff, deathly grip, and swung towards the war drum, hitting it again. It was as if he was a puppet and the devouring seed suction force invisible strings tugging his entire body. Boom, the 5th hit landed. The invisible strings that were the suction force tugged fiercely again. He felt his vision blurring. He grew dizzy and was on the verge of blacking out. The suction force tugged, struggling, and landed the 6th hit on the drum. As the cry of the war drum resounded in the heavens, the crowd was sent into a complete shock. Lin Qianhao started hearing white noise in his head. His face was drained of blood, and he stumbled back. The pavilion head's face had never looked so somber. Chapter 193, It Shattered. Chapter 193, It Shattered. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The 6th hit sounded. The vibrating energy that had accumulated within Wang Baoli's body had reached an unimaginable peak. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood was black and seemed to contain the toxins that had been in his body. Wang Baoli's body felt like jelly after he spat out blood. The dark spots grew in his vision. Am I hitting the drum to the point of blacking out? Wang Baoli's head buzzed, consciousness seemed to be slipping from his grasp. As that thought flashed across his mind, and his legs lost all strength, he fell, kneeling, with a soft thud. It seemed as if he was about to pass out. It was then that he thought he heard the crackling sound of something shattering inside him. A strong spirit chi burst out and surged through his body the instant he heard the sound. As the external vibrations persisted, the spirit chi fused with Wang Baoli's meridians. His cultivation level shot up drastically in an instant. The leveling of his cultivation was like a shot of confidence. He shook himself and regained clarity of mind. That was when he realized that the crystal inside his body had absorbed the vibrating energies. Fractures appeared on the crystal, and spirit chi escaped from within without stop. Within the span of a few breaths, his cultivation level leaped from the lowest, third level of the true breath realm in a giant bound. Such a move exists. Wang Baoli's breath quickened as he was caught by surprise. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. This Wang Baoli is too relentless. He hit the drum until he threw up blood. 6 hits, that has never happened before. But why do I feel that Wang Baoli's body seemed very unnatural during the last 2 hits? His eyes were shut, and he almost fell to his knees. What do I feel as if he passed out? Novel full. The heated discussions persisted. With the discovery of Wang Baoli's considerable advancement in cultivation level, the debate grew fiercer and more heated, like an uprising storm. My God! His cultivation improved? The energy he is giving out isn't right. I can feel it, compared to just before, this Wang Baoli's cultivation level is higher now. Sounds of discussion, argument, and shock rose and sank. The breathing of Lin Qianhao, the pavilion head, and his deputies quickened. As for Wang Baoli, the sparkle in his eyes grew brighter. He stood and could feel the leap in his cultivation. His eyes shone fiercely. In my whole life, I, Wang Baoli, have never hated anything more than cheating. I am counting on my skills to sound the drum. Wang Baoli was inwardly pleased and mused to himself. 5 hits could bring forth the Grand Elder, who knew who 6 hits could call forward. He had to play it safe. Wang Baoli sucked in a deep breath. The devouring seed inside him burst into action, controlling his body and raising the drum stick yet again, hitting it against the Elder request drum. The 7th time. Boom! Nothing seemed to happen after that. Seems like that's not enough. Wang Baoli's body, both inside and out, was trembling at that moment. The vibrations were, however, absorbed by the crystal. He remained uncertain and worried, so he hit the drum again. The 8th time. This should be enough, right? If I continue, I think my cultivation might break through. Wang Baoli felt the increasing number of fractures in his crystal. He thought for a bit, and his eyes shone with anticipation. Without further thought on whom he might be calling forward, he hit the drum again. The 9th time. The 10th time. The sounds of the drum being hit resounded. Everyone in the crowd watched, dazed. There were no longer any sounds of discussion. At the moment, the entire square watched on in shock, be it Lin Qianhao, the few deputy pavilion heads, or the pavilion head, all were flabbergasted. White noise buzzed in their heads. The number of times Wang Baoli had sounded the drum was unprecedented. The last few hits, especially, were done in one go. His body did look weird and had a strangeness to it. Nevertheless, the sounds of the drum being hit resounded clearly through the air. What's more, it didn't end there. The 11th, 12th, 13th times. As everyone remained in shock, Wang Baoli hit the drum for the 17th time. He could still persist, but the drum stick couldn't take it anymore. It shattered. The scene sent many in the dazed crowd murmuring. It shattered? Even the drum stick shattered? This Wang Baoli, could he be some monster in disguise? As the crowd remained in a daze, something mind-blowing happened again. As the drum stick shattered, Wang Baoli could feel the extensive fracturing on the outer layer of the crystal inside him. A huge wave of spirit chi burst forth and filled his entire body. His cultivation broke through in an instant as the spirit chi made its way through his body, shooting straight from the 3rd level of the True Breath realm into the 4th level. What the? His cultivation broke through. How is that possible? I could care less about Wang Baoli's breakthrough. What I really want to know is who the boom 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 17 deafening hits will call forward. An alien? The crowd gradually recovered from their shock. In an instant, the prior silence was broken. A huge uproar exploded, and voices rose like waves into the air. Lin Qianhao's face had turned an extreme shade of white. His vision went black, and it took all he had to not collapse to the ground. The pavilion head and his deputies struggled, slightly, to breathe. Especially the pavilion head. It was as if he had seen a ghost as he stared at Wang Baoli, dumbstruck. Even in his wildest dreams, he could never have imagined the extreme ends that Wang Baoli would go to. If he could have predicted that would happen, the thought of putting Wang Baoli in his rightful place would never have crossed his mind. 17 times, who will be invited forward? There was a bitter taste in the pavilion head's mouth. He muttered in a daze, uneasily. As the crowd burst out in gasps of shock, Wang Baoli stared at the shattered drumstick regretfully. He could feel the crystal in his body had not disappeared completely. What had shattered was only its outermost layer. The crystal looked as if it had shrunk one size, from the size of a chicken's egg to that of quail's. I hit 17 times, this should call forward someone super important. Wang Baoli blinked. He watched as the crowd slowly recover from their shocked daze. The anticipation on their faces seemed greater than his own. He also saw Lin Qianhao and the pavilion head, who looked as if they had seen a ghost. He grew pleased, his heart brimmed with satisfaction. At the same time, he was also filled with curiosity. It was then that suddenly, in the skies above the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, the clouds rolled and boiled over. An overwhelming aura descended from the heavens in a blink of an eye. The aura was intensely strong and shadowed the entire Upper Academy Island. Even though it didn't reach the extremes of transforming the heavens, it still stirred the entire island. The disciples across all the pavilions were all shaken to the core and lifted their heads to look up. The crowd at Dharmic Armament Pavilion's middle peak, especially, sucked in their breath, their eyes honed in instantly at the skies above. Lin Qianhao couldn't help but raise his head as well, he looked lost. Some in the crowd, like Chen Yutong, had their own guesses. They breathed nervously, their eyes filled with incredulity. Like the deputy pavilion heads, they seemed to have come to some conclusion as they raised their heads. They trembled. The pavilion head clearly knew the identity of the person who had arrived. He was having mixed feelings about it, emotions churned within him, and his face grew pale rapidly. The clouds in the sky gathered instantaneously and, amidst the stunned gasps of the entire Upper Academy Island, formed some semblance of a gigantic face. The face stretched across half the sky. It conveyed a sense of vastness while exuding an imposing aura, and everyone who caught sight of it was overwhelmed with emotions. As if surveying the vast lands before it, the giant face turned its eyes towards the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, towards Middle Peak, and towards Wang Baoli. Greetings to the Grand Supreme Elder. The pavilion head and his deputies quaked in their boots as they greeted the Grand Supreme Elder with due respect. Chen Yutong and the others struggled to find their composure and presented their greetings as well. Their voices entered the disciples around them. The look on the disciples, who had only heard of but never seen the Grand Supreme Elder, changed immediately. They extended their greetings with awe and fervor. Beyond the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, in the other pavilions on the Upper Academy Island, waves of greetings spread out suddenly like an oral tsunami, to the four corners of the island. Quite a few figures appeared on the Skypath Island as well. They gazed at the Upper Academy Island. Amongst them was the red-robed deputy sect lord. Standing beside him was someone of his age, who wore a white tunic and had an ethereal air to him. There was a faint smile on his face. From how the two stood, the middle-aged man in the white tunic was obviously of a higher status. Is it that Wang Baoli again? He must be hiding some good fortunes. That drop of spirit blood must be why he could sound the drum so many times and call forward the Grand Supreme Elder, the middle-aged man in the white tunic said laughingly. Beside him, the red-robed deputy sect lord nodded. He smiled as well and spoke. Sect lord's judgment is likely correct. This little fatty is interesting. I quite like him. The middle-aged man in a white tunic turned out to be the sect lord of the ethereal Tao College. While the two chatted happily, in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, Wang Baoli's eyes widened as he looked heavenward. He was overwhelmed with awe. The face in the sky made him feel as if he had come face to face with an imposing, heavenly presence. He was awed and impressed by the kind of spell it would take to form one's face in the sky, and filled with envy in equal measure. At the same time, he also felt a sense of uneasiness. He recalled how he had taught the Grand Supreme Elder's disciple a lesson in the past. As anxiety churned inside him, he took a deep breath and bit the bullet, stepping forward and cupping his fists in greeting. Your humble disciple greets the Grand Supreme Elder. This is the Baoli cannon that your humble disciple has designed and invented. I drew inspiration from the Stronghold's Fire God cannon. The Dharmic Armament Pavilion's pavilion head didn't recognize this numinous treasure and even hinted that it's trash. Your humble disciple doesn't accept the evaluation. I humbly request that the Grand Supreme Elder examine and assess my cannon personally. Wang Baoli pointed at the Baoli cannon and, without mincing his words, said quickly in a loud voice. After he was done speaking, he cupped his fists once again and bowed deeply. Regardless of any anxieties he was feeling, to the vengeful Wang Baoli, when the right time came, revenge must be served. It was the moment for revenge. The pavilion head of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion almost cursed at Wang Baoli's words. When had he ever said that the cannon was trash? Wang Baoli was lying with a straight face. He was misrepresenting him. He was extremely unsettled, beyond anxious, by Wang Baoli's protest. As he was about to bite the bullet and offer an explanation, the face in the sky suddenly sent a sharp look sweeping across the crowd. The words stuck in the pavilion head's throat. The sweeping gaze eventually stopped and rested upon the Baoli cannon that Wang Baoli had refined. A sudden silence fell across the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. Everyone held their breaths and watched on in awe. Amidst the pavilion heads and the deputy pavilion head's anxiety and uneasiness, amidst Lin Qianhao's paling face, the eyes in the heavens seemed to see through the Baoli cannon, and clearly perceived the cannon's inner structure and its inscriptions. They lit up and seemed to show surprise. After eyeing the cannon and studying it more carefully, the face redrew its gaze from the cannon. A voice, carrying with it the weight of great authority, boomed across the entire Upper Academy Island. Excellent work! Chapter 194, Who had cheats turned on in their life? Chapter 194, Who had cheats turned on in their life? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. As the two words rang out, they were like the passing of a law, dictating heaven and earth with its utterance. It was as if all strength fled the pavilion head. His face was pale and drained of blood, and he lowered his head hurriedly with due respect. The other deputy pavilion heads followed suit. Even though the entire affair had nothing to do with them, the crowd had witnessed with their own eyes the entire proceedings of how Wang Baoli, as an insignificant character, had fought back and reversed his fortunes. Every single one of them was inspired and even felt as if they were sharing his glory. They bowed to the heavens again. Lin Qianhao, on the other hand, felt as if all life had been sucked from his body. The bitterness in his heart was vast like the ocean. The surrounding cacophony of noises grew distant. Dazed, he turned towards Wang Baoli, and a deep sense of helplessness surfaced within him. Countless scenes flashed across his eyes. From his first meeting with Wang Baoli, his repeated clashes with Wang Baoli ended with his failure, time after time. Gradually, a strange thought surfaced in his mind. I've always felt as if I've had cheats turned on in my life, but even so, I still can't compete with this Wang Baoli. This guy must have done the same. He can't be offended, can't be offended. Amidst the bitter grief, Lin Qianhao felt overwhelming despair. Wang Baoli, on the other hand, was besieged by a slew of emotions. He hastily cupped his fists towards the sky and bowed. He said loudly, "Thank you, Grand Supreme Elder. The Grand Supreme Elder is just and fair. He is true to his word, know what's truth, and is beyond reproach." As Wang Baoli bowed, the face in the sky seemed to glance at Wang Baoli. There seemed to be a faint, indiscernible smile on his face. The face grew blurry and gradually morphed back into clouds, which then dispersed. The imposing aura in the sky also gradually vanished, and the entire Upper Academy Island returned to normal. Wang Baoli, brimming with energy, looked towards the pavilion head. Pavilion head, let's quickly announce the new ranking. Since they had already gone past the point of civility, Wang Baoli couldn't be bothered to mend the relations or put on an appearance of being respectful. When the words rang out, the pavilion head's face darkened horribly. After a moment's silence, he inhaled deeply, then spoke. For this round of the armament soldier assessment, Wang Baoli is placed first. Done speaking, he turned away with a dark face and left immediately. The deputy pavilion heads looked at one another, then at Wang Baoli. They shook their heads, sighed, then nodded their heads. It felt akin to an apology and a display of goodwill. Then, they left. Upon seeing the pavilion head and deputy pavilion heads depart, Chen Yutong marched forward, bringing joyful and congratulatory words. Wang Baoli laughed out loud and greeted the people around him, giving his thanks amidst much laughter and talk. He was good with people and soon were laughing and joking with everyone. After a round of polite conversation, he left the square and returned to his cave abode. He didn't spare even a glance at Lin Qianhao the entire time. It was clear that Lin Qianhao had gotten the message as well. He had left quietly, seemingly resigned to his fate. Time sped by and days passed. Wang Baoli's entitlement to a priority office placement had been recorded in his file. The transfer and placement of the deputy pavilion head of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion was then announced. Out of the 4 deputy pavilion heads, 1 was transferred out of the college and would be placed in the Federation. Concurrently, Chen Yutong was promoted and would become a deputy pavilion head. As for the consequent vacant role of the college administrative department head, many experienced and long-serving soldiers had originally been vying for the spot. There should have been a fierce battle over it. In fact, the position might even have been left vacant for a long period as the competition dragged out. However, because of Wang Baoli's exemplary performance and his entitlement to a top priority in office placement, Chen Yutong's master and grandmaster were able to suppress all competition easily. Wang Baoli was promoted to the top position in the college administrative department with few obstacles. It was the arrival of twin fortunes for their lineage. Even though the fight for the position of Grand Elder in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion was still ongoing, with the candidates narrowed down to 3 people, few had the privilege to be privy to such politics in the upper echelons of the college or go about understanding it. Even if Wang Baoli had the will, he didn't have the way. After a round of celebrations with Chen Yutong, Wang Baoli was officially initiated into the college administrative department. On the first day of office, Wang Baoli tidied up his cave abode. He looked at the mirror and the reflection of himself in a soldier's robes from multiple angles. Finally, he sighed a sigh of regret. I'm too perfect. Wang Baoli continued to immerse himself in a cloud of regret. He left his cave abode and headed for the college administrative department, his spirits high. As he neared the department, he saw a dozen pretty female disciples standing in front of the gates of the college administrative department. They came with congratulatory messages and a banner printed with congratulatory words for Wang Baoli. The 4 main team leaders of the college administrative department had arrived early to wait at the games. As they saw him appear, Zhu Penghai was the first to approach. The rest followed after, extending their greetings respectfully. Greetings, armament soldier. The 4 main team leaders were no strangers to Wang Baoli. He smiled and nodded, swept his gaze across the group of female disciples and looked up at the banner. He was inwardly pleased, but outwardly, his face straightened into a stern look. You guys, no such stunts in the future, Wang Baoli scolded. Zhu Penghai immediately concurred, and the remaining 3 main team leaders hastily reflected on their conduct. They gathered around Wang Baoli, conversing the entire way to the main hall. Along the way, every disciple of the college administrative department who saw Wang Baoli greeted him with awe. Wang Baoli arrived at the main hall amidst the respectful welcomes. As soon as he sat down, Zhu Penghai started preparing tea for Wang Baoli and brought it before the latter. He stood next to Wang Baoli as he reported, in a low voice, what the entire college administrative department had been doing. Wang Baoli nodded at times as he listened to Zhu Penghai's report. At the end of the report, he raised his teacup. Zhu Penghai hurriedly lowered his head and left. Wang Baoli placed his teacup down immediately and stood with his eyes shining. He inspected the main hall, a touch here, a feel there, and felt extremely pleased. Even though my status has changed, I still have to work harder at cultivation and the refinement of numinous treasures. Satisfied, Wang Baoli returned to the comfortable seat, pulled out a bag of snacks, and started munching. While snacking, he mused about his path henceforth. I'm at the 4th level of the true breath realm now. From now on, I have to work even harder and strive to reach the peak of true breath realm. After that, I'll be able to prepare for the foundation establishment realm. Upon recalling the prowess the foundation establishment cultivators displayed during the battle at the stronghold, desire filled Wang Baoli's heart. I shouldn't neglect the area of refining numinous treasures either. I'll have to read up on 4th grade numinous treasures. And that dragon's tooth of mine, I should have accumulated sufficient materials. If it turns out as a 4th grade treasure after crafting, its power should be considerable, not to mention the core formation realm monster's tooth that General Zhu promised me. It hasn't reached me yet, could he have forgotten? Wang Baoli was reminded of the matter and straightened his back immediately. He felt torn and couldn't decide if he should send a friendly reminder. Forget it. It doesn't look good to rush such matters. Let's wait a bit longer. If nothing reaches me, then I'll just have to find some excuse to pay a personal visit to the stronghold. Upon deciding the things that were to be done, Wang Baoli called for the 4 main team leaders to gather again. He passed down some simple instructions and left the college administrative department. When he returned to the cave abode, he began his cultivation. Time passed steadily, and things ran smoothly. Wang Baoli managed to craft the dragon's tooth 2 weeks later. He studied the mace-like numinous treasure before him. Wang Baoli left the college and tested the numinous treasure in the wilderness. He examined the numinous treasure, paying attention to the spirit force it exuded and the destructive force it displayed when wielded. It was regrettable that he couldn't get his hands on a Beast King's tooth, but Wang Baoli was still extremely pleased. When the Beast King's tooth arrives, I'll just recraft it slightly. Its power should increase considerably. He kept the dragon's tooth, happily stepped onto his droplet-shaped cruiser, and made his way back to the Upper Academy Island. After entering the Upper Academy Island, as he neared the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, nearly everyone who saw Wang Baoli paid great attention to his approaching, many even extended their greetings. Wang Baoli smiled and nodded, returning their greetings while inwardly moved. After he had become the armament soldier under the college administrative department, the change in his status and people's attitudes towards him had him in a constant good mood. Especially the female disciples, he could feel the flirtatious baiting in the eyes of many of them. I've regained the feeling that I had on the Lower Academy Island, of constantly being the center of attention. As for those girls, I can understand how they feel. After all, it must be rare to find someone like me, who's so young, and so rich, and so good-looking, and who wields such great power in his hands. If it had been anyone else, he'd be strutting around like a flashy peacock by now. He wouldn't be so diligent and modest, and keep his head down like me, Wang Baoli lamented. He felt as if he'd just discovered another one of his merits, modesty. As he lost himself in his humble thoughts and was about to speed up his journey back to the cave abode, he suddenly heard a familiar thundering roar from the distant sky. It made the look on his face change, and he caught sight of a familiar figure charging towards him from afar. It was the diamond ape. It seemed that it had been secretly spying on Wang Baoli for quite some time. As a result, despite having switched his cruiser, the diamond ape was able to recognize Wang Baoli immediately. It sent its palm flying towards the cruiser without hesitation. Another ambush! Wang Baoli was frightened and at the same time, furious. Fortunately, he had survived a few ambushes by the diamond ape, and had cultivated an excellent habit of keeping an eye out on his surroundings at all times. With his cultivation reaching the 4th level of the true breath realm, his reaction had become quicker. Even though the diamond ape's outstretched palm managed to brush the side of the cruiser, under Wang Baoli's steering, he managed to escape from the fate of being knocked around multiple times. After landing the cruiser with great difficulty, Wang Baoli rushed out, looking vexed, and glared furiously at the sky. In the sky, the diamond ape, having witnessed Wang Baoli's quick reaction, was extremely dissatisfied. It bared its teeth at Wang Baoli, and turned around and jiggled his butt at him. Then, with an air of disdain, it flew towards the beast-taming pavilion. Many Dharmic armament disciples witnessed what happened. The odd faces they made had a tinge of playful mischief. Nobody went around discussing it openly, but the history between Wang Baoli and the Diamond Ape had made a deep impression on many people. Wang Baoli glared at the nasty looks the Diamond Ape gave him, then realized that his embarrassing state had been seen by everyone around him. He felt as if he had received a blow to his reputation. The present humiliation and the past wrongs surfaced in his mind, and his eyes narrowed into a glare. That shameless monkey, it's time you have a taste of what I'm truly capable of. Chapter 195, Say Something. Chapter 195, Say Something. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The look on Wang Baoli's darkened as he watched the Diamond Ape leave and eventually disappear into the beast-taming pavilion. He turned and walked towards his cave abode. The gears in his head started spinning, and his mind overflowed with ideas. Fling self-exploding beads at the stupid monkey? No, that's too obvious. Get the mosquitoes to bite it. That's a good one. But if it throws a tantrum and triggers an investigation by the beast-taming pavilion, I could easily be exposed as the perpetrator. Pit it against someone else? Sow discord between it and the beast-taming pavilion elder? The technicalities of executing that seem rather complex, that's not something someone as smart as I am should do. What should I do? Wang Baoli frowned. He recalled the numerous encounters he had when he was young, discarding each idea that he could think of. As he stepped inside the cave abode, his footsteps stilled. Novelful, is that Diamond Ape male or female? Wang Baoli wondered. He tried to recall his memories in detail. Disgruntlement gradually unfurled within him. He was sure that the Diamond Ape was a male. As a Foundation establishment realm beast, it knows no shame, doesn't wear any clothes and exposes itself in front of everyone in public. That exhibitionist has gone too far. Wang Baoli snorted. He decided that the sins of the monkey were indeed grave. I, Wang Baoli, have always been a generous and forgiving man. One who never holds grudges. But that monkey is just too shameless. What's more, it likes to expose itself. How are the female disciples of this college to conduct themselves in the face of such shameless behavior? It's an affront to the public. I have to discipline this moral hazard for the college. At that thought, Wang Baoli was suddenly seized by a feeling of solemnity. It felt as if he had been imbued with a sense of mission, and a plan quickly surfaced in his mind. Since it's a male monkey, there is only one way to go about doing this. I'm going to make a female monkey puppet for it. Wang Baoli turned the idea over and played it out in his head. A sense of certainty grew in his heart. He sniggered as he played out the scenes in his plan. He felt excited and was dizzy with anticipation, and both his eyes started dazzling. He turned and ran straight for the smelting furnace, pulled out the materials, and started crafting. He also logged onto the Spirit intranet at the same time and started reading up on all sorts of information. Time flew by. 3 days later, Wang Baoli walked out of the smelting furnace room with a smaller Diamond Ape trailing behind him. The Diamond Ape was pink all around, its eyes huge, mouth small like a cherry, and blessed with great curvatures. The spirit chi that rippled off it was incredible. The quality of the numinous treasure was that of a perfected third-grade numinous treasure. Especially in terms of its hardiness, Wang Baoli had racked his brain, consolidating almost all of the defensive inscriptions he had learned and pouring them into the spirit kernel. He spared no expense on the materials as well. The result was the smaller-sized Diamond Ape that was virtually indestructible. Within the puppet was a self-destructive mechanism, and Wang Baoli was the only person in the Upper Academy Island that could activate it. As for its physical appearance, it was the outcome of Wang Baoli logging onto the Spirit intranet, searching tens of thousands of images of female monkeys, and merging them all together. He added a few inspired touches as well, and his final creation was a puppet that he believed would look extremely adorable and endearing in the eyes of the Diamond Ape. Once this ape puppet appears, that cheap monkey will no doubt be swept off its feet. Wang Baoli was overbrimming with confidence. Thinking about how pleased he was, he laughed out loud. A moment later, he led the ape puppet out of the cave abode in high spirits. Wang Baoli stepped out of the cave abode and, with a snap of his fingers, the ape puppet following closely behind him let out a series of chirping sounds from inside its body. Its body seemed to expand slightly to twice its original size. Standing there, it might not reach the size of a small mountain, but it was still significantly large. Wang Baoli judged its size to be fitting when compared with the diamond ape. He strutted around in the Dharmic armament pavilion with the puppet. Along the way, those who saw him were all stunned. They made all sorts of odd faces at the sight, and all of them were drawn towards Wang Baoli's puppet. Is that a puppet? What's up with Wang Baoli? He actually crafted a diamond ape puppet? Do you guys feel that this puppet seems a little slutty? Wang Baoli heard the surrounding debates and saw the expressions on everyone's faces. He grew even more pleased and assured of his plan. This is, without any doubt, a work of art. Wang Baoli turned back and glanced at the ape puppet with great satisfaction. However, as soon as the thought of why it had been created in the first place popped up in his head, he couldn't help but sigh. He felt as if he had strayed from his path of creating unique puppets, and was wandering farther and farther away from that path, into the woods. I've sacrificed so much just to punish this cheap monkey who has incurred the public's rage. But it's all right, that's my destiny. My whole life, I was destined to work hard and to help others without holding any grudges, Wang Baoli lamented, then simply retrieved his cruiser and leaped on board with the puppet. He flew the cruiser into the sky and made a quick round of the Upper Academy Island. When he reached the beast-taming pavilion, he slowed down. It was noon. From afar, under the sunlight, the pink puppet looked spectacularly provocative. It was like a rose in a forest of thorns. It drew the attention of many and, at the same time, attracted the eyes of one within a cave abode atop a mountain somewhere in the beast-taming pavilion. Those eyes landed instantly on Wang Baoli's cruiser and narrowed slightly. A thundering roar followed. Without hesitation, instead, possibly, with a tinge of excitement, the diamond ape charged out of its cave abode and headed straight for Wang Baoli. It's coming! Wang Baoli became excited as soon as he heard the familiar howling. He hurriedly maneuvered the puppet and flew it out of the cruiser in an attempt to draw the diamond ape's attention. However, when the diamond ape approached, howling, it didn't even spare a glance at the ape puppet. Instead, with a slap, the ape sent the puppet flying. The diamond ape honed in on Wang Baoli and raced towards him. It was as if Wang Baoli was the one who had captured his full attention. What's the situation? He doesn't like it. Wang Baoli was shocked by the discovery. He trembled and quickly steered the cruiser out of the way, but it was too late. The diamond ape caught up with him and bared its teeth, sending its palm flying towards the cruiser. There was a loud boom, and Wang Baoli cried out. He felt the heavens spinning. With great difficulty, he steered the cruiser into avoiding the diamond ape's second attack, landed, and climbed out of the cruiser hastily. He raised his head toward the sky and glared furiously. In midair, the diamond ape's face split into a wider grin. It seemed even more contemptuous than before. The ape thudded his chest mockingly before strutting off. Wang Baoli's breathing quickened as he watched the ape depart, and he gnashed his teeth angrily. This isn't an error of judgment on my part. It must be because of the cheap monkey's strange preferences. That must be it. Wang Baoli glanced at the ape puppet beside him viciously. He kept the puppet and charged back to his cave abode, into the smelting furnace room, and began a series of modifications to the ape puppet's physical appearance. A day later, the modifications were completed. That round, Wang Baoli had focused his modifications on the puppet's body. He had contemplated the diamond ape's physical prowess and guessed that its taste went towards the more strongly built. As such, the modified ape puppet had an immensely muscular form. The modification seemed to have an effect. The diamond ape clearly spared a few glances at the puppet. However, it eventually still charged towards Wang Baoli's cruiser. The force it used to knock the cruiser away, though, seemed slightly weaker. It's effective. Wang Baoli became excited. He continued the modification. After a few rounds, he finally had a full understanding of the diamond ape's taste. He created an ape puppet that had small eyes, thick lips, and a muscular body that was covered in mud-yellow fur. When the ape puppet appeared, the effect was immediate. The diamond ape, which a moment earlier had been racing towards Wang Baoli, was instantly captivated. Its body seemed to quiver, and its breathing grew heavier. The diamond ape tore its eyes away from Wang Baoli in an instant. Wang Baoli could feel the fire burning in the ape's eyes as it stared at the ape puppet. Hook, line, and sinker. Wang Baoli watched as the diamond ape raced towards his ape puppet. He hurriedly sent the puppet away into the distance. However, its speed was too slow, and it was soon caught up by the diamond ape. The ape grabbed the puppet with a swipe of its arms and flew hastily back to its cave abode. That shameless monkey! You're going to have a taste of what it feels like to fall from heaven straight into depths of hell. Wang Baoli said spitefully. He returned to his cave abode, did some simple math on the time that had passed, then immediately triggered the self-destructive mechanism. Moments passed after the mechanism was activated. A bellow, filled with shock and brimming with a rage that came from an unfulfilled satisfaction, rang out from the beast-taming pavilion and resounded through the air. Wang Baoli cheered up at hearing that sound. You puny shameless monkey, how's that for a thrill? For a surprise? This is only the beginning. You'll soon learn, the greatest suffering is loving something that is beyond one's reach. At that moment, Wang Baoli felt like a great philosopher, every word that fell out of his mouth was deep and philosophical. His plan was divided into 3 steps. The first step was to attract the diamond ape and bait it successfully. The second step was to allow it to possess the puppet for a brief period of time, and allow it to develop an addiction. The third and final step? The third step was to take away whatever fleeting moment the diamond ape earned. Such a strategy, you giveth, then you taketh away, was what Wang Baoli had prepared for the diamond ape. It might not work as well on other people, but against a beast, Wang Baoli was confident of its success. Satisfied and pleased, he immediately went to the smelting furnace room and refined an identical ape puppet. The next day, he brought the puppet out. The exact thing that had taken place previously happened again. The ape puppet was quickly snatched away by the diamond ape. That was swiftly followed by the puppet's self-destruction and the furious and crazed howls of the ape. Wang Baoli considered the reaction from the beast-taming pavilion and hence didn't attempt it too many times. After 3 times, he stopped bringing the ape puppet out. Instead, he waited in his cave abode. Finally, one morning many days later, a red-eyed diamond ape appeared outside Wang Baoli's cave abode. It let out a roar at the cave abode. The feeling of having discovered an extremely fun toy only to have it gone after a few rounds of playing with it left the diamond ape, feeling an emptiness in its heart. At that moment, it howled outside Wang Baoli's cave abode, hitting the stone walls as if shouting for Wang Baoli to come out. Inside the cave abode, Wang Baoli lifted his head high proudly. He straightened out his clothes slowly, then opened the door by a tiny slit. Through the slit, one eye looked out and saw the raging diamond ape standing outside. What are you hollering about? I can't understand a word. If you have something to say, just say it. Roar, the diamond ape saw Wang Baoli's eyes through the slit and thundered immediately. Can't understand a single thing. Why don't you just say something? Wang Baoli coughed. Roar. Holler all you like. Are you going to say a word? If not, I'm going back to sleep. Wang Baoli glared and sealed the narrow opening shut. Chapter 196, Operation Sword Sun. Chapter 196, Operation Sword Sun. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Roar. The diamond ape watched as Wang Baoli shut the doors to his cave abode and started to panic. It seemed on the verge of flying into another rage and started howling fiercely again. Its palms smashed against the doors of the cave abode, and the loud slams drew the attention of many in the area. The diamond ape. Why has it come here? This is Wang Baoli's cave abode. Its doors are shut. In the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, disciples who witnessed the scene sucked in a collective, frightened breath. They weren't completely taken over by terror, though. They realized that something interesting seemed to be unfolding before their eyes. However, after seeing the raging mad diamond ape, no one dared to venture too near. Everyone started observing from afar. Wang Baoli watched as the doors to his cave abode quaked under the ape's slamming, coughed heavily once, and opened up a narrow slit again. He glared. What do you want exactly? Roar. I really can't understand a single thing. Wang Baoli blinked. The diamond ape had gone completely mad. It jumped outside the cave abode, thudding its chest heavily, and turned around at the same time. It seemed to be trying very hard. The scene was like a sudden bolt of lightning exploding in everyone's minds. My God, the killer move! Goodness, quick, let's make our retreat. Wang Baoli's scalp started prickling too. He knew he couldn't go too far. He spoke hastily. Fine, fine. I know what you're trying to say. Once those words were out of his mouth, the diamond ape spun around immediately. It stared at Wang Baoli through the narrow slit in the cave abode with a look of agitation. But there's no point in you yelling. I don't have what you want. Even if you unleash a powerful attack, I'll just shut this door. We'll just have to see who's quicker. As Wang Baoli spoke, he sneaked a glance at the diamond ape. Upon hearing Wang Baoli saying he didn't have what he was looking for, the diamond ape's body started shaking. It howled again, throwing punches everywhere and sending the ground trembling. The mountain rocks quaked. Its demeanor proclaimed loudly, it would not stop until it got what it came for. The scene caught the attention of a growing number of people. Wang Baoli put on an appearance of exasperation as he watched the relentless diamond ape. He sighed, and through a slit in the door, his gaze fell on the diamond ape, honing straight in on his teeth. Fine, fine. I, Wang Baoli, am a soft-hearted fellow. How about this, you give me one of your molars, and I'll hand over what you came for, how's that? The diamond ape's eyes widened upon hearing Wang Baoli's words. He glared furiously at Wang Baoli, seeming to grow angrier, and shook his head vehemently in refusal. Then there's nothing we can do about this. I wanted to let you have a monster puppet that would never be broken by, you know what I mean. Wang Baoli coughed, and slowly reeled it in. When it heard the puppet would never be broken, the diamond ape was torn. It let loose a round of howls outside the cave abode and paced about as if it was considering the matter. Wang Baoli's eyes shone as he saw that the time was almost right. His goal wasn't to make an enemy of the diamond ape or get its tooth. The beast, after all, belonged to the beast-taming pavilion elder. If he plucked its tooth, the beast-taming pavilion would likely come knocking. The goal of every one of Wang Baoli's plans was to teach the other party a lesson. More importantly, he wanted to build a positive relationship between tamer and beast. He didn't know how the beast-taming pavilion tamed beasts, but he had discovered a principle from the high officials' autobiographies: one must giveth, then taketh away, and then giveth again. Through the process, the other party's gratitude would shoot up exponentially. Fine, fine, DMA. I don't want your tooth anymore. I'll let you have this beast puppet. Don't worry, it won't break. Wang Baoli said. He activated his scabbard and let the 9 mosquitoes roam around the area without being discovered. Only after that did he open the door to the cave abode decisively, retrieve a completed ape puppet, and place it before the diamond ape. The diamond ape heard what Wang Baoli said. It looked at the ape puppet and froze. Then, it rushed forward and swept the puppet into an embrace. The ape looked at Wang Baoli with suspicion. It was clear it didn't think things would turn out that way. It had been ready to pull its tooth out. But Wang Baoli didn't want his tooth after all. In fact, he even decided to give him the toy. The sentient diamond ape, which was capable of thought, albeit barely, was lost. But you should stop bullying me. Don't worry, I know you like this toy. I've removed the self-destruct mechanism, Wang Baoli said with a sigh. He even stepped forward and patted the diamond ape. The diamond ape's body quivered. It instinctively wanted to throw a punch. Besides its owner and a few others whom he was close to, such contact from strangers made him uncomfortable. But upon thinking that Wang Baoli had given him a toy, he hesitated. Without the loss of a tooth as a basis for comparison, his simple mind wouldn't have given the matter so much thought. But with the tooth already in the picture, the ape felt, as he looked at Wang Baoli in its stunned daze, that it shouldn't be violent towards Wang Baoli. The entire proceeding was witnessed by the surrounding Dharmic Armament Pavilion disciples. Their eyeballs almost fell out of their eye sockets, and they exploded into a hushed chatter. The diamond ape's actually treating him so gently? What is going on? Giving the diamond ape presents can foster its goodwill. Others have done such a thing before, but it's never worked. The ones surprised weren't merely the Dharmic Armament Pavilion disciples. Many cruisers currently hovered in mid-air. Aboard them were disciples from the beast-taming pavilion. The diamond ape had been throwing a tantrum for nearly half a day. They had a duty to track it down and investigate the matter. As they witnessed what had taken place, the impact shook them and stirred waves of emotions within them even more. The diamond ape actually allowed him to touch it. Am I actually seeing this? Under the crowd's stunned gazes, Wang Baoli grew secretly pleased. He patted the diamond ape a few more times and said, laughing, "Go home, Diame. When I have time, I'll craft a few more toys for you. Go home now." Wang Baoli smiled with his hands behind his back and looked at the diamond ape. The diamond ape was clearly still in a daze. However, when it looked back at Wang Baoli, there was a hint of gentleness in its gaze. It clutched the ape puppet tightly, nodded at Wang Baoli, and turned away, racing straight back to the beast-taming pavilion. With the ape gone, the surrounding crowd was stirred into an uproar. Many who were quick-thinking realized the trick. This tactic is impressive. No wonder he's an armament soldier. This Wang Baoli has been conspiring and plotting since he arrived, fighting until he became the head of the college administrative department. I thought it was sheer luck. Now I know, his ability to strategize is beyond spectacular. Every disciple who saw the scene unfold was shaken to the core and harbored feelings of envy. More than a few were tempted to do the same, but the infamy of the diamond ape had spread far and wide. No one dared to anger it. Wang Baoli listened to the discussions around him, his mood growing merry. He cupped his fists towards the crowd, then returned to his cave abode, humming a tune under his breath. He sat down, cross-legged, and pulled out his snacks. After a few bites, he played out the entire incident in his head and was satisfied with how everything turned out. He felt that he had executed the entire thing flawlessly. He didn't incur the wrath of the beast-taming pavilion, and he resolved the ill feelings the diamond ape had harbored towards him. In the end, he even ensured the diamond ape would be more docile towards him in the future. Furthermore, as long as he continued crafting ape puppets with a few unique features, the diamond ape's feelings towards him would improve. When the time came, whenever he came across anyone he didn't like, he could simply have a few words with the diamond ape. Matters would be easily resolved then. But to build such a relationship requires some time, Wang Baoli thought, pleased. Especially so when he stepped out in his cruiser a few days later and came across the diamond ape. When the diamond ape saw Wang Baoli, it grinned and raced towards him. There was no knocking around. Instead, it stopped beside Wang Baoli, bared its teeth in a wide grin, and thudded its chest and hollered as if in greeting. Wang Baoli's mood lightened tremendously. His life resumed normalcy, and his cultivation and his proficiency in crafting armaments improved steadily. A month passed. That was when a piece of news was announced. It was like a pebble dropping into a pond, sending thousands of waves rippling out. The attention of every disciple from every pavilion on the Upper Academy Island was ensnared. Due to the recent beast tide, the Federation staged an ambush on the Sea of Beasts and successfully slaughtered numerous beast kings. That won them 20 years of stability. Built on that 2-decade foundation and with such a grand victory, a proposal that had been intended for a later implementation was brought forward, and was approved. The name of the proposal: Operation Sword Sun. The mission of Operation Sword Sun, to land on the ancient green bronze sword. After landing on the ancient green bronze sword, to colonize a portion of the land and transform it into a colony. The impact of the matter was immense and was felt across all the political forces. The disciples of the ethereal Tao College were all shaken to the core. That was something that every cultivator dreamed of achieving. It was something that was challenging in the climate of internal conflicts and external threats. However, with the external threat suppressed for the moment and the Federation seeking a target to distract the internal political entities, Operation Sword Sun became an obvious course of action. The operation was a huge matter though. True Breath Realm cultivators weren't eligible for participation. However, there was a phase within Operation Sword Sun that involved True Breath Realm cultivators, and that was the Federation's 100 seedling plan. From the respective political entities in the Federation, 100 True Breath Realm prodigies were to be chosen as seedlings and specially groomed. Chapter 197, if you are up to it, go ahead. Chapter 197, if you are up to it, go ahead. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The matter implicated the entire Federation and all the political entities within. As one of the 4 great Tao colleges, the ethereal Tao College had many graduates who gained office in the Federation. The disciples came from a wide range of family backgrounds, their relationships with the Federation were complex and multi-layered. That was why news of the Operation Sword Sun had appeared on Upper Academy Island almost immediately, even before the operation had been unanimously approved and announced publicly. Heated discussions and excited exchanges also turned up on the college's Spirit intranet. Have you heard about Operation Sword Sun? A mission to land on the ancient green bronze sword. There must be divine armaments up there. Compared to the ancient green bronze sword's strong spirit chi and its countless rare materials and treasures, I'm actually more interested in whether there are any living female ancient sword cultivators, and whether their physiology and psychology are identical to ours. If there's an opportunity, as an academic endeavor, I would like to study whether it's possible to develop a romantic relationship with one. Why the mention of female cultivators only? The poster above is harboring immoral intentions. I demand to be part of the research team. Shameless, you lot of guys. You men have fantasies that show how much of a scum you are. Such excitement and playful banter spread like wildfire on the Spirit intranet. Wang Baoli was equally excited. He started fantasizing about the possibility of one day stepping on the ancient green bronze sword, and holding his presidential inauguration there. Behind him would be an army of guards, ancient sword cultivators. He played out the scenes in his mind, and his eyes lit up. He couldn't help himself. He posted anonymously on the Spirit intranet. I have no respect for you lot, guys who have no ambition and whose brains are obsessed with female cultivators. How could we as cultivators behave in such a manner? I'm telling all of you, in all seriousness, that if there's any research on romances with aliens, to please give me a holler. I'm an expert on this. His post was soon mocked by others. Amidst the lively and rowdy atmosphere, the college disciples started to look forward to the mission. What they had said previously had all been in jest. In reality, every disciple held feelings towards the ancient sword that couldn't be described with mere words. The Tao civilization on Earth had arisen because of the ancient sword's appearance. Its origins inspired all kinds of speculation, and at the same time, people were in awe of the ancient sword. More and more people started talking about Operation Sword Sunday. There were even some mainstream media outlets in the Federation that began broadcasting about the mission. Wang Baoli was munching on his snacks and scrolling through the posts on the Spirit intranet one day, ready to post an article under his anonymous account, when he received a voice transmission message from the 7th Primary Stronghold's General Zhu Deshi. Wang Baoli, I've made arrangements for someone to send over the Beast King's tooth that I promised you earlier. You should be able to receive it today. General Zhu's low voice was calm and composed as usual, and it traveled slowly into Wang Baoli's ear. Wang Baoli became alert and filled with energy. He hurriedly set aside his snacks and turned towards the voice transmission device. Many thanks to General Zhu. A fire burned within Wang Baoli. He had been waiting for the tooth for so long. He was confident that once he got hold of the core formation realm Beast Emperor's tooth, he would be able to upgrade his numinous treasure-grade Dragon's Tooth. With the help of the core formation realm-grade Beast's Tooth, his Dragon's Tooth would let loose an unimaginable power. Zhu Deshi heard the excitement in Wang Baoli's voice. His remained calm. He chatted casually with Wang Baoli for a short while more before switching the tone of his voice, saying suddenly, Wang Baoli, you little rascal. You decimated everyone during the Ethereal Tao College's armament soldier assessment. Sounded the Elder request drum and called forth the Grand Supreme Elder in your college to judge the matter of your numinous treasure. This entire incident has reached our ears. I'm interested in that Baoli cannon of yours. Lend me one. I'll find someone to test its effectiveness in actual battle. Wang Baoli agreed to General Zhu's request without hesitation. The Fire God cannon had inspired his original creation of the cannon. Furthermore, he had a unique friendship with the 7th Primary Stronghold. He would be glad if the cannon could be of use to the 7th Primary Stronghold. In fact, he had already thought of the same idea as General Zhu. Zhu Deshi was comforted and pleased by Wang Baoli's swift and decisive agreement. He spoke a few more words, then ended the conversation. It didn't take long, and by the time the sun began to set, A cruiser that had come from the 7th Primary Stronghold landed in the ethereal Dao College. The person who had arrived was Ju Lu. After some communication with the ethereal Dao College, Ju Lu appeared before Wang Baoli. She stood outside the cave abode and watched as Wang Baoli came outside. Regardless of the contributions Wang Baoli had made towards the 7th Primary Stronghold, her feelings towards him were slightly complicated. Because of their unpleasant history, she couldn't bring herself to like him. Furthermore, she sensed a certain perversion in Wang Baoli's naming of the numinous treasure. All the above resulted in her glaring at him and stretching out her right hand impatiently. "Hand over your numinous treasure." Wang Baoli originally had a smile on his face when he had seen Ju Lu approach and was about to hand over the Baoli cannon, but upon hearing the tone of her voice, he became displeased. He rolled his eyes and stopped, and instead leaned against the rock wall. He crossed his arms and gave Ju Lu a sweep once over. "What are you getting at? You ask for presents whenever you see a cute guy? Stop disgusting me and hand it over, quickly." Ju Lu heard Wang Baoli call himself a cute guy, and couldn't help the contempt surging within her. She frowned and snorted. Wang Baoli became angry when he saw Ju Lu's attitude towards him. All his life, except 2 minutes, he had never met his match in a spar of wits. He raised an eyebrow. "I have so many numinous treasures. Which is the one you want?" Ju Lu's chest heaved. She had a shapely figure with fine curves and was wearing a black form-fitting uniform. As she grew more agitated, the uniform looked as if it was about to burst at the seams at any moment. After a second, she finally gritted her teeth and said, one word at a time. "The Baoli cannon." Wang Baoli coughed and thought himself rather gifted in the area of naming. He would not have treated another person in such a manner, but Ju Lu's tone was unfriendly. She tried to order him around, and when she looked at him, it was with contempt in her eyes. Wang Baoli didn't feel he was in the wrong, no matter how much he pushed her around. However, Wang Baoli considered the possibility of Ju Lu being General Ju's concubine. Even if that wasn't the case, they had the same family name, they could be relatives. He felt that there was no need for him to lower himself to her level and continue their fight. Wang Baoli thought his decision showed great consideration to General Ju. He lifted his right hand and with a wave, threw a Baoli cannon over. Ju Lu caught the numinous treasure and snorted. She flung a storage bracelet at Wang Baoli, turned, and left. Her clothes clung tightly to her body, and as she left with her back towards Wang Baoli, he couldn't help but eye her departing form. "They've turned back to Peaches." He sighed. He couldn't help himself as he yelled at Ju Lu's retreating back. "Ju Lu, speak the truth. Are you secretly in love with me?" A dozen yards away, Ju Lu heard what Wang Baoli said. She stumbled and almost fell. When she spun around, she was clearly furious and on the verge of explosion. She glared at Wang Baoli. "If that's not the case, why do you wear clothes a size smaller when you come to see me? Ju Lu, I advise you to just give up. We're not compatible." Wang Baoli sighed loudly. He didn't wait for Ju Lu to respond, only turned and quickly returned to his cave abode. The doors shut with a loud slam. Outside the cave abode, Ju Lu was on the verge of flying into a mad rage. Her chest heaved, and she stared unblinkingly at the doors of Wang Baoli's cave abode. After a moment, she finally clamped down on her temper. With gnashed teeth, she turned around and boarded her cruiser, dashing off. "Stupid fatty, shameless rat. I, Ju Lu, would rather fall in love with a beast than fall in love with you." On the cruiser, a raging Ju Lu cursed. After making sure that Ju Lu had indeed left, Wang Baoli, who sat cross-legged in his cave abode, started humming merrily. He opened the storage bracelet happily and retrieved from within a black tooth the length of an arm. The tooth was sharp and exuded an intense aura of violence. Upon its exposure, the surrounding temperature fell considerably. Wang Baoli shivered, and he focused his breath and became serious. He could feel a suppressive force weighing down on him. An impressive and imposing aura was exuded from the tooth as well, one which tested the stability of Wang Baoli's cultivation. It took Wang Baoli quite some time before he could get used to it, and with some difficulty. His eyes started to shine. "This is good stuff." Wang Baoli's eyes shone. He could wait no longer. He rushed into the smelting furnace room with the beast's tooth, pulled out the dragon's tooth, and started the refinement. During that time, Julu had returned to the 7th primary stronghold and handed the Baoli cannon over to General Ju. He inspected it briefly and immediately arranged for one of his soldiers to test it on captive monsters. A thundering shot resounded in the air. The blast from the Baoli cannon pierced straight through the beast and disintegrated half of its body. It was a beast that rivaled a first-level True Breath Realm cultivator. The power of the blast didn't surprise the surrounding soldiers observing the trial. After all, it was weaker than the Fire God cannon. Even though it proved fatal for a True Breath Realm beast, similar numinous treasures did exist. Continue. General Ju said coolly. The warrior holding the cannon continued firing. Soon, the number of shots fired reached 80, 160, 350, 530. Gradually, the warrior's breathing quickened with excitement. Those watching couldn't maintain their composure either. Their eyes widened and slowly revealed their amazement and disbelief. Julu, who had been standing at one side, was dazed as well. General Ju's breathing quickened slightly as well. The Baoli cannon was simply stable beyond belief. Even though numinous treasures with similar destructive force were plenty, the reason that those treasures weren't as prevalent in usage was that they were firstly, costly to make, and secondly, too unstable. War was, after all, different from a mere friendly challenge. During a friendly challenge, one could switch their numinous treasures countless times. A numinous treasure would generally be fired a few times, at most, a few dozen or up to 100 times. But in war, it was common to fire one numinous treasure a few hundred or a few thousand times. The Baoli cannon was fired a total of 1,200 times before it showed signs of instability. The test was finally concluded, and there was silence in the air. Everyone held their breath, their eyes wide. When they looked at the Baoli cannon, a battle scene appeared in their mind. In that scene, the Baoli cannon had been mass-produced. After a salvo of Fire God cannon shots, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, perhaps even a million, Baoli cannon shots would be fired. Picturing that sent everyone shaking to their core. No wonder the Ethereal Tao College didn't go around spreading news of this, but suppressed the news and contacted the military in secret. I'm afraid even Wang Baoli himself is not fully aware of this cannon's worth and what it truly means, General Ju muttered to himself. Beside him, Julu remained unconvinced. She said quietly, I examined it on my way back as well. Even though I don't fully understand its workings, but I can tell the cannon isn't that complex a numinous treasure. It's just a matter of a few modified inscriptions. There are plenty of Dharmic armament cultivators in the Federation, so why was it that no one has come up with this before? General Ju stared calmly at Julu. When Julu finally lowered her head in uncertainty, he said in a cool voice, there were many who thought the same when the Fire God cannon was created. In fact, many people think like you when anything of any value is first created. It's just a matter of a few modified inscriptions, you try and modify one. If you are up to it, go ahead. Chapter 198, No Not Shame. Chapter 198, No Not Shame. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The military's testing of the Baoli cannon would not conclude so soon. Time passed steadily in the following days as they did a comprehensive trial. Operation Sword Sun soon became commonplace news in the Federation as mainstream media spread the news. It stirred a great debate and was the center of much attention. During that period, the Ethereal Tao College also issued an official announcement to all Upper Academy Island disciples regarding the selection of the 100 Federation seedlings. As part of Operation Sword Sun, the 100 Federation seedlings would be nominated by every city lord and every political entity in the Federation. The nominees would report to the Federation and undergo the first round of selection. Those who passed the first round of selection were to journey to the capital of the Federation and undergo the second round of selection. The final 100 people would be selected, without any order or ranking, and become the Federation seedlings. They would be entitled to certain privileges and, at the same time, be given special grooming. There were 300 nominations from the Ethereal Tao College, but nobody knew how many would remain to become one of the 100 seedlings after the multiple rounds of elimination. The 300 nominations were spread across all pavilions, and the respective pavilions would submit their recommendations to the college for consideration. Out of the dozen or so names submitted by the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, Wang Baoli's name stood out. Regardless of the uneasy relations between the Dharmic Armament Pavilion's pavilion head and Wang Baoli, and in spite of the position of Grand Elder remaining vacant and its final successor undecided, and the fight for the position growing fiercer, after what had happened, the pavilion head could no longer cow or intimidate Wang Baoli. In fact, he could not be intimidated. Be it due to his contributions to the 7th primary stronghold or his achievements at Spirit Breath Village, Wang Baoli's name had spread far and wide. Many knew of him in the 4 Dao colleges and in the military. For a disciple who hadn't yet been given an official post but whose reputation already preceded him, his existence would be the pride of any political entity. Furthermore, Wang Baoli's talents in Dharmic armament were astonishing. His achievements surpassed that of an ordinary armament soldier, from his self-created numinous treasure that shook the armament soldiers, to the miracle he performed before the Elder Request Drum, and finally, to the assessment given by the Grand Supreme Elder. Excellent work! Those less shrewd, upon hearing the 2 words, might think that they were the judgment and affirmation the Grand Supreme Elder had given for Wang Baoli's numinous treasure. But the highly astute knew that the words, excellent work, did not refer solely to the numinous treasure. To a greater degree, they were an affirmation of Wang Baoli himself. Excellent work! In such circumstances, the placement of Wang Baoli's name at the top of the ranking was no longer that much of a surprise. A week later, the nominations from every pavilion were finalized. When the list was announced, it stirred up a storm on the Upper Academy Island. The 300 nominees suddenly became the center of attention belonging to the hundreds of thousands of people on the entire island. I see Zhui Yifan on the list. I was guessing he'd be one of the nominees from the Combat Pavilion. After all, he's ranked top in the first-level True Breath realm during the Combat Pavilion tournament. There are so many familiar names listed. There's even Zhao Yameng from the Array Runes Pavilion. She's the same batch as Wang Baoli. I heard she keeps her head down in the Array Runes Pavilion, but that doesn't stop the Array Runes Pavilion's pavilion head, who still values her greatly. As the disciples engaged in fierce discussion, the Ethereal Dao College issued another notice regarding the Federation's 100 seedling plan. The notice intensified the focus on the 300 nominees. Even the nominees themselves were taken by surprise and overjoyed. Wang Baoli, especially, his eyeballs almost popped out. The college's notice pertained to an unconditional promotion. All who advanced to become a Federation seedling would not only be rewarded by the college, they would also receive a promotion. For example, Wang Baoli was currently the head of the college administrative department. If he successfully became a Federation seedling, he would be promoted directly to the position of Deputy Pavilion Head of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. Wang Baoli couldn't contain his excitement. He could sense the drastic difference in status and position after he had become the head of the college administrative department. If he were to rise to the position of Deputy Pavilion Head, that would be, to a certain extent, an important figure. Such an enticement drove the 300 nominees, including Wang Baoli, wild. Their eagerness to become a Federation seedling grew more intense. They were to travel to the capital city of the Federation in half a month and report on the designated date, then go through the second round of selection. Amongst True Breath realm cultivators, those 300 people were the cream of the crop. Their cultivation was impressive, and they all had their own cruisers. As a result, they didn't depart together, but separately, on their own time. Many had left in their cruisers, heading straight for the Federation capital the next day. Wang Baoli went about his preparations as well. He contacted Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng and asked if they would like to travel together. They had become familiar with one another in Spirit Breath Village. Even though they didn't cross each other's path often on Upper Academy Island, they regularly communicated via voice transmissions. That was why Zhui Yifan agreed immediately after Wang Baoli raised the idea. Zhao Yameng, on the other hand, was more refined and reserved. She preferred peace and quiet and had intended to travel alone. However, after receiving Wang Baoli's voice transmission, she thought back to their experiences in Spirit Breath Village and finally agreed to travel together as well. The three set to depart 2 days later, then went about preparing for the journey. They had to pass a second round of selection after they reached the capital city. Only after that, when they remained standing after thousands of nominees were eliminated, would they become one of the 100 Federation seedlings. Wang Baoli completed his simple preparations and tied it up. The night before they were leaving, as he inspected his numerous treasures to ensure he would go through the selection round that was to be held in the capital city without any obstacles, he received a voice transmission from General Ju of the 7th Primary Stronghold. General Ju's voice carried a tinge of excitement and friendliness. They had conducted a comprehensive trial of the Baoli cannon, and his regard for the cannon had skyrocketed to an unimaginable extent. That was why he didn't mince his words during the voice transmission and voiced his request directly. Wang Baoli, we have a high opinion of the Baoli cannon you have created. We need at least 1 million of them. It would be nearly impossible for you to refine all of them, so would you be agreeable to selling the blueprints to us? As for the price, due to many reasons, we're unable to pay you so much at one go, but we can pay you in installments. We guarantee you will receive payment every year, and that you'll be paid in full within 10 years. There's also the Federation's 100 seedling plan, which is part of Operation Sword Sun. We can guarantee your success. When you reach the capital, just play along a bit. We've reserved a spot for you in the final 100. General Ju wasn't a businessman. Perhaps he couldn't be bothered to play any tricks where that matter was concerned, so he communicated the price the military was willing to pay without attempting to hide anything from Wang Baoli and let him decide. He valued the cannon, but he valued Wang Baoli himself more. When Wang Baoli heard what General Ju had said, he sucked in his breath, and his eyes widened. The general had listed a long list of conditions in one go. He was dazed for a bit, but then, all of a sudden, he realized his Baoli cannon might have exceeded his expectations in some aspects. He was overwhelmed with excitement. If it had been somebody else, he might have negotiated the terms and tried to gain more benefits for himself. However, when facing the 7th Primary Stronghold and General Ju, who spoke with such openness, he didn't choose to do so. He replied without hesitation. I have no problems with that. You can just set a price. In fact, if my cultivation and refining numerous treasures didn't cost me a fortune, I wouldn't even mind giving it away for free. Upon hearing Wang Baoli's answer, General Ju laughed out loud. There was a fierce tone of admiration in his laughter, and it was clear that the general's temperament agreed with Wang Baoli's answer. He discussed further details with Wang Baoli, then ended the transmission. Wang Baoli's spirit soared as he placed the voice transmission ring down. His eyes shone brightly. He waved his arms around excitedly, stood up, and walked around in circles. Pulling out a large bottle of ice spirit water, he gurgled it down. He was so excited that he could almost break into dance. A reserved seedling spot. Ha ha, the position of deputy pavilion head is mine. The feeling of being guaranteed a spot made his whole person loosen up. His excitement persisted till daybreak and didn't cease even when the time for him to meet Shui Yifan and Zhao Yameng arrived. With great excitement, and in a joyous mood, Wang Baoli left his cave abode for the agreed-upon gathering place. It didn't take long before Shui Yifan, charming, poised, blessed with unearthly good looks and dressed in robes, and Zhao Yameng, elegant, dignified, gifted with an unworldly beauty, her long silky hair drifting in the breeze and a faint, angelic smile on her lips, appeared. Shui Yifan wasn't alone. Following behind him were 2 disciples from the combat pavilion. Though, in the presence of Shui Yifan and Zhao Yameng, they seemed insignificant and dull. Shui Yifan and Zhao Yameng's approach was akin to a golden couple's entrance. It was as if they epitomized the very beauty of the earth, and the surrounding disciples looked on with envy. Many female disciples in the crowd gazed at Shui Yifan with adoration, while a great many of the male disciples were driven to shame when they stared at Zhao Yameng. In the presence of Zhao Yameng, they almost couldn't control their urge to protect and guard her. They dared not besmirch her in the slightest. Wang Baoli felt nothing of the sort. When he saw the pair, he laughed out loud and walked up to them. After pulling Shui Yifan into a hug, without any hesitation, and as the countless male disciples watched on, raging, Wang Baoli drew Zhao Yameng into an embrace. Shui Yifan let out a dry cough. A helpless sense of exasperation accompanied his every encounter with Wang Baoli. But after the Spirit Breath Village affair, he couldn't help but feel gratitude towards and affection for Wang Baoli. As for Zhao Yameng, the expression on her face remained unchanged. She had a gentle, dignified smile on her face, and her gaze was calm. I'm relieved to see you guys. With the three of us together, we'll form the perfect team. After all, in terms of looks, we're all in the same league. Every time I see you guys, it almost feels like I'm looking into the mirror. Wang Baoli smacked his tummy and said in a pleased tone. Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng gave no reaction, but every single person in the crowd had an odd look on their faces. They seemed to be secretly voicing the same question in their hearts. Where the hell is his sense of shame? Chapter 199, Coulomb Basin. Chapter 199, Coulomb Basin. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Baoli, these two are my junior brothers whom I befriended in the combat pavilion. They are on a mission for the college. Since we're all traveling in the same direction, they thought of traveling together with me. What say you? Zhui Yifan coughed, interrupting Wang Baoli as the latter basked in his own glory. The two disciples behind Zhui Yifan had ordinary looks, and their cultivation was at the second level of true breath realm. They stepped forward immediately and cupped their fists, greeting Wang Baoli. Greetings to senior brother Wang. It was clear that Zhui Yifan had spoken to them about Wang Baoli before arriving there. Furthermore, Wang Baoli's name on the Upper Academy Island had spread far and wide. As a result, the pair were very cordial to him. No problem, we're all from the same college. Yifan's friends are my friends too. We'll head off together. Wang Baoli laughed out loud and agreed to their request. Then, he retrieved his droplet-shaped luxury cruiser and hopped on. Come on board, let's set off. Zhui Yifan smiled and shook his head. He gestured towards Zhao Yameng, who was standing at one side, to board first. Zhao Yameng smiled and nodded. With a cool and dignified look, she stepped onto the cruiser and sat down. Zhui Yifan and his junior brothers from the combat pavilion followed suit and boarded the cruiser. Wang Baoli's old cruiser wouldn't have been able to seat so many people. However, his current cruiser was only given to people who were deputy pavilion heads or their equals. Even with 5 of them on board, it still felt spacious. Under Wang Baoli's steering, the cruiser soon headed straight for the skies. It dashed through the clouds and raced towards the distant heavens. Its speed vastly surpassed that of an ordinary cruiser. Based on Wang Baoli's cruising speed, they needed an estimated 20 hours before they would reach the Federation's capital city. They had departed earlier so that they could check out the city first and had the intention of familiarizing themselves with the place. Be it Wang Baoli or Zhui Yifan, they had never been to the capital city. As the cruiser flew swiftly along, Wang Baoli stopped standing around like an idiot. He sat down and looked at Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng, an emotion stirred in his heart. He had thought the speed he had advanced his cultivation to be really fast. He had not expected that Zhao Yameng was not slow in hers as well. She seemed to be at the 4th level of the true breath realm. Zhui Yifan was slightly slower, but he still peaked at the 3rd level of true breath realm. He gave the impression that he might break through his current level quickly. Everyone has their own secrets. Be it Zhui Yifan or Zhao Yameng, they must be hiding gifts that others do not know. Upon realizing that, Wang Baoli started chatting with them. You've all advanced to become your respective pavilions Array Rune Soldier and Combat Soldier? Have you heard, the competition for the Federation's upcoming 100 seedling plan is going to be brutal. It's a 1 in a million chance. You'll need not only capability but incredible luck. The criteria for physical good looks are equally stringent. There are few who will qualify, but I should have no problems. Are you guys confident of your chances? Wang Baoli said, inwardly pleased. However, he soon sunk into low spirits. Zhao Yameng was too reserved and quiet, inclined towards listening rather than talking. Zhui Yifan, on the other hand, having undergone tough cultivation in the college, had cultivated a more restrained character as well. As a result, after having spoken for so long, Wang Baoli watched as the two stared at him, one with her large eyes and the other with an expressionless face, and slowly, could not bring himself to continue speaking any further. Wang Baoli slapped his forehead and turned towards the 2 combat pavilion disciples, who had odd looks on their faces. He asked curiously, "Where are you headed?" It was clear that it was their first time on board a cruiser with such high flying speeds. It was moving so much more quickly than their own. They were respectful and in awe of Wang Baoli, who owned such a cruiser. When they heard his question, one of them answered immediately. "We're headed for the Coulomb Basin." After he said that, the other junior brother next to him continued, "A student from the alchemy faculty on the Lower Academy Island applied for leave to visit his home a week ago. 6 hours earlier, he sought help from the Lower Academy Island. He had met with beasts while traveling through the Coulomb Basin. He's trapped in the basin, but it's not life-threatening. The Lower Academy Island contacted a few small Dao colleges near the Coulomb Basin and requested they send out rescue during the night. At the same time, the Lower Academy Island also submitted a mission request to the Combat Pavilion. The two of us are heading to support the rescue mission and prevent any accidents from taking place." There was no need to protect the confidentiality of such missions, as the Ethereal Dao College received many similar missions. The guards who had been stationed on the cruiser when Wang Baoli had first returned home had been Upper Academy Island disciples who had been tasked with a mission. In general, when students from the Lower Academy Island met with trouble, the Lower Academy Island would assess the severity of the matter before submitting a request to the Upper Academy Island, who would then arrange for students to resolve the problem. The Combat Pavilion disciples formed the main task force that completed those missions. The pair did not conceal anything from the rest and lay out the details truthfully. Wang Baoli recalled how he had been trapped in the Pond Cloud rainforest. Concerned, he asked a few more questions and found out that the strongest beasts in the Coulomb Basin were only at the True Breath realm. The trapped disciple was also currently hiding in a safe spot. However, his location was surrounded by monsters, and they needed to eliminate the monsters one by one. As such, the rescue effort was still in process. Upon hearing that, he sighed in relief. He knew that time was of the essence, so he released his spirit chi and increased the speed of the cruiser. The cruiser raced towards the location of the Coulomb Basin as shown on the map. It was smacked right in the middle of their way to the capital city. The journey was neither long nor brief. 6 hours passed quickly as Wang Baoli kept talking. Once in a while, Shui Yifan would reply a few words. The two Combat Pavilion disciples would also join in, pulling out their voice transmission rings, and communicating with the trapped Lower Academy Island student from time to time in order to confirm his location and safety. 1 hour passed. A journey that should have taken much longer ended earlier due to Wang Baoli's unique cruiser and him increasing its speed. Beneath the cruiser was a vast expanse of green. It was a huge basin and was overgrown with vegetation, making the entire recessed area look like a swamp. Such a geographical landscape occupied a great portion of the lands within the Federation. It was at that moment that the two disciples received a voice transmission. There was joy on their faces, and they lifted their heads and said, "The guy's been rescued. He's safe, he just got a fright. Will not pose further inconvenience on senior brothers and senior sister. We'll be leaving on our cruisers here and heading to our destination." The pair stood and cupped their fists at Wang Baoli, Shui Yifan, and Zhao Yameng. The cruiser stopped, and the pair bade farewell and left. Wang Baoli gazed at their retreating backs. He was slightly moved. He steered the cruiser away from the basin and looked at Shui Yifan. "Your Combat Pavilion must receive quite a number of similar missions." The Combat Pavilion receives hundreds, even up to 1,000, missions daily. These missions have to be completed by the disciples. Sometimes, there would be more missions than usual. That's why in general, there aren't many Combat Pavilion disciples on the Upper Academy Island. How about you, how many have you completed? Wang Baoli was curious. To date, I've completed 73 missions since enrolling on the Upper Academy Island. If it had been anyone else, Shui Yifan wouldn't have given such a detailed answer, but Wang Baoli had asked, and he instinctively replied honestly. "What about the casualty rate? I heard that except for certain special missions that could only be completed by a single person, the college would apply the twin standard for other missions outside the college. I also heard the resources sent would be 3 levels above the required cultivation level." Zhao Yameng, who had been sitting at one side without uttering more than a few words, suddenly asked, after hearing what Shui Yifan said. Wang Baoli hadn't tried to find out more about missions outside the college. He got curious when he heard that. Twin standard? 3 levels above the required cultivation level? The three-level leap, simply put, is this: for example, if a physical Seal Realm disciple meets with trouble, a second-level True Breath Realm cultivator would be sent to support. If a third-level True Breath Realm disciple meets with trouble, a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator would be sent. As for the twin standard, based on the difficulty of the mission, instead of sending one person who was capable of completing it, we would send two of the same caliber. Such arrangements would greatly reduce the number of accidents and casualties. But even with that in place, nearly a tenth of the disciples continue to be injured or killed every year, Shui Yifan explained. Zhao Yameng frowned and looked deep in thought. Wang Baoli was about to continue asking more questions after hearing Shui Yifan's explanation. It was then that Zhao Yameng suddenly stood up, and the frown on her brow deepened. She stood in the cruiser, her head lowered and gazing towards the distant Kulon Basin. She said, softly, "Do you feel that this basin is a little too quiet? Since our approach, up until when we left, I did not see a single beast, not even an avian creature." There was a gleam in Wang Baoli's eyes, and he stopped the cruiser in mid-air abruptly. Shui Yifan froze for a moment before a solemn look appeared on his face. The two looked towards the distant basin. However, it was too far away and indiscernible to their eyes. "Yifan, send a voice transmission to your two junior brothers and ask if they're safe," Wang Baoli said immediately. Shui Yifan pulled out his voice transmission ring almost as soon as Wang Baoli spoke. He quickly contacted the two combat pavilion disciples, even turning on the video call function. He saw the two disciples and the student they had found, all three of them looked fine. The transmission ended, but a moment later, the normal expression on Shui Yifan's face was replaced by one of extreme solemnity. Shui Yifan looked at Zhao Yameng and Wang Baoli. They look normal and have intercepted the student from the lower Academy Island. They will relocate to a safe spot and return tomorrow. There's nothing out of the ordinary with their tone, but they didn't use the secret code word we of the combat pavilion are supposed to use during missions. Such a blunder is considered a serious oversight to the combat pavilion. Upon hearing Shui Yifan's words, the expressions on Wang Baoli's and Zhao Yameng's faces changed. Something's wrong. Shui Yifan sucked in a deep breath. He gazed at Kulon Basin, a frosty glint flashing across his eyes. Chapter 200, An Upheaval. Chapter 200, An Upheaval. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Such matters have to be reported to the college immediately. We're not allowed to take action unilaterally. We have to do whatever the college commands. Shui Yifan sucked in a deep breath. As a disciple of the combat pavilion who had carried out dozens of missions, he was more experienced in handling such unexpected happenings. As he spoke, he was already turning on his voice transmission ring and sending a message to the college. Wang Baoli's expression was grave, and Zhao Yameng looked equally serious. However, the instant Shui Yifan started his transmission, a thunderous sound rang out suddenly from the distant sky. Boom! The sound transformed into aural waves that swept outward in all directions, stirring invisible waves that shook the cruiser. For a moment, Wang Baoli's and the others' breathing stilled. A bolt of lightning dashed across the sky, lighting up the sky, and split the heavens into two. At the same instant, it seemed to disrupt the transmission signal. In the same breath, Shui Yifan's voice transmission ring exploded into pieces. The voice transmission ring broke into pieces. It was as if the lightning bolt had not only disrupted the signal, but the force of its aural waves had traveled through the voice transmission ring as well. The voice transmission ring, unable to withstand the shockwaves, shattered instantly. The sight sent their heads buzzing with white noise. Everything happened too quickly. From Shui Yifan's voice transmission to the roaring thunder, then the sudden lightning, followed by the shattering of Shui Yifan's voice transmission ring, it all took place within the snap of the fingers. The expression on Zhao Yameng's face shifted, and Shui Yifan was stunned beyond belief. Wang Baoli's breath quickened, the look on his face severe. Waves of emotions rolled and boiled within him. However, he was the quickest to react. He immediately steered the cruiser and raced at full speed towards the distance where the loud thunderous explosion occurred. Zhao Yameng and Shui Yifan weren't ordinary people. Despite their shock, they quickly sent their spirit chi into the cruiser. The cruiser's speed surged, and it bolted forward like the long arc of a rainbow. Zhao Yameng turned her voice transmission ring on and tried to contact the college again, but her face soon turned pale. The voice transmission ring had malfunctioned. As the cruiser charged forward, clouds began rolling and boiling over in the sky. It darkened all of a sudden, and a vast spread of thunder clouds appeared in the heavens. It spread rapidly outwards, the speed of which surpassed that of the cruiser, and it caught up in an instant and blanketed the cruiser. From afar, the sight looked terrifying and awesome. The cruiser flew in mid-air, and above it, dark clouds rolled and rapidly took over the blue sky, even spreading past the cruiser and blanketing everything under the heavens. The shadow it cast was so large it blanketed not only the whole of the Kulon Basin but the vast surrounding lands as well. A dark mist started rising from the ground, and the clouds in the sky and the mist on land moved swiftly to meet in the middle. It was like a seal closing off the land, transforming it into no man's land. The no man's land was like hell, concealing the heavens and the sword sun, and bolts of lightning dashed from the skies and exploded thunderously. Wang Baoli and the rest had no time for fear, or to wonder the cause of such a horrifying event. They fused their entire cultivation into the cruiser and pushed its speed to the maximum, breaking the sound barrier and racing forward amid the clashing thunder and lightning on their heels. Before them, the clouds descending from the sky and the mist rising from the land met rapidly. The space separating the two shrunk until only a narrow opening remained. That was the only way out. "We need to go faster," Wang Baoli shouted, the veins in his forehead pulsing. Zhao Yameng's face was deathly pale, and Zhui Yifan's forehead was beaded with perspiration. The three of them had released their full cultivation. The cruiser itself was of an extraordinary make, and with the full power of the three unleashed into it, it moved faster and faster. From afar, one could see the dark clouds surrounding Wang Baoli's cruiser, and before them, a singular narrow opening that was shrinking quickly. From the opening, one could see the white clouds and blue skies beyond. At that instant, when it seemed as if the clouds and mist were about to seal the opening shut completely, the cruiser finally neared with full speed. It approached the rapidly closing opening and was about to dash out. It was then, something suddenly happened again. Sounds of chattering exploded from the ground, and the Kulon Basin surged dozens of meters into the air. It was as if there was a giant snake roaring as it traveling swiftly underground in a straight line, then struck suddenly from below. The three were shaken to the core by the speed of the attack. As the cruiser was about to dash out through the opening and escape the jaws of death, a deafening sound, louder than the roaring thunderbolts, rose from the earth. As the sound rang out, the earth collapsed, and a gigantic creature appeared. It was not a giant snake, but a huge, awesome hand formed from a tree. The tree hand was like a towering, heaven-piercing tree. There were hundreds of cocoons protruding from it, and as the giant hand reached out, huge quantities of mud and earth splattered. Countless stones large and small as well as grass and trees were torn from the earth and sent flying through the air, crashing down. The giant hand moved without pausing and, with an earth-shattering force, reached for the cruiser in the air where Wang Baoli and the others were in, grabbing them in a single swipe. It was too fast. Despite the cruiser traveling at maximum speed, it was unable to escape. It didn't even have time to react. Wang Baoli and his friends quaked in fear and shock as the giant tree hand captured their cruiser. The cruiser shook fiercely, and blood started dripping from their mouths. They were struck dumb. "Evacuate!" Wang Baoli thundered before leaping out of the cruiser without hesitation. Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng dashed out almost at the same time as Wang Baoli. They were all men and women of decisiveness, and they chose to immediately evacuate the cruiser at the critical moment. Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng summoned their own cruisers in mid-air, while Wang Baoli quickly pulled out the standard cruiser the college had given him after he had risen to armament soldier. They threw in all they had. There was no time to communicate with one another, but everyone immediately dashed towards the opening before them. However, in the span of the minor disruption, the narrow opening before them had closed before their eyes. The clouds and mist rolled over in waves, merged as one, and sealed the land shut. There was an eeriness to the dimension. The dark mist seemed to cast out threads that looked like tentacles. They were frightening to look at. One could imagine the dangers that would befall him if he should approach them. As the expressions on the three's faces shifted, the giant tree hand that had risen from the earth and caught the droplet-shaped cruiser suddenly let loose a chattering sound. The hundreds of cocoons protruding from its skin suddenly split open. Exposed within, were human bodies. There were not many cultivators amongst them. Most were of the ancient martial realm and dressed in different attires. There was a large group of them who wore the same uniforms and were obviously from a prominent establishment. As for the rest, they were all dressed differently. Amongst them was one who had on the student robes of the Lower Academy Island. Another two were the combat pavilion disciples who had traveled together with Wang Baoli and the others. They had their eyes shut, and their chests rose and fell. They were clearly not corpses. The aura exuding from them seemed normal, and one couldn't find anything wrong with them. It was as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. Wang Baoli was once again shaken by the scene before him. The expression on his face was grave beyond measure as he stared at the cultivators with disbelief. There, Zhui Yifan was taken aback as well. Zhao Yameng's breathing quickened, and her eyes revealed her shock. They realized immediately without having to think for too long. The voice and video transmission with the two combat pavilion students had been fake. It had been created from some spell they weren't aware of. Even the transmission the two combat pavilion disciples had received on the cruiser from the student reporting the latter's secure status had been fake. After knowing that, and after studying the contents of the voice transmissions, it wasn't hard to conclude that the mastermind behind that didn't intend to blow things up. Perhaps he hadn't originally intended to strike at them. However, Zhui Yifan's voice transmission to the college would expose what he had been trying to keep under wraps. That was why he had decided to reveal himself and attack them, to silence them. As the three of them stood stunned, the people within the cocoons who had their eyes shut suddenly opened their eyes. Their gazes were calm, and there was no sign of their mind being stolen from them. They were silent, but murderous intent shone in their eyes. They dashed out and charged straight at Wang Baoli and his friends. As they charged, the people who were originally at the ancient martial realm suddenly unleashed energy waves of true breath realm from their bodies. What was even more shocking was that they could actually fly here. There seemed to be a power that was in their sole possession, that gave them enhanced cultivation and, at the same time, allowed them to float in mid-air. An assimilation? Zhao Yameng's face was pale, and there was uncertainty in her voice.